I got a theory that there's land that's not on the map. With, like, for example, in the middle, North Pole area, and other there's land masses, right? And that's probably why they're poisoning us with these. What you're talking about, exactly what you're talking about, from the airplanes and stuff. They're probably poisoning us because they don't live on the same landmass. What do you think about that? Do you know what
Oh,
I'm trying to say?
wait, say that. Hold on.
Okay, there could be a society or breakaway society that lives on a different, like an island or a different landmass that they conveniently not on the map, that not on the map
Yeah.
that's available to the
Oh yeah, for
multitude.
sure.
You know?
For sure. Not just that,
And
but they
they probably
definitely
don't get any
have
of this
a something to
nano
counter
stuff.
this
They
stuff.
don't get chemtrails. What's up?
Even besides that though, they definitely have something to counter this stuff on the spot. You know what I mean?
I was thinking about that while you were talking about,
Yeah.
like you were talking, like,
Yeah. They know how to protect themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Most definitely.
Yeah, I was taking pictures of them just spraying trails over a neighboring city the other day, up here
Yeah.
near Seattle. They've sprayed like 15 of them in a row in like half an
Yeah.
hour over one area. It was crazy. It's getting worse
Have you
these
ever
days than it used to be.
seen the little planes that follow the planes that spray? They come right behind them, and they're almost right in the line of their spray. And after the little plane passes, the spray, I call it zippering. It goes from like a straight line into like a zipper, and then it starts having these little waves, and it breaks apart and spreads out. Because the second plane hits it with a frequency. You could almost see the things changing as the second plane goes by the chemtrail.
I haven't seen that. I'm going to post a couple pictures in chat and
Okay.
tell me if you've seen this black line in the sky before.
Oh yeah, we saw it one time, dude. We saw it one time. Yep.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, that I don't know, bro. I don't know what
Isn't
that
that
black
shit
line
weird?
is. I don't know. I don't know if it's a laser that's like guiding them
Yeah.
because they're following the black line. You mean?
Yeah, it's like drawn out in the sky, and then the
Yeah,
plane
like they're
comes and lays a
right
trail
in
right
line with
on
it.
it.
Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen
Nice.
it.
Yeah,
I've
I've
seen
only
it.
seen this like 3 times.
Yeah, I've seen it like once or twice, but I've actually got a video of it. It was like 30 seconds long with a phone that I had, and then I lost the phone. I'm so mad. But yeah, that was like a couple years ago. And people have tried to
Nice.
say like, "Oh, that's a shadow of it in this." I'm like, "Dude, how could the shadow be cast like way, way, way in front of this thing? No way is that the shadow." You know what I mean?
Yeah, it like went 100 miles long, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Very weird. That's what I
I got
wonder.
some really good. I got some good chemtrail pictures, dude.
Do you think I mean, these planes could be AI, and so it's drawing a line for it to follow or something weird?
Could be, yeah. It's I don't know what it is, but I mean, most of these airplanes are probably not even manned. You know what
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's just computers driving it, so they draw that line.
I've
I mean?
thought the
Yeah.
same. Yeah, they're probably autopilot.
Yeah. God, I'm glad somebody else has seen it because I feel crazy because I'm like, dude, there's black lines in the sky sometimes and nobody believes it, you know?
So, hey, the craziest stuff I've seen is at night. The stuff that's at night, I wouldn't even call it spraying. I would call it um, high altitude platforms that put off clouds, and it's like like a it's like a camouflage or something in the sky, right? Because so yeah, these clouds come up in their weird shapes and they cover the moon completely. I mean, like black the moon out. And I'll just post some
Whoa.
pictures of it. This thing actually looks like a monster. It's
Whoa.
watch. So I'll post a couple pictures in succession.
They're practicing for Project Bluebeam operations.
Yeah, and these pictures are from 2019. I haven't. I used to go out and stay out all night taking pictures. I don't really do that anymore, so I haven't got any recent good pictures. But these are from 2019.
Wow. And a plane laid that in front of the moon.
No, That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I think these are actually aircrafts that are just forcing clouds around them as a cover.
Oh,
why they
yeah.
go and cover the moon like that, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Crazy.
But yeah, these aren't like chemtrails. They're like these gnarly clouds that just come up and let me post another one here.
Crazy.
This one looks like an all-seeing eye right here.
Man, they're pulling out some crazy technology these days.
Yeah,
I was
because
just
I'm
watching
like,
that video.
what could cover the moon like that? You know, there's orbs in some of these pictures though. Some of them, the orbs are greenish with a pink tint, and some of them are like white with like a black tint. You could see them in some of the pictures. I even wrote like orb. And so everybody's saying like this is a lens flare, you know, like you take a picture of something that's really bright, it creates another bright circular object to the side. That's what I thought, but this picture right here shows the cloud covering like a third of that lens flare, and there's no way anything could cover a lens flare. If it's a lens flare, I would see it completely over any object. It wouldn't be covered by a cloud. So I just posted the one of the supposed lens flare being like a third of the way covered by a cloud. There it is right there.
And not only that, it would like move when you weren't moving. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You know,
yeah, it's interesting.
You would need to move your camera.
Oh yeah, it's just like a color up in the sky, not a lens flare, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I've seen
here's
like that with the ring around the moon.
Yeah. So so there's some other orbs in these other pictures I just posted right now, and you can see them, and they do kind of look like lens flares in these other pictures, but it's just that one picture where the cloud's covering. I don't know how that's even possible if it's a lens flare.
Yeah.
So you could see them in these pictures right there.
Whoa.
Yeah. Trip on.
Yeah.
Now this right here that I'm gonna post something, the weirdest thing I've ever seen one night. This thing was huge, dude. It was like a mothership or something. It came and covered up the moon, but it had like something that looked like a mouth, like it was swallowing the moon, dude. It's the weirdest thing. I don't even know how to describe it. I'll post a picture of it. Here's a couple pictures of it. Okay.
Dude, I typed in nano electrospinning, man. It's scary stuff.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a minute too. Some of those videos date back like 10 years, dude.
Oh yeah, I saw that video you sent me too, man. This stuff is trippy.
Yeah, that ain't nothing nice. Those things on the web, huh?
No, yeah, I look at it. I'm looking at it at 1080p on my laptop right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, these pictures are crazy.
Crazy,
Man,
huh?
looks like ghosts and stuff in the clouds.
Dude, right?
Wow.
Hey, let me know what kind of microscope you got, man.
Oh yeah. Babe, you know what? So I don't have to open the closet. Do you know what kind of microscope I have? Do you know the brand name or no? Oh, Olympia.
Is it Olympia?
Yeah, it is Olympia. Damn, you have good memory.
You got an Olympia microscope.
Yeah.
It's like
hey, thanks, man. I'm going to look at Olympia microscopes.
Yeah. It's pretty. It's like one of the most basic, or not basic. It's one of their most common ones.
It's from a classroom.
Yeah, it's got five like it's like a cylinder that you could turn with five magnifications.
No, it doesn't have 5 magnifications.
Is it 3 then?
3.
Okay, it's 3 magnifications.
So it's
okay.
10, 100, something else.
It's like 10, 40, and 100. Do you think? Yeah, something like that.
I'm gonna. Oh, I found they're on eBay.
Yeah,
cool,
yeah.
Man.
I'm sure you can get them for pretty cheap because classrooms are always getting rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks, man. That might be my first microscope, an Olympus microscope.
Yeah, Olympus.
Yeah.
That's what it is, Olympus.
Yeah. Olympus, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got to get me one, man. I didn't know about these nano things everywhere.
Yeah, dude.
I'm not
They are
surprised, you know.
everywhere, dude.
I'm not
okay,
surprised.
I'll give you a perfect example of them that you could see when you're making food. Like, you never cook like cheap eggs or kind of cheaper cheese, and
Yeah.
how like if you're frying an egg in the pan, how the outside of the egg white will have these little like things shooting off from it, like these like strings almost, but it's part of the egg, and it's like a long string at the end of the egg, like around the edge of the yolk or the edge of the white part.
I think I've
When
seen
you're
one of
frying,
those
you know what I'm
before.
saying? Huh?
Yeah, go on. You're talking about the eggs, yeah. Like a
Yeah, like
string?
when you cook like cheap eggs, dude, when you fry them, you'll see like the around the part of the yolk, um, it'll like branch off and like it'll create like a long strand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the nanofiber stuff in there, and then the cheese has it, like the cheaper cheese when it melts, and you like have these weird strings that are like not the way cheese used to be when you were younger.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
This is just trippy stuff. I was saying I'm not surprised, but it's also news to me. I didn't know how, is the word prevalent, or I don't know how bad it was.
Prevalent, yeah, dude. It's pretty messed up.
I really believe, I strongly believe that people who live on other land masses and they're not getting poisoned or chemtrail, nano, whatever, dusted, smart dusted. That may be the best way to phrase it. I think there's smart dust in most of the world, but there's areas where certain people, you call them the Illuminati or whoever, or and they're not getting smart dusted. They're the ones probably behind it, orchestrating it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're just in the smart
It,
dust.
it cut the shit. What did you mean by it's called the eye? Oh, I used to before I will. Oh, how do you remove it? But you don't see it until after the eggs cook, though.
I'm a bit confused myself, but he probably knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, put it in a bowl first, and then you'll see that thing before it's cooked?
You talking about nano
Because I don't
stuff?
have that problem when I buy the expensive eggs. It's only from the cheap eggs, you know? When you get the expensive ones that are like brown and blue, they're pretty good usually. But then you can grab like the cheap.
Dyed, right?
Those eggs are dyed?
Yeah,
They don't naturally come out brown and blue like that?
they do, but not as vibrant as that. They dye them.
Oh, that sucks.
You can tell when you look at the eggs.
Yeah.
It's been sitting in something that it was dyed. It looks like Easter eggs.
Then let's not buy those anymore then.
Well, they've been on sale.
That's probably why they're on
They're
sale.
regularly $. They've been like $4.99.
Yeah, I know.
They're good. It's because they're dyed on the outside.
Dude, when they had bath towels at Vaughn's, they were marked down from like $5.99 to like 99 cents. I bought a bunch of them, and I realized, dude, those things have so nanofibered out the game, dude. It's like they're like 1,000% synthetic.
Damn. Yeah, that's the
Have you ever used
downside.
a brand new towel that's a kind of a cheap towel, but it's brand new to dry off with after the shower? Yeah, it just
Yeah.
sticks on you, dude. Oh, I hate that shit.
Man, so that's why they're making all these TP jokes and stuff.
That layer that you
Right? Yeah.
Oh, man. Just rubbing it in our face and everything.
Dude, every time they say they run out of something, they make people feel the need to go get that thing, you know?
Yeah, totally.
Baby formula shortage.
Yeah.
So that Bill Gates can introduce his synthetic breast milk.
Oh, yeah.
From tissue.
Yeah, dude, that's so weird.
That's why they're doing that.
Yeah.
Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah. Like how are they just gonna run out of so ridiculous. They don't run out of helium, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, it's all political. It's all done on purpose.
Hey, does anybody know definitively where helium comes from? Because I've gotten so many different answers, and I look, and it's even on the internet. There's so many different answers.
I don't know. I never thought about that.
Yeah,
Where the hell
because
does it?
helium's such an important element. You know what I mean? If I had money, I'd invest in helium because NASA's they buy more helium than anybody in the world.
I was just about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah. You know those you ever seen quantum locking discs?
Yeah.
No, I don't know about that.
Yeah, like they wrap them in the cellophane and dip them in liquid was it liquid nitrogen? And
Yeah.
yeah, it's like some I don't know what they use if they could just use dry ice with it too. I'm not sure exactly what they do, but they do that and then they get these discs and they put them on top of like a really big disc. Yeah, it hovers like a couple inches above it and they push it and it goes spinning around the outer edge of the disc or whatever part of the disc. Yeah, and then they also can put them on the bottom of this disc table and they still spin around. They're quantum locking. They can tilt them and they spin around and they stay tilted. It's so crazy. But I think that I believe that they have some type of scaffolding in the sky, like a track, where they can have these things just going on tracks, you know, and
Oh, I never thought
for
about
whatever,
that.
you know what I mean? It just makes a lot of sense if you think about it. If you ever watch that movie with Brad Pitt where he's an astronaut, in the beginning of the movie he's climbing on like this giant scaffolding like ladder that's going up above the earth. And dude, I think they have something like that, dude.
I never
I
thought
really
about
do.
that. You know, they do lose a few $1 trillion here or there, and you know, it goes a
Mhm.
long way.
Yeah. Because think about like they're not using fuel for these things. Dude. They have some other type of technology where it's like really cheap and it's like a lot more efficient, you know? And they could just be on a track like that. But instead of just hovering a certain inches away from the thing, they probably figured out how to wait so it can hover like maybe a quarter mile away or maybe you know hundreds of feet away from it or whatever. Well, I'm just saying, so if you want to get closer to Earth, you know.
Never thought about that, man. I just think about how they got all these balloons up there.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
These metal,
See, they
metal.
do definitely have balloons, definitely. But you know, so they use the helium for a lot of those balloons. Have you ever seen Have you ever heard of HAPS, HAP, high altitude platforms?
No, it's the first time I heard of it.
I'll post a picture of some right here.
Interesting.
They've been having these for a minute too, and I think these are why you see like triangle-shaped clouds in the sky or weird-shaped clouds. Let me post some pictures of these things. It's crazy because all this stuff is open source information. You just have to know what to type in and where to look. I mean, because they're not going
Oh,
to tell you in elementary school or high school about this shit.
oh, it reminds me of geoengineering. You know, it's not on TV. People think you're crazy, but you just type it in and you can find briefings and PowerPoint slides and everything.
Bro, you all you have to type in is what United States patents for weather modification or just weather modification patents. Hundreds of them pop up dating back to the 1800s, and they describe what each one does: create
Right.
clouds, create thunder, create tornado, create rain, take away the rain, create fog, create hail, take away anything that they can create. They can take away naturally too. And in Dubai and in Saudi Arabia, they actually advertise basically like to the general public that they can create any weather you want for an event. So like if you're having a huge wedding or something, I don't know, they charge like $300 per or per square meter per. I don't know what it is, dude, but it's like they got it down to the exact measurement of if you want it sunny in this specific area on this day, and you could pay for it. You know.
In that sense, the way that
I believe it.
together is why I sort of believe in climate change.
Because industry.
Well, the climate changes every day, regardless. It gets hot and cold.
They're fucking with the climate.
Yeah, but if they stop doing it, it would go right back to normal. Like they can never phase the Earth.
What was that high altitude
yeah.
platform? What was the other word?
I'm gonna post a couple of them right here.
Okay.
Oh, HAP. It's just high altitude platform. That's what it stands for. HAP, or HAP stands for high altitude platform. I just posted a couple pictures of them. Trippy on.
Oh.
It makes perfect sense if you look at the shapes of these things. Why, like especially the second picture where it's like a crisscross pattern. I'll post a picture in the clouds at night. It looks just like this pattern, and it almost looks like the bat symbol. But I think this is the answer to those weird shaped clouds. Here's a perfect example. Yeah, hold on, dude. Here's a perfect example, right?
Man, I never seen that stuff before.
Yeah, it's a trip, huh?
That stuff like solar powered, it looks like.
Yeah. Wait, here's the. Okay.
Where our tax dollars are going.
Huh?
I was just saying that's where our tax dollars are going.
Right?
Into the sky.
Yeah.
Where's that picture? I have like hundreds and thousands of pictures on my phone. Where is it?
Man, I wish these guys could just like eat some corn and ride a bicycle or something instead of doing all this stupid stuff.
Ride a bicycle on Highway 33 and prove that the Earth is a globe with sticks.
Yeah, they're just building all this crazy stuff. It's like, dude, just do something else.
Right? Oh, here's the picture right there. Okay, so this picture, this formation in the cloud looks just like their high altitude platform, the way it's crisscrossed like that.
That's crazy, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's what it is, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you have an Instagram?
Yeah, it's just Flat Earth Day Saints.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll find you. That's a good name.
Thank you.
I thought I was just having a joke in my head the other day about like flat earthers going door to door like Mormons and being like, yo, there's flat.
Right. I run up on the Mormons whenever I see them. I'll stop the car wherever I'm at and jump out on them. I have a couple videos I did of them, but yeah, any chance I get, even if I don't have my phone with me, yeah, they do. They don't even walk past my house or anything. They avoid me at all costs. Every time I see them at church, talk to them, they're like, well, we got to go. I'm like, well, can I go with you? They're like, no. Yeah.
And then you see them again 2 minutes later, and they completely ignore you.
Yeah, they lie. I had them on video lying to me, and then just ignoring me when I call out to them.
I can't believe they deleted my comment right at my reply to that comment. Seriously, like literally 2 minutes after I posted.
The algorithms.
But I made sure to, instead of saying virus, I didn't say virus.
Did it autocorrect you?
Symbols instead of like, instead of an I put it.
Well, then that means the person you commented to hid your comment. That's all it was then. Because whoever you comment to on YouTube in their video, they can take your comment right off the thing when they see it if they want, you know? That's one of your options. When you get a comment on one of your videos on YouTube, you have an option to report it or hide it. It says hide and block this person or hide this comment. You can. Oh, what? Yeah, sometimes it just does that. Then, if you put a lot of weird symbols or like stuff like that, sometimes the algorithm will just do that automatically. Or they could report the comment. I mean, if they're little bitches. I've had people report comments on me. And so stupid. Yeah, then it was the algorithm then. Because when they report something, usually a human looks at it. If the algorithm, because the algorithms don't pick up sarcasm at all. I mean, they're like way behind on that shit. It's hard for them to get that, depending on how good your sarcasm is. That's the number one way to beat AI is with sarcasm.
Yeah.
Huh. Here. I'm gonna go smoke a blunt now. Have you seen my blunt wrap? Oh wait, never mind. I got it. Oh.
Hey Smurf, are you still around, Smurf?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
What was that clay that you were mentioning eating?
Bentonite clay. And if you get really drunk and you can eat it and you won't get a hangover.
Nice.
Hold on, I just sneezed on my hand. I gotta wash my hands.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about how to get all these more gellins out of my body now that we're talking about this.
I think the main way is changing your diet. You know what I mean?
Hey,
And like I can't tell nobody else what to eat. Huh?
I eat two different clays. One's called zeolite clay, and that grabs all the metals out, anything conductive out of your body. And then bentonite clay, these are both volcanic. They're from some kind of volcano. And the bentonite clay just grabs general toxins out of your body.
Nice.
That's right, dude. Yeah. I think besides those things are great, but I think anything that we eat that's processed or comes in a package with writing on it, it has this stuff in it, and so like we could be getting this stuff out of our body and then just putting it right back in. You know, I think fruits are the best thing to eat, dude.
Get it out of your body, or it'll accumulate.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. It's good to get it out whenever you can. Most definitely. You know,
they say that zeolite clay. They say it cures autism and Alzheimer's and dementia, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it does.
And it's speculated that it can get. People think it can take graphene oxide out of your body.
Yeah, I'm sure it can.
I think probably because what it does is I forgot the specifics. Something about positive and negative charge stuff.
Yeah,
I mixed up, but the things that are conductive, basically, it has a method of grabbing conductive stuff out of your body. And the bentonite clay, I don't think the bentonite clay does that. It just grabs general. It's like they're both volcanic. They're from some kind of volcano a long time ago. And the bentonite clay just grabs general stuff out of your body. I also eat diatomaceous earth because what that does is it's real tiny algae bones, and that kills parasites. And it also somehow, I don't know, I'm not a biologist, but they say it also cleans the blood. It works through your entire body to kill parasites. All three of the things I said, I think cleanse your entire body.
Nice.
Yeah, it's called zeolite clay, bentonite clay, and what I do is I eat diatomaceous earth. The first thing I do, because if I happen to have a parasite or anything in my body, then it will die. And then what happens is you got to get that stuff out of it, the carcass out of it, whatever the toxins really, which is what the bentonite clay does. But the bentonite clay being like a general cleaner. So what I really do is I eat diatomaceous earth, then I eat zeolite clay, then I eat bentonite clay, and I do that. I space it. You can eat them all at once. I think I've read online that zeolite and bentonite are compatible, that you can eat them at the same time. But what I do is I space it apart 30 minutes or an hour, and I eat it in the sequence. I've been doing this for like over a year.
That's right, bro. Are
they like? Oh yeah.
I just get a spoon. I just get a little bit of a spoon. once a day before I go to sleep.
Nice.
This lady who's been telling me about books that they've taken out of the Bible, KJV 1611. She was telling me that she fasted for 28 days, and that basically any disease, illness, virus, or anything you have will come out of your body. You could reset your body, and
How many
actually you look younger if you fast. The longer
how,
you fast, the better.
how
But I
many
mean,
days
think
did
about it.
you do it?
She did it 28 days. So think
Wow.
about this. I don't know how much you guys believe in the Bible or not. I don't totally believe in the Bible that like they have in hotel rooms or they hand out to people on the streets, because I think they've been altered. But I do
Yeah.
know that there's a lot of books that they took out of the Bible that dude are just, they hit the truth hard. And like, think about this: if everything the Luciferians or the Lucifer tries to do is the exact opposite or like the inversion of what the Creator does, well, think about this: before we ever ate anything, we weren't aging, I guess, and we were healthy, and like we could do things that we can't do now, right? And
Yeah.
as soon as Eve and Adam ate that first piece of food, all of a sudden now they, their time on earth is limited, and all these curses, right? So it makes perfect sense. If you stop eating it, you'd reverse that. You know what I mean?
Man, you're really onto something here.
It makes sense,
Yeah.
though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I see the logic here. Yeah,
Yeah. I
I'm
always
not
try to
joking.
the
What
answer.
else
I
do you
always
know
try to
about
think of
that?
the opposite of something.
What?
Like, it's pretty easy to find out the solutions to certain things. If you can't find it out, all you have to do is invert it, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm kind of concerned about not getting enough vitamins and stuff. So I got DHA and fish omega 3 and multivitamin. But I've read a lot about what you just said though about fasting is good. Now, I'm kind of conflicted between fasting and taking vitamins. Because what I mean.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't really trust vitamins, honestly. Just because it's like in a pill form.
Yeah.
Although I don't have any proof one way or the other about them. But
They say eggs are like nature's multivitamin.
dude, supposedly the eggshells are really good for you.
I didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But
eggs have omega 3 and a bunch of stuff. DHA. There's all this stuff I just said is in eggs.
yeah.
But I take both. I eat eggs and I eat vitamins. But
Yeah.
fasting, it causes autophagy. I don't know if I said that right. Cleanses your body really good. There's a whole lot of information to reinforce what you just said. I'm just kind of
Yeah.
conflicted about not getting enough nutrients versus. Okay, there was a study where mice they ate a third less food and they lived a third longer than the other mice.
Yeah. I think people eat way too much food, and it's like it's just unnecessary, you know. And it's like it's conditioned our stomachs to like, you know how like if you're drinking and like whatever and you're partying, how your body just craves like junk food, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when you're all drunk and stuff,
Yeah.
you don't want to sit down and eat some fruits or salad. Like you want like a pizza or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just like your body's craving that. It's because we've trained our bodies that way for so long. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could probably gradually eat less and less, and then you
Yeah,
won't have
most
that
definitely.
effect.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Another good thing that
I'm going to stick on a fucking pizza.
oh no what?
Pizza.
What's that?
Chicago Town. They do these little small pizzas. Now you're talking about junk food.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you all get me hungry.
Hey, another thing that's helped me a lot is going barefoot, bro. Because like even if you're eating super healthy, you're still getting your body's like collecting the EMF, and it's not just EMF from Wi-Fi and wireless things. You get dirty electricity from things that aren't grounded properly, or just like especially like baby monitors and weird stuff from China. They're putting out so much EMF in your fridge, in your house, air conditioner. Like we're just walking around and getting all this dirty electricity in our body, and it can't escape our body unless we're grounded.
I think you're 100% right that walking barefoot to be grounded is really super healthy. I'm just got a
Yeah,
phobia. I know that germ theory is fake and no terrain theory is the truth, but I don't like the idea of walking around getting bugs biting my feet, you know.
yeah,
But I think you're right though. It's probably healthier to do that.
yeah. I used to get headaches whenever I'd be on my Wi-Fi or like be on my phone too much. And dude, as soon as I started going barefoot, I haven't gotten a headache. I haven't even got, you know how like you're walking in your house and you get like a static electric shock touching
Yeah.
somebody or touching something. I haven't
Yeah.
had one of those for over 2 years, dude.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I just prefer to wear shoes because I don't like I have a it's you know I'm germophobic in that or
Yeah,
bugophobic. It's a phobia
I
to
used to
be
be
an
like that too.
irrational fear because you know
Yeah,
I know it doesn't really hurt me, you know, but
yeah. I used to be like that too,
I
dude.
don't
I
like
wouldn't even
getting
go
bit
outside
by
without my shoes on.
say what?
I used to be like that too. I wouldn't even go outside without my shoes on. Like I'd get out of bed and go right into my slippers. Like I wouldn't want to walk in the
Yeah.
bathroom barefoot. Like you know what I mean? I used to be like
Oh,
that too.
I'm not scared of walking on the floor barefoot. I'm just don't want to walk on the grass barefoot because like some mosquito or something will bite me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that stuff.
You'd be surprised how tough your feet get after a while, dude.
You're probably right. Yeah, they get tough. They tough it up. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been doing it for about 2 years now. And
Wow. Is your feet
and
like
like
leather now?
yeah, they're basically like I can step on like a rose bush thorn and they won't puncture my feet.
Oh, okay. That's probably what we should be doing, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
people used to wear moccasins that were made of leather, right? Good luck trying to find that anywhere on the internet. I guarantee you won't. If you do find it, let me know. Because they see, oh, these are moccasins, but they all have some type of synthetic thing in them. Even if they're leather on the bottom, there's still synthetic lining or something.
Yeah. Dude, I couldn't even find plain cotton socks on Amazon. It's some polyester and other shit.
Yeah, bro. You know what I mean?
It's like a
Yeah,
conspiracy.
I can't not stand socks. Oh God, I'll never wear those things.
Yeah.
I hate the way they make
Well,
my
they
feet
don't
feel.
even make
But you know
it.
what?
They don't even
Huh?
make regular socks anymore. They got plastic in it.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Dude, I used to what do you call it? I used to wear like always want my socks. I wear black socks, always make sure they're matching. And then I went through with like angle socks and then like, you know, the higher sock, all these different sock phases and stuff. And like I hated the way my feet would feel in shoes without socks. And like now, dude, it's a trip. Like when I first started going barefoot, my feet would hurt. Especially from standing up like inside the house, like on something that's not natural, like the linoleum or something. My feet would like hurt, but they don't hurt anymore from that. But now when I wear shoes, within like 5 minutes, dude, I get so uncomfortable. I just want to take them off because my feet have actually widened out, and so when
Wow.
I put the shoes on, it's crunching them back together again. And it freaking hurts, dude.
I think you've adapted to what people did for thousands of years, and then now you're. But in modern societies, expect you to wear shoes.
Dude, let me tell you this: if you're trying to hook up with a chick that you just meet, wearing no shoes is probably one of the worst things you can. You know what I mean? But if you don't care about that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Then, because yeah, dude, the looks I get from people when I don't have shoes on,
I can imagine.
I don't honestly, I don't even care anymore, really.
But you know, in the past, it was normal. I think most people
Oh
probably
yeah,
didn't wear shoes a couple thousand years ago.
dude, my mom was telling me even in the '60s when they started first coming out with a no shirt, no shoes, no service, people were protesting it for the no shoes. Now,
Uh,
I mean, now you people got oxygen inhibitors and grounding inhibitors. You know what I mean?
What you need is some shoes that ground you. You need metal on the bottom of your shoes. You need
No,
metal. You need a metal connector to your feet to the bottom of the shoe.
I mean, they have those kind of shoes, but
I
I
just know
just don't
they have
think
those
anything gets
shoes.
you
I just
grounded
made
like
that
bare
up. They
feet.
really do.
Yeah, they do, but I don't think anything gets you grounded like bare feet, though.
Well, of course. Yeah. That's of course.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to make a trade off for modern culture or society.
Yeah, no, you could make them with like, dude, you could even get like these things that ground your car, but what it does is it drags behind your car. I
Wow,
mean,
I
so
never heard of it.
Yeah, I have one. They wear out after a while from dragging on the road, though.
That's kind of funny because when it rains and I'm driving, my 12-volt fuse likes to go out because it's not grounded. The car's not grounded.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder what else is frying in the car, electronics.
Bro, if anybody who has an all electronic car, they're sitting right above that battery, and that battery is putting out so much EMF. It's crazy, so bad for you.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I need to cover that thing up, man.
You have an electric
I
car?
need to put some aluminum around that or something.
Is your car all electric?
Oh, it's not. No. I was just thinking about my lead acid battery.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I mean that's
an
bad,
electric. Oh, yeah. An
the
electric
car
car.
batteries are way worse, bro. Those batteries are really bad.
Wow, I never thought about that, dude. That's scary.
Yeah.
Oh, a
Yeah.
Tesla would be putting out a lot of EMF.
No doubt, dude. Absolutely.
Dude, one more reason not to get an electric car.
Dude.
So I
It's
didn't mean
funny how
to what? Sorry, what?
I was saying they're making everything go all electric now, and it's worse for the environment and it's worse for your body.
Oh, I know all about how it's bad for the environment and manufacturing, mining, all that. But I didn't know. I never thought about the EMF from an electric car. I don't know why I never thought about that. That's scary. They're trying to microwave everybody.
They are. Oh, speaking of microwaves too, that's another thing. I stopped using microwaves probably
Oh, I haven't used a microwave in 10 years, dude.
Yeah, bro. It's probably been like 3.5 for me, almost 4. And I once my mom did a what do you call it? Where where they give you like the placebo effect. She microwaved something and then changed the plate that it was on and tried to act like she heated it up on the stove just to see if I noticed. And the first bite I took, it tasted like the food was rotten, dude. I spit it out. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh,
the
yeah,
microwave.
It tastes terrible. Microwave food tastes really bad. It's all soggy and stuff.
Well, if you eat microwave food regularly, it doesn't taste bad. But once you stop and then you haven't done it for a while and you do, you could taste the difference, dude.
Oh, like you get some Chinese food, which is again processed GMO stuff. But if you heat it up in a stove, it tastes like fresh, like you just got it from the Chinese joint. But if you put it in a microwave, it doesn't taste the same, man.
Nah.
But I had a friend of mine had a roommate who had a microwave, and every morning he would make his coffee. He'd heat it up in a microwave, and he would stand in front of the microwave, and the microwave at his neck height, right? And he eventually got throat cancer.
Yeah, dude, it's just no joke. You know that if you take a microwave apart, even if it hasn't been in use for like 10 or 15 years, right? Let's just say it's been sitting somewhere, not even plugged in for 10 or 15 years, and you take it apart and take out that Megatron, you can actually die, shock yourself to death. It still holds a charge after that long, charge enough to kill a person.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and if you take a microwave apart and look at that thing is it's welded into a metal plate with a metal box. Like you need a grinder, like a good grinder, to get that thing off.
Hey, Toby said if you microwave water and let it cool off, it'll kill your plants.
If you microwave water and let it cool off and then give it to the plant, oh yeah, I'm sure it would. Because the water's restructured. The water's restructured.
I've heard it. I had a friend of mine tell me about structuring water. Yeah. It makes it more energy dense if you do it the right way. About making hydrogen. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I want to know about that, dude. The HHO. Fuck.
Yeah, a friend of mine was telling me there's a way to structure the water to make it more energy dense to get more hydrogen.
Dude, that makes so much sense because the people I know who are working on it, they say, "Oh, just tap water, or whatever." But it makes sense that you'd want to get the distilled water and then restructure the water before you even do anything with it. Like, however you do it with music or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, it makes it more efficient. It just makes the whole process more efficient. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes so much sense, dude.
There's a special thing you make that you put the water in that structures it for you. It uses almost no energy, but it increases the energy output a multiplier.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's right, dude.
Structuring the water.
You guys ever heard of orgonite?
I've heard of that, but I don't know much about it. Okay, the thing about structuring water is what it's got to do with resonance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. You can
What do you know
structure
about
it just by
orgonite?
playing Beethoven.
What do you know about orgonite? I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it.
Well, I've been making it for years now, bro, and like
Oh, you can make
it's
it.
been a it's been a long journey. Like basically, I have to smurf all the things. You know what smurfing means, right?
No.
Like when you smurf stuff, you can't just go get everything at one store. You have to go and get like parts of it in little increments at different places because they don't just sell it all at one place. You know what I mean?
I'll
It's like
remember
a
that because
smurf.
that's my name.
Yeah, I've been smurfing. You have to smurf to get that stuff, and you also have to smurf the information too. And
Wow,
because
you
there's a
just
lot of
taught me how to
different.
smurf. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I've been making it, and when you make it right, um, what you do to test it after you make it is you set it. You get a glass of water from the sink, and then you squirt a couple drops of like blue food coloring in there, and instantly it disperses and turns the whole cup blue or all the water blue. You know what I mean?
Uh,
As soon as you put it in, like within seconds, it disperses. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
you put it in the freezer overnight with the organite on top. And if it's the organite's made right, when you pull the cup of water out the next morning, you'll see the blue dye all in a perfect swirl in the middle of the water, and the
Wow.
water's all clear. That's how you know you made
Wow.
it right. Yeah,
Oh, cool, dude.
yeah.
And orgonite, is that like a thing that repels bad EMF? It restructures it into good EMF.
Yeah, I mostly do it because the stuff that I make breaks up the chemtrails over my house. So I see
That's
them
cool.
spraying, and then all of a sudden it just stops coming out of their airplane, and then once they pass my house, it starts again.
I put a grounding rod. I put a few grounding rods on my dad's house.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. Did you put just a rod, or did you put a pipe?
Oh, I had it professionally done. I had an electrician come out and put grounding rods on top of his house.
Oh, on top of his house?
Yeah, they're called lightning rods.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I did that.
yeah.
I did that though, so his area is grounded.
Okay.
You think
Yeah,
that's a
I'm
good
not.
idea?
I'm not exactly sure what that does as far as I don't know if it breaks up the chemtrails or not. Those grounding rods.
It
They
actually
might do it.
prevents the house from getting a lightning strike. Not most people know that a lightning rod will redirect lightning, but what most people don't know is it has a grounding effect in the area around the house and prevents the house from getting struck by lightning. And what it does
Okay.
is it causes radiation in the air to be redirected through the lightning rods, and
Yeah, yeah.
it lowers EMF around your house.
Okay, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I read a lot about it, but I don't know. I'm not an electrician. That's all. That's all I know about it. I don't know the specifics.
Yeah, yeah.
But it has an effect where if you were to have two identical houses and one has lightning rods on it, then lightning will actually it's less likely for lightning to even strike it.
Hmm.
A lot of people think
Yeah,
it
'cause-
attracts lightning, but I mean, it doesn't do that. It actually prevents lightning from accumulate. The static in the
yeah,
air, it prevents the static from accumulating because it
okay,
allows
okay.
the static is constantly being redirected through the lightning rod all the time in the air.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
So the chembusters that I make, I use copper, like 1 inch or 3/4 copper pipes. Or sometimes like 1/2 inch, even if it's a small one. And then what I
that's
do
good
is
work.
I take the cap for the copper pipe, and I put it on one end, and then I like I'll weld it just like a little bit of like weld it with like that silver welding. You know what I mean? Just like with the regular torch, just not weld it, but seal it on there with that silver, so it's airtight. And then put a terminated crystal sticking terminated side up down the pipe, and then at the tip of it I'll have like a copper coil that's wrapped around the top of the pipe, and then the crystal is wrapped inside the copper coil pointing up. So like the terminated crystal pointing up. I don't know what it does exactly, but it creates some type of vortex where the chemtrails just like evaporate. Like they don't even come out of the thing. You just stop spraying. But then once it passes where you have that, it starts spraying again.
That's interesting, man.
Yeah.
It's like we're being attacked, man, by all the different angles
Yeah.
here.
Most definitely. So a long time ago, I got all the ingredients that I needed. You'll never find any one person that says like it's a definitive specific amount of ingredients that you need. Different people use different things, but pretty much it's like all along across the board that like use black iron oxide, copper grain, and terminated crystals, and then anything else you add from that is good. I personally don't think aluminum is good because Henry Reich, the one who created the orgonite, said that he don't use any aluminum, but some people put aluminum pieces in there. I don't like to use them, but
Yeah.
If you try to buy these ingredients online, they only sell the black iron oxide, and they like trying to find a 10-pound bag of that stuff's pretty hard. You can find it, but it's just in like 1 pound bag, half-pound bag, 3-pound bags, and sometimes like the 5-pound bags. But yeah, you could find the 10-pound, or you could just order a bunch of 5-pound bags. But there's a reason why you have to smurf this stuff. You only get it in increments. You know what I mean? But so you get the black iron oxide powder and the copper grain, and you layer it in. I use eco epoxy resin, which is like food grade resin, meaning like you can make dishes and plates out of this. They say you can. I wouldn't do it, but basically it's odorless and it's completely see through. It's what like good companies make surfboards out of.
Cool, man.
So basically, it's like you need a gallon of the hardener and a gallon of the resin, right? You mix them together one for one, and a gallon of each one of these is like $269. So basically, to get the 2 gallons that you need to, it's like upwards around $500-600, five something, or like, you know what I mean, for both of these gallons, and that's getting it like the cheapest you can get, like on Etsy or Amazon, eBay. If you buy them from a store, it's like double the price.
Man, you know a lot about and this is how you make orgonite?
Yeah, it's how you make orgonite and how you make chembusters. Some people call orgonite chembusters, but chembusters has pipes in it, whereas orgonite's just like a mixture of these things. It's in whereas like the chembusters,
this protects your house.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've actually witnessed, like, if you put it in your backyard, you'll see hummingbirds and ladybugs just flock to this stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
cool, man.
And butterflies and stuff. They like being around. I don't know why. They say animals like it too, but all I've really witnessed it doing is breaking those chemtrails up in the sky. So I know it's doing something right.
Hey, I don't make. I mean, you make the stuff, but I can find orgonite on Amazon, right?
Oh yeah.
I think I might buy me an orgonite thing.
You'll see a lot of it on there. I don't know about net lately, but I'm sure you will. You'll see a lot of it, and some of it's superfluous, meaning like basically meaning like the way a lot of people, like a lot of these new age people, use crystals and stuff.
Yeah.
It's they're adding like an air of, I don't even know if this is a word, superfluity to it. They're like dumbing it down, basically.
Hey, do you know of any good real orgonite stuff? Not fake stuff, but real stuff on Amazon. If you could post it, I mean, buy me a small orgonite thing just to put on the table. What would be healthy, right?
I'll make you some, and then I'll charge you like basically just like the price of the supplies and the shipping and handling, bro.
That sounds like cool, man.
You know what I mean? You could DM me your address or whatever. You have PO
Yeah.
box, and then I'll find out how much the shipping is. Shipping's become really expensive lately, but yeah, I can find out that. And then because I was selling it for a while, but then
Hey, if you could make me something I could just put on the coffee table, that would be
yeah.
healthy for the environment, right?
Oh yeah.
I
For your,
appreciate it. I'd pay you. Yeah, I'd send you Bitcoin.
okay, that's cool.
That's cool, man. I mean, how much
Yeah,
would that cost to put the organite thing on it? How much would that run me to get it organite on the coffee table?
I mean, like just depending on how big you wanted it. Like I got pyramids that are the pyramid is like 4 by 4 by 4 by 4, like around the bottom part, and then it's 6 inches high. But I don't have to make it that big. I can make it like half that size. It just depends on how much I pour in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like so, like for like a big full pyramid, I probably charge like I don't know. I mean, besides shipping, normally I would charge like for like one of those full pyramids, like 80 to $100.
Okay.
But you know what I mean? It, um, just depending on like how much the shipping and handling is, though. You know.
Yeah, I could
So
say something like that. And then
yeah,
I don't know much about it, but I keep hearing about it that it's good, really good for the environment around you.
yeah.
And you can like put it on your body, right? And it will help you too, right?
Like so they have like organite like little like flat square things or circles that they put on their people put on their phones and stuff.
Oh, I've
Um,
heard it. I forgot. I think I saw that somewhere on the internet.
yeah. So like I think sometimes people are under the misconception that like one little piece is going to protect them all around from EMF because just think about how a frequency goes out is the same way as like when you throw a pebble in a pond. The circle that it produces at first is really thick and prevalent, and as it widens out in every direction simultaneously, it gets less and less prevalent until it disappears. And basically, frequencies are just like light and frequencies and sound. They all basically come under the same spiral type of formation. And the further out they go, the weaker they get. You know, it's pretty much universal across the board with light, sound, frequencies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Water. And so, imagine that frequency coming at you, and then you have the organite. Now, I don't know how many inches or centimeters or feet the organite pushes out something, but I don't imagine it's that. I don't imagine it's what do you call it? It can't like basically. It's not gonna put you in like a bubble where like this stuff
Uh-huh.
bounce the EMF. Do you know what I mean? So basically, the more you have of it, the more it. Basically, it's just like it blocks it, and I think it bounces off of it. Or I honestly, I really don't know what it does,
Well, I
but
think what it might do is it transmutes bad, negative, or harmful radiation into less harmful, right?
yeah, possibly, yeah, it might take out the positive ions out of because you know in like the electrical world everything's inverted compared to like positive's good for us and negative's bad, but in like the electrical world it's vice versa. You know, because think
Well,
about like when
I
you
have the
touch a car
impression
battery.
it's transmuting, altering the frequency or something. It's because I don't
Yeah,
think it can't store unlimited energy. So I think it's transmuting energy.
yeah, it probably is. It probably is.
Now I don't know anything about it. I'm just trying to make sense of it. But
Yeah. Now I've seen old videos. I've even not ones that are not even that old, but like black and white ones, but even modern day ones where people have these. They use Henry Reich's. Uh, sorry, somebody was yelling outside. They use that Henry Reich's uh, what he did, and basically it's like it looks like a giant Gatling gun. You know what I mean? And it's plugged in to some type of electrical source. I don't know if it's hooked up to a battery or what, but it looks like a giant Gatling gun. And I mean, the thing's probably like 8 to 15 feet long, and the pipes alone are probably like 8 feet, maybe. on it, and then it'll have like six or eight of these pipes with like cords coming off of them, just like a Gatling gun. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
once it gets going and they aim it at the sky, dude, within like 6 to 10 hours, it starts raining. And then within like 16
Oh,
hours, it's pouring, dude, and lightning starts coming out and shit.
that's funny.
Yeah. So these things, like you've heard of rainmakers, literally, these things create gnarly
Hey,
rainstorms.
you know Battle Mod, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, he explained to me that the natives do a rain dance, and when they do the rain dance, they kick up a bunch of static in the air, and it creates a storm. And he went into great detail. That's just the basics of it. He went into great
Oh, that,
detail on
that
an
makes sense,
electrical level.
actually.
What's
That
up?
makes a lot of sense. That it actually makes a lot
Yeah.
of sense because they're creating that piezoelectrical static.
Yeah. I'm just trying to give you the basic that I could remember, but he went into really extensive detail about how the kicking up static, and the longer they would dance, the heavier it would really rain. And I didn't, until he said that, I thought it was just superstition, but he broke it down like, there's a huge
Yeah,
scientific explanation for this.
dude, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah,
And I bet you the Indians were all barefoot though to make it work.
that's what they would do. Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
would like to get me some sort of organized thing, just because I don't have anything like that.
yeah,
So I'd like to have one organized thing to put on the table. You probably have a
yeah,
bunch of organized stuff.
yeah. I'm in the process of making some more. Dude, I stopped doing it for like a year, bro, and then I just got motivated about a week ago to start up again.
I'm
Because
kind of
I had left. Huh?
I'm kind of tripped out by all of the attacks they're doing with microwaves and smart dust and everything. It's just blowing my mind, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm pretty much used to it right now, and so like it doesn't really scare me anymore at all. And in the beginning, though, dude, I was freaked out by it. Sometimes I would be screaming at this stuff, dude, like a crazy person. People thought I was
Hey,
going
but you,
crazy.
you live in the city.
Yeah,
Man, that sucks, because the increasingly people are getting 5G cell phone, 5G towers everywhere, and just
yeah,
general radiation is
yeah,
increasing, ever increasing.
yeah, yeah,
You got to
for
escape from
sure.
the country, man.
All I feel like I could really do at this point right now, since I'm not in a position to move away from here, is just go barefoot. You know what I mean?
Hey, that's improvising.
Yeah,
Stay grounded.
because like if you think about it, when you see a lightning strike something on the ground, if you look at a slow motion of the video, the lightning never hits anything from the sky down. Something from the ground jumps up and meets it in the air. A
Yeah,
piece of
I've
lightning
heard of
from the
that.
ground jumped up. So with all the dirty electricity in our body, I imagine it's bouncing around like a wasp in like a Ziploc bag, right? Just bouncing around inside of us. And what it does is basically it creates like swelling, different, your leg, whatever. Yeah, it swells up because it doesn't allow our red blood cells to rejuvenate. And that's why people are getting all these crazy sicknesses.
Yeah,
Now, doctors in other countries like India and some doctors in Europe, right when they first start their PhD, their doctor, whatever, they're given the information right away that EMF directly affects people with diseases, viruses, and all that stuff. But in this country, they're not told that at all. They don't have any education about that, so they have no idea when you bring up something about EMF, they're like, oh, they'll like laugh at you or whatever, and then they'll put you like behind an X-ray machine or an MRI or whatever. And the thing is that dirty electricity, the same amount that leaves our body when we're grounding, like by being barefoot, um, is replenished by the good electricity that comes up from the ground. You know what I
oh,
mean?
I never
It's like
thought
a
about that.
yeah. I don't
That
think I
makes a
don't
lot
think
of sense.
any amount of dirty electricity leaves more than good electricity comes inside of us. It's like an even distribution. But that
That makes a lot of
distribution is cut
sense.
off when we have rubber soles. You know what I mean?
That makes a lot of sense, man. I don't like walking around barefoot, but your logic is sound. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Uh, it's just culturally not normal, but I mean, I'm
Yeah.
comfortable wearing shoes. I wear boots, but
Yeah.
your logic, man. I'm wearing boots that have rubber soles, so they
Yeah.
so they
Yep.
So what that means is I don't have a connection to the ground.
You're insulated.
Yeah, yeah, and that's not healthy. I get your
Yeah.
logic. You're right.
Yeah.
But again, I told you, I don't. My biggest, I call it a phobia. I
Yeah.
don't like the idea of bugs biting at my legs and my feet and stuff.
Yeah.
But you don't really have to deal with that because you're in the city.
Well, I mean, there's bugs everywhere, bro. I mean, dude, I've stepped on glass before. I've stepped on dog shit. It's rare though, but you know what I mean? Because it's weird once you start going barefoot. Like, dude, I'd say like I started noticing this probably like 6 or 8 months ago. So it took me over a year to really realize that it's almost like a sixth sense of where you're walking. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain, but like I don't know. It's like when I'm walking, like I can go hiking, bro, barefoot in the trail. I'm stepping on decent sized rocks. You know what I mean? Little rocks, big rocks, whatever, what have you.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just like I don't know. It's weird. It's like a sixth sense about how to walk on things without
I bet
hurting
you
myself.
subconsciously developed an extra sense to walk more carefully.
Yeah, dude, and it doesn't slow me down at all. So it's I can't really explain it, dude. But
I'm
the only
surprised it
time
doesn't slow you down.
the only time I'm really looking at the ground is when I'm hiking on trails where there's like a lot of grass and it's like summer. All I'm
Yeah,
looking for is to make sure I don't step on a snake. That's the only thing. That's really honestly, that's the only thing I'm really tripping on is stepping
yeah.
on a snake up in like the hills, you know.
Yeah,
But
what you're doing was probably normal a couple thousand years ago. I bet everybody did that.
it's probably normal a couple hundred years ago.
Not
Mhm.
sure, but definitely in the past. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, think about all the commercials they have push, getting the kids to rock those J's. In the 80s, they were talking about how kids were getting jacked for their sneakers and they just pump these shoes up like crazy, Yeezys and Michael Jordans. And then think about
yeah,
like women, how like if a woman doesn't have at least 10 or 20 pairs of shoes, she's just a piece of shit,
yeah.
basically, in the society. You know what I mean?
Oh, I've worked for wealthy people. I go in their house and they have rooms and rooms of nothing but shoes. The wife,
Yeah. Yeah.
I've seen that before.
So there's a movie called Earthing, right? And you can watch it on YouTube. It's free. And basically, this lady is saying that just like with most women, when they have newborns, the baby's crying uncontrollably and they can't figure out what it is. Is the baby hungry? Is his ear hurt? The doctors give you different explanations of what it is, but it's really hard to know what it is, right? Because the baby's
Baby's
not
not
hungry or
grounded.
anything. Dude, yeah. So the lady went outside and, she had like just a tank top on, and then the baby was like bare against her chest, and she was barefoot. And within like 10 minutes, the baby stopped crying. She realized that it was the baby was getting grounded through her body because she was touching the ground. She started taking the baby outside every day, and the baby never cried anymore.
That makes sense. I bet the sunlight helps too.
Oh yeah, most definitely, yeah. But you get grounded at night too, you know.
A lot of people don't even get sunlight anymore. They're sedentary.
I know. Yeah, moonlight's
Scared.
good too. Moonlight is good.
I don't know. I'm scared of the moon, man.
Really?
I avoid the moon. Yeah, yeah. I believe the. Now, hey, I could be wrong. I'm using the word believe because I don't know,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
suspect that the sun is good and the moon is evil.
No, I think they're both good in moderation.
Oh, I never thought about that. You think they're both good, huh?
Yeah, well, because actually the moon is female and the sun is male. Now, if
Yes.
we were on the old calendar, we'd be going off the moon cycle, which is a woman's menstrual cycle. That's why, me personally, I believe that's why we get the blood moons, is because it has to do with the menstrual cycle.
No,
Women's
I think
menstrual
you're
cycle
right
is
about all
aligned with the
that.
moon.
You're right about that, and I also think the moon is female and the sun's male. But
Yeah.
I suspect that the moon's evil.
Oh, really?
No, I just you never thought about that?
Yeah, I used to think something along those lines because, like, they do bad shit at night and everything, and they basically worship the setting of the sun. I used to think that they were sun worshippers, but I come to realize they're sunset worshippers.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, they even have the temple of Set. Basically, like that was supposedly
No.
Lucifer's name in the garden. It was Setinel, or they call them set for short. But yeah, the setting of the sun, because the sun when it's setting, it appears to make a cross on the horizon of the ocean before it sets, and it's like to them it's symbolic and literal. Like it's the dying of Jesus on the cross, and then basically like and he disappears, and then it's darkness. So they're like sunset worshipers basically.
I never thought about that. The connections, temple set and sunset. Probably the opposite of
Yeah.
sunrise.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
However, I do still suspect the moon is evil. Yeah, I don't have anything to substantiate this. Is just a vibe I got. An example is the sun makes the plants grow. Although the moon has an effect on life too. It might make some plants flower. I don't know, but anyway, generally though, it seems like the sun gives good warm energy, and the moon gives cold energy. Somebody said
Yeah.
the moon is just a nightlight. That's funny, but the moon gives us cold energy, and death is cold. Dead people are
Yeah.
cold, and but life
What you said
life
about the
likes
plants,
warmth.
there's actually hundreds of flowers and plants that only open up and bloom at night because they take the moonlight.
You're probably right about that. It has its place, but in general, though, yeah, you're probably right about. But generally, the moon is cold. It puts out a cool energy, and I think of it
Yeah.
like I think of it taking, because the sun gives energy to the world, and I think the moon takes energy, and it's like an electrical circuit. When the ground is the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
sun is positive and the moon is negative, and the sun is giving us the good energy, and the moon is like harvesting our energy. I can't prove that. That's just
Yeah.
my perspective. That's just
I think they're intrinsic with each other, and if one just existed without the other, we'd die really quick.
yeah.
You know
You're
what I
probably
mean?
right about that.
It's got to be that perfect balance.
You got to have
But
both
yeah,
good and evil.
I think
Yeah.
too much of either one, isn't necessarily good. Although obviously, I'd rather choose the sun for my energy than the moon. But um, I've always been a night owl. I always like going out at night. Um, I just feel more comfortable at night.
Me
It's
too.
weird. I've been doing that since I was a little kid.
Oh, I'm biologically a night owl. No matter how much I try to change it, like
Yeah.
I can get up early in the morning, and it's always a struggle. But I done it. I was in the military. I've worked many jobs. I've had to get up early. But as soon as I have a few days off, I'm up all night.
Yeah. 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 For sure.
I just can't help. And you know what? When the sunrise happens is when I suddenly get extremely exhausted. Once the
Me
sun comes
too.
up. Do
Yeah.
you know about that?
Yeah, I do. If I notice though, as long as I go to sleep before the sun comes up and it's still dark, I'm good the next day. But if I go to sleep and it's light out, I'm like screwed off for the day.
I noticed my natural sleep cycle, I'm a night owl, and there's two kind of people. There's early birds and night owls, and the early birds don't understand us. They think we're
Yeah, I
crazy.
know.
They think we're
Yeah,
just they think we don't understand or something. They can't imagine. But the thing is, I understand. They spring up in the morning, and they're full of
hmm
energy, and they're tired in the late afternoon, the early evening. I'm the opposite.
yeah,
When the
yeah. Me
sun,
too.
I get the further into the afternoon, I get more and more awake, and then
Yeah, me too.
you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, that when the sun
You
hits me,
cut
I
out.
just pass
You
out.
cut out there for a second, dog.
Hit the wrong. Sorry, I'm doing the. Yeah, I'm trying to say, when the sun rises, though, it hits me like a hammer, dude.
Yeah, me too.
I've really struggled with this, and I strongly believe I'm genetically, biologically a night owl. And there's no way to change it.
Yeah, could be.
I was working in a factory recently, and I was working the day shift, and they were short on both shifts. But I probably should have took the night shift. But I really keep trying hard to not be a night owl. But I just I don't want to be a night owl. But I mean, with the reason why I'm happy to be who I am, but I'm not compatible with modern society. That with the clock, it requires us to be
Yeah,
up during the day, and I'm just
I'm not
not.
either. I'm so
I'm not
bad, dude. Like,
biologically compatible with that.
yeah, me neither, bro. Like, I can't. I'm so bad at sticking to appointments or anything during the day with anybody. Like, I'm the worst, dude. I'm so
Yeah, me
bad.
too. I gotta have afternoon appointments. Morning appointments are horrible.
Yeah, I can't do it either.
But
I especially
one of
don't
my
like being around all those people in the morning, dude.
all my best friends are early, they're the opposite. They're early birds. I'm the only one
Yeah,
in my circle that's a night owl.
yeah, that makes sense.
They all give me shit for it too, but they don't get it.
Yeah,
Dude, I've worked jobs where I'm on the day shift for a year and a half straight. But when I get a 3 4 days off, I'm up all night, man. I can't help it.
yeah, dude. I was a inmate firefighter for like almost 2 years. We had to get up hella early every day.
I respect that. That's cool, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, getting up and getting to the job is the hardest thing for me. But other people, that's easy. And when I do the job, I may be up there among the best. The job itself is
yeah,
not that difficult. It's just getting there. Other people is the opposite. They can get there and they can't do the job very well.
yeah. I think jobs are easy, especially when they're like just physical requirement jobs. They're pretty easy. Where there's not
Most
much
jobs
thinking
to me
involved.
are easy. Yeah, I've had some difficult. Most jobs are easy. It's just getting there is the struggle, man.
Yeah, pretty
I
much.
really probably should just embrace it and just work night jobs. I probably should just give up. Give up trying to be normal and just work at night. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I used to feel that guilt feeling of not being like a normal person in society for a long time, and just like I just came to a point where like there's nothing now that really makes me feel guilty about anything. And like, cause I used to like sometimes I'd wake up and like right before it was getting dark, or like be like, damn, I'm already like so old and I don't have like a permanent job, and like I don't have kids, and like I'm just wasting my life away. And like I used to have these little voices in my head, and
I
dude, I don't feel that. I'm like I kicked those things out a long time ago, dude. Mm,
Oh, I'm still going through that right now, buddy.
yeah, I think learning about the Morgellons really and these things in my body really made me like not give a fuck anymore. And
Ah,
like once I got over
yeah,
that fear, I just really
yeah,
didn't like because I'm like, dude, you guys are walking around with like nanofibers in you, and all you guys care about is like the latest thing on TikTok or like what's
yeah. We
going on
got
in
bigger
like
issues.
some bullshit, dude. You know what I mean?
We're under nano attack. We got bigger problems.
Right? We got
Bigger
bigger
things we're
problems
gonna
than
do.
these plays that they're shooting in other countries. You know, these films and stuff. You
Man, I
know,
don't
it's
watch
called
television, dude.
cinema verite.
I don't watch television or movies at all. I did watch a movie yesterday for the first time in years because I saw a clip on YouTube. It's called Extraction. That was a really damn good movie. Yep.
Was it? Was that about something in people's bodies?
What was it? What?
Was it about something inside people's bodies?
No, no, no. Actually, there's been a few movies with the same name, but the recent one about a mercenary that went to Bangladesh to save some drug lord's son. It's
Uh,
fiction. I don't like fiction. I
yeah,
like reality. But man, it was a damn good movie. I saw a clip on YouTube and I had to see that. I downloaded that. That was a damn good movie. But anyway, otherwise, I don't watch movies. That I saw that one like yesterday or the other day. But anyway, I haven't otherwise seen a movie in like 10 years, dude.
yeah. I think basically anything on the news. I mean, literally anything on the news or anything in the movies. The news is all fiction, and the things that are in movies, especially like Disney
Yeah,
movies,
it's
are
all
things
fake
that they
news.
took from the lost books of the Bible. They've watered them down and mutated them, and they sell it back to us. Something that's supposed to be free, they give to us watered down at a price, you know,
Right.
and they pervert it too. Like the
Hey,
sword and the stone and all those things are from the Bible, dude.
Hey, I do suggest you see that Extraction movie. The latest one. There's different movies of the same name that are unrelated, but that movie was great, man. But anyway,
Yeah.
I don't watch movies though. But you know, you're talking about the books in the Bible. This there was a book I that supposedly was about Jesus that's not in that they don't include in the Bible, so it's not official. But there's a I forget the name of it, but it's where Jesus was healing people of parasites. Have you heard about that?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I don't
yeah.
forget the name of
Dirty
that one,
spirits,
but
unclean spirits,
say what?
unclean spirits.
Yeah, well, specifically parasites. I forget the name of this book, but it was about Jesus, and I can't. I can't say that any of these books are true or false. I mean, I'm not the one to tell you it's the truth because I wasn't around
Yeah.
2,000 years ago. But it's a very
If it
ancient
wasn't
book.
even that long ago, you know what I mean?
Say what?
As far, dude, for all I know, dude, it could have been 200 years ago, bro.
Yeah,
And
I
our
know, right?
timeline's been completely restructured.
But okay, here's the thing. Jesus had a strategy in this book that it's one of these books left out of the Bible where he would say, if you have a vice, like you're eating something toxic for let's say 5 or 7 years, then that's how many days you have to stop doing it. If somebody was eating something unhealthy for 5 years, he has to quit for at least 5 days straight.
That makes sense.
Cold
Like
turkey.
fasting, you know?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. So, trip. So I've been basically like for the past maybe almost a year. I haven't gotten too deep into it, but I've spent hours and hours on certain days looking into it. And like, I think the key to understanding our past is right where AD and BC split, because all throughout school, you know, I didn't go to college. I got kicked out of school in 10th grade, so all my studies that I've done is basically self taught. But from what I've
All the
seen
most
in
brilliant engineers were self-taught. Yeah.
yes, what I've seen in schools and stuff is they're still teaching people that in BC they're still using an actual backwards timetable. So if somebody was in 400 BC and then 100 years later they're in 300 BC, people accept that nowadays. But like, who in their right mind really think that people in BC really counted time backwards? So
Yeah,
one
that's
thing is
funny.
just the
Yeah,
biggest
yeah.
lie. You know what I mean?
Well, also, what gets me is they used to use a different calendar completely. I think it was based on the moon.
Yeah, the Julian calendar.
The what
So yeah, it
calendar?
was based on the Julian calendar.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah.
So basically, from what I've surmised is that, dude, the BC switched over to AD right around the time of Julius Caesar being killed on the Ides of March, bro. Okay, so I think this is really significant because even the skull and bones, you know what that is, right?
Yeah, it's some college fraternity out of Harvard, right?
Yeah, it's Yale, but yeah, it's I
Oh,
would say it's the college fraternity. You know what I mean? It's like the top of the top, right?
yeah, presidents.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, their number is 322, right? So it has a lot of different meanings, but if you start looking at the English language, which is the language of fallen angels, all the letters are symbols too, right? Now you could take any of these letters and you can turn them any direction you want, or flip them upside down, or flip them backwards, right? As long as you don't stretch them out or take something from them, basically. Um, you so a C is like a dome, and a V is like a pyramid, right? So CV is 322 in the alphabet. Now, if you
Wow.
look at 322 in Roman numerals, and it looks like a skull and bones, right? Not just that, but I think the 322 is somewhere like right around either the last week of the year or the first day of the year that they believe, because that's when Aries is beginning, right? And that's when the spring equinox is too, right? So think about this. When you count down on New Year's Eve, you go 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Like 321, and then it's 322. Okay, so
Wow.
this is where I'm going with this. There's old Roman coin. You
you
could
see
Google
the
it.
pattern.
Yeah. So there's an old Roman coin. You could Google it. It shows up. You even heard probably that old scripture. Jesus like, give to Caesar what is Caesar's. Because whose face is on that coin? Caesar's. Give to Caesar what's Caesar's. Right. Caesar's face on that coin. The coin says. It says EID MAR. EID space MAR, right? That's supposed to stand for the Ides of March, bro. The date that he died on, right? Which is March 15th, which I think is the last week of the year. Starting from March 15th to 22nd is the last week of the year. That's what I believe. I might be wrong. I've heard a lot of people say April 1st is the first. I don't know, but I believe it's 3/22. So anyways, that's when Aries starts, right? So everything they do is inverse, right? So the starting of Aries, but they're going to call it die ram, right? Because Aries is the ram. So if you reverse the words on that coin, EIDMAR, you have ram die, right?
Yeah.
Are you following me?
I'm trying to follow you. I'm seeing you're decoding the pattern here. Yeah.
Yeah. So he died on the Ides of March, exactly 1 week before 3/22, right? And right around the time, maybe even on the time when BC split up to AD, right? Where I think that was a turning point right there of where they could, I don't even know if it was 2,000 years ago, like they say, like who knows? But I know
Yeah,
that
I know.
story.
I agree.
And even the accuracy of this story, I'm not sure, but there's so many different things in our culture and in other cultures that all tie to this. It's now trip on this. I see, like when I see newspapers and stuff like that, anything that unless you wrote me a handwritten letter and I know it's from somebody personal, anything I see that's printed on anything, when I look at it, it starts rearranging itself into like alphanumeric value. So I can't really enjoy anything I read because I'm just trying to decode it. So it's like
That's a good skill.
basically like this. The 6-5 is FE. That's flat Earth, right? In the alphabet, 6-5. Okay, so you got the 65 right there, or imagine the FE or FEB, right? So they've put a lot of time and effort into making people think that we live on a globe, right? So the amount of time, effort, money, blood spilled, I mean, like, dude, it's probably immeasurable as far as our minds could grasp every single lie that's been told and every single death and cover up and like, you know what I mean? Guilt trip. It's been going on for a minute now, dude. And we're talking like millions of people,
I'm
right?
sure there's a lot of bodies in the closet.
Yeah. So one way I think that these people justify what they're doing, I don't know. Some people call it white magic, lesser magic. Some people call it justification. But basically, I know basically all evil people, bro, who are high up, regardless of their religion or whatever, they all basically subscribe to one source, which is like, the setting of the sun. And basically they all subscribe to one belief, and that belief is this: if you don't know what's going on and you can't understand their things that they've encrypted and stuff, because they call it putting the truth in plain sight. If you take everything just at basically face value and not look deeper into it, and you don't know that the earth is, even though all your senses tell you we live on a flat, non-moving plane, if you don't know that and you believe them, then you deserve to get tricked and fall in whatever pit you fall in, right? Because they say on Judgment Day, or whenever they feel accountable, we put it out there. We put it out there for them, and if they didn't pick it up, then that's on them, right?
They try to absolve themselves of karma.
Exactly, bro. And you know what? This goes all the way down to like the lower level criminals. I'm talking about like just street kids that are robbing people because they need their fix, right? Like at my friend's recording studio, he messes with some degenerate people, right? And like some dude came over there and pulled a gun on him, and just like basically my friend's low hanging fruit, dude. He ain't gonna stand up for himself. Especially the gun's not even necessary, but dude pulled a gun on him, took some of his recording equipment, peeled him for his wallet right out of his pocket and everything. And I find out about it, I'm like, oh man, why you just give up yourself? Like, you're gonna have to kill me to take anything from me, and I know you're not gonna do it anyway. So basically, like, this person and a lot of people like this will justify them robbing my friend, even though they don't need to, right? But when people hit them up about it, they're like, oh yeah, well, you know, he said he was going to give me a ride, or he took my gas money, he never gave me a ride, and like, or he disrespected. They have to say some reason. They can't just be like, yeah, I jacked the dude. He's low hanging fruit, and what? You know what I mean? But most people don't do that. They have to have some type of justification, even though it's not necessary. But it's something intrinsic inside people, even if they're really evil, right? So basically, it goes all the way up to the top of the pyramid, though. In their justification, they put the truth in plain sight. You'd be surprised how many times FE and 6.5 are encoded in our everyday language, and it's insane. So listen to this. The person that killed Caesar, his name was Brutus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've heard of Beware the Ides of March. Now, Brutus, isn't this Brutus? So this is funny right here. So if March 22nd is the first day of the year, or somewhere around that time, give or take like 5 to 7 days, most likely forward like into April, but around that time is the first of the year. That means February. The end of February would be the not all the way to the end, but like the last week of February would be the last day of the year, right? So, Trev, on this February, break down that word. You have Fe, flat Earth, Bru for Brutus, and then Aries, the ram.
Whoa. Wow, now I see how it all fits together.
Yeah. Trip on.
Yeah, dude. I once met a wealthy Jewish man who was in D.C. who was a mathematician.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't really elaborate, but I'm just trying to
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
you know, man, I think that these mathematicians are orchestrating a lot of the like what you're saying here. The language is broken into numbers, like you described, and that's one of the ways that's one of the ways they communicate.
Yeah. It's all shapes, numbers, and letters.
Yeah,
Or
signs
symbols.
and
Shapes
symbols.
or symbols, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah. And they do it, dude. They code stuff up. It's like there's reasons why things are called things. Like Dick's Sporting Goods, for instance. Like there's a reason why it's called Dick's Sporting Goods, and they're blatant about it. There's a reason why when you used to watch a cartoon as a kid, at the beginning of a cartoon, it would say Dick. And there's reasons why things are named certain things. Like newscasters have crazy, like they're putting all that stuff right there and mocking us, you know, and justifying what they're doing by doing that too. It's like a twofold for them, you know.
yeah.
It's almost like
You're
it wouldn't
talking
be
about
fun. It wouldn't be
gematria.
fun, huh?
You're talking about gematria.
Yeah. To a certain, yeah. I think just gematria though is too general and too narrow of a term for this. Like gematria is just one example. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just one example.
Yeah. So, because gematria isn't basically dealing with like things turning from something you could read into like a shape or symbol. Gematria is just an alphanumeric calculation and it
Yeah.
has different methods. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, I'm
it
just
doesn't really
saying,
deal with like
a
symbols.
lot of people have no idea. Like you say, they look at it face value or so. They don't know that when we're speaking in language, we're actually also speaking in numbers.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Everything. So, like everything has a. If you read the book that they took out of the Bible, about the Book of Solomon, basically, there's tables in there that are basically they're times tables, and they're like giant squares with a bunch of little squares in them, and they have rows and columns of everything lining up perfectly, and everything has its own hour if you want to succeed at something. So when it's like in one layer of the firmament you got like the watchers watching over us, which are like the stars basically, and then the other layer you got like the planets, which are like wandering stars, and then the sun and the moon are in their own layer, and all these things are like uh, a combination lock, right? That you took off the wall and you laid flat down on the ground and you're spinning it, but you're able to like look through it and look at all the different uh like 360-degree flat objects or dials, you know what I mean, all spinning together, and when they align up in certain increments, that's when you do a certain thing, right? And dude, it's like a times table. And now I realize like why the elite all do things at certain times.
Yeah.
Like if you don't really pay attention, you won't notice it. But if you start paying attention to like, because basically like the way to look at stuff is like if you're listening to a song and it's all heavy metal the whole song and then it breaks for like 5 seconds for whatever reason it's completely out of sync with it, then that's the key that you're looking for. You're not looking for what is without, you're looking for what's within, basically, or vice versa. I mean, you know.
Yeah. No, there's hidden meaning in all these things. Everything they do, there's hidden meaning.
Yeah.
And that's like that's part of how they absolve themselves of karmic debt or whatever karma.
Yeah. Yeah.
Diabolical.
Yeah. I think by knowing what they do, it's actually given me a lot more answers about my creator, though, because things that I couldn't figure out about the creator, all I do is look at them and I figure it's the exact opposite down to every single detail, the exact opposite. If you just find the opposite of everything they're doing in every situation, it seriously like shows you what the creator's intentions are for us. It's the exact opposite. It's so crazy, bro. It's
They
like the mirror
inverted
image.
it. But you know what's funny? You mentioned the watchers are the stars. You associated that, and I noticed if I go outside at night and there's a clear sky with a bunch of stars, if I spend some time out there and complain at the stars, something really random will happen the very next day.
Oh yeah,
Here's an
that's
example.
right, bro.
I had some stupid drunk charge, and it was ridiculous. And I forget what it was. I think I answered the door, and there's a drunken fight or something. Anyway, so I had to go to like court, and I ran out of time. Like I needed a letter written, or something to get me out of trouble. And so I went
Yeah,
outside and I started complaining at the stars. That very within hours, like that morning, late that morning, a friend I hadn't seen in years, like 5 7 years, he drove all the way from the northeast east coast, drove all the way
yeah.
down here, and wrote me a beautiful letter the day before I had to go to court.
Oh, that's cool, bro.
And that's just an example. I've had this happen to me a few times where when I'm in some kind of trouble or something, or I go outside and I just yell at the stars, and then something fucking sorry, pardon my language, something crazy will happen the following day. So yeah, you mentioned the watch. Yeah, I think the stars are watching us, like for real, dude. And there's power in the stars, and I don't know what it is, but it reminds me of the Truman Show. Where the camera dropped from the sky and it had like Sirius written on it or something. But you said it. You said the stars and the watchers or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, I think they're watching us. I'm not joking. And they have some kind of power that I don't understand. I gave you one example, but this has happened a few times with me, and it's something I very rarely do on a rare occasion. But so I kind of laid out a secret weapon, like a card up my sleeve there. But it's worked for me so far. Every single time, I've done this a handful of times, and every single time that I had a big issue in my life, I go outside and I just yell at the star. I live in the middle of nowhere, deep in the woods in the country, you know. So you might make a scene if you did this in the city. You know what I'm saying? But I just go out there and I yell at the stars, man. And then I don't know what'll happen. Something will happen. What do you think about that? You still there, buddy? I'm just talking about how you mentioned the stars of the Watchers. You still there, man? Anyway, I think it's got something to do with numbers, and I'm not sure what it is. But there's numbers in everything, man. I think we lost you there, Flatter Day.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? I was just talking
Oh,
about
sorry
the
about that.
stars. And I was talking about how you said the stars are the watchers.
Yeah, bro. They for sure are. They are, bro. And I think I'm gonna try doing that. What you said?
I was saying I live in the country, so I can go outside and yell anytime I like. But you live in the city, so you might cause a scene.
Yeah.
But I just go out
True.
there when I have a really big, challenging obstacle or something. Or obstacle is not the right word. A challenge is a better way of phrasing it. But when I have a large event happening in my life, I just go outside and yell at the stars, and then it's a really rapid effect. This happened a few times. I've done this maybe a handful of times, and in the very next day, something happens. I hope I'm not jinxing myself, but maybe I'm on some kind of random coincidence streak or something. But I highly suspect that the stars do watch us.
Yeah.
I figured that out by a random chance when I was desperate one day, and I was just upset, and I noticed it worked, and then I've done it a few more times.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that
Yeah, man.
for
I only
sure.
do this when I feel like I'm in some sort of trouble. It's the only times I've done that before. But every time I
Yeah,
did it, something super positive happened the next day.
that's right, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna have
I
to try
don't
that.
worship. I don't worship the stars. It's just something that I've noticed. I don't. It's not part of my belief system. I'm just sharing an observation with you.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt, bro. Yeah, totally.
I don't claim to understand it, but you brought it up. You said the stars are the watchers. What do you think about that? I don't know how it works, but I've zoomed in
Did
on
I cut?
stars.
Did I cut
I had
out
a
or no?
Nikon camera. What's up?
Oh, I thought I cut out real quick.
Yeah, I was just saying I had a Nikon camera and I've zoomed in on stars, and they look like pulsating geometry. I'm sure you've seen that on the internet, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
What the hell do you think those things are?
I don't know, but I've seen their counterpart actually on terra firma,
Oh,
not actually touching the
elaborate.
ground, but hovering above the ground.
What do you mean?
So, I've seen the closest thing that I can describe to the what they are as far as pulsating. Or like you describe those things when you close your eyes and
Yeah,
they like floaters or whatever.
yeah,
They aren't shaped like the floaters, but the way they move, like up real slow and then like they jerk down. You know what I mean? And then but it's slow. It's like they're not moving at a steady like one direction fluidly. They're kind of jerky, like in between, like being like glitchy or like jerky, where it goes like it suddenly stops and like goes a direction like real quick for a second. You know what I'm talking about?
Um, you're talking about floaters?
Yeah. So when you see floaters, they're going up real slow, and then they come back down, and then as they're floating down again, they jerk up again real quick. Like they're
Yeah,
not their flow is not completely smooth. You know what I mean? It's smooth for a second, but
yeah,
then it you know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah. So um, basically, this thing that I saw was doing the same thing as a floater. It would like
Huh.
rise up and then go back down, and it would jerk up again, right? So, but it was shaped like a something that's has a circumference with like maybe one or two other circumferences in the middle, like it almost dartboardish, right? But yet transparent too, and changing colors slightly, just to
Huh.
off earth tone colors, like from like off
Where'd you see
beige.
this?
Huh?
Where'd you see it?
So this is a trippy thing, is bro. I saw it from a giant web, bro. And the web where it connected to other parts of the web where it met, there was tiny white dots that I could see like in the sunlight, the way it was coming down, like the sunlight was just rising up and it was coming right through the tree, and I could see this thing. And I'm looking where the long strands are meeting, and where they meet, it's like a tiny white dot that like picks up light really well. And so with the P1000, I backed up a ways and zoomed in on it. And as I zoomed in on this thing, it starts turning. I'm zooming in on that thing is, and it starts getting bigger, magnifying, and then it turns into as I'm looking at it with my eyes, it turns into that thing that appeared to be like a star, but it was not pulsating like a star. It wasn't even pulsating. You know what I mean?
No. This just reminded me of something unrelated, but this is kind of unrelated, but it reminds me because it's like starlight, or like how stars are different colors and stuff. And I was in my friend's driveway sleeping in my car. I forget why. I think because he has a lot of dogs or something. But and they got on my bed or whatever. Anyway, I was sleeping in my car in the driveway, and in the middle of nowhere, and in a forest, and I saw a tall human shaped creature, like a it wasn't a human, but it was very similar, and it was kind of tall, and it was transparent, and it was like the starlight. It reminded me of the stars. You know how they're different colors. But it was mostly blue, and I could see through this thing. And I was sitting in my car falling asleep, and I saw it standing in front of my car, a few feet in front of my car, and it was staring right at me, and it was some kind of entity, and it was this I had a really clear view of this thing with my eyes, right? This was not
Mm-hmm.
my imagination. This thing was it was at night, and the stars and stuff were out, but um I saw some kind of spiritual person one time, and and we were having a staring contest, and but I was kind of sleepy, and I kept closing my eyes and looking at it, and I stared at it for like 2 hours, and the thing just kept staring at me, and I eventually just said, "Well, it's not moving, so I just go to sleep." But it was,
Yeah,
although it was transparent, it was not so transparent. Like, this thing was really there.
yeah, yeah.
You ever seen something like that?
Well, the thing that I saw, it was transparent, but it looked just like how a star looks, but in a way it didn't. Like when I zoomed in on it, it never it never moved into like the shape of like a hexagon or anything like a star shape does when you try to zoom in and out on it, right?
Yeah,
And stars are for the most part they're pulsing, right? But this thing wasn't pulsing, but it still had the circuit. It was really weird because it was like right when I zoomed in on the where the web meets, like I zoomed way in on it, that thing that I was looking at the spot turned into this thing, and then it started to drift up, and it went up and above me like 20 feet. So the thing's like probably like 40 feet away from, no, like maybe 30 feet away from me, and then like 20 feet in the air, right? And I'm looking at it in the backdrop. There's like an oak tree with the sun coming through, so I was able to see like really clearly at it. And it goes back down, and as I'm looking at it, it feels like it's another camera lens looking at me, or like some type of like artificial like
I bet it was a spirit.
ocular- you know what I mean?
I bet it was some form of some kind of spirit.
Yeah, so what I think it is I think spirit, electrical, EMF, um um what do you call it, metaphysical. I think they're
Some
all one
kind of
and the same
eye.
thing.
Some
Huh?
kind of eye.
I think it's all the same thing, or different. They're all things that are like all part of the same uh network that we don't belong to. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. There's like a grid, like a spiritual grid.
Yeah, the best example I could think of is when the one that they call Jesus, what he does is he gives a parable of somebody, and it's the only time he gives a parable, and he actually uses the people's names, the rich man and Lazarus, how Lazarus just got the scraps, and then from the rich man's table, and when he died, he was up in heaven, and the rich man was down on earth or in Hades where it was really hot, which I think is one of the levels of hell. It's not the farthest level, but it's one of the levels like where the volcanoes come from. And basically he says, "Hey, I'm so thirsty. Would you just dip your finger in water," indicating like that Lazarus is up in heaven, standing in water, looking down. And he goes, "Dip your finger in water and just put it on my tongue." And Lazarus goes, "Dude, there's a chasm fixed between where I'm at and where you're at. Where if somebody from here wanted to go there, or vice versa, you wouldn't be able to. It's physically impossible." So he's describing like the barrier, you know what I mean? And basically, it's a pretty good example, I think, of like a description of that's even in the dumbed down version of the Bible that you could see as one of the bones that they throw you for flat Earth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the stars are hooked into some sort of spiritual grid that we don't really are not really normally perceptible to us.
Yeah, like basically like what was I gonna say? Never mind, bro. I forgot what I was gonna say.
You're talking about like a chasm between the spiritual world.
Yeah. So like they can't do what we do, which is like what they want to do the most which is like, hook up with women and have kids, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not able to do that unless like they so I don't know, somehow maybe possess a person, but even then it's still not the same thing. So like they're really envious of us, but yet they know us way better than we know ourselves, as far as like they've had thousands of years on earth and they've listened to the tongues of angels, so they know basically they can perform these false miracles, like go to a psychic and give you answers about what your grandpa did to prove that you're really talking to him. Like they can do stuff like that because they've been around, but they can't do anything like answer a future question. Like if the person who's getting a palm reading, instead of asking about a loved one that died, were to ask about what our son who's a baby now is going to be when he gets older, they won't be able to answer futuristic stuff, right? And so the only way they're able to do these things, it seems like, oh, how do they know how to do that? Is because they're running off an algorithm. Basically, they have all the information collected for the past however many thousands of years, and they're just using the pattern of it to generate what's coming ahead. You know what I mean? They can't actually guess it, but they do know everything that's happened up to this point because they've been around a long time. You know what I mean?
Man, you're laying out some heavy, deep spiritual stuff, man.
Does that make sense though?
Yeah, yo, I'm tracking, I'm following, man. You laying out some heavy shit. Never thought about that.
Yeah, it's all like, dude. There's an explanation and a logical thing for everything, even for what people call phenomena.
That reminds me of that entity that I just shared with you. That one time I had that staring contest, because they're very patient. Because, like you just said, they've been here for thousands of years.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, like our time and everything, and the way we perceive everything, it's like it's not like their thing at all. You know. How like even NASA talks about time space or space time. Everything NASA talks about are all the terms that like Carl Sagan or all these pseudoscientists have put out there. They're giving us half truths and everything. Even with extraterrestrials, they're giving us half truths. Like, you know what I mean? What they're doing is they're convoluting the truth with like these make believe planets that we can go to in outer space and all this stuff, and like aliens on other planets and everything like that. Whereas really the planets and the stars are really just, either dirty or clean electricity. They're either fallen angels or angels. You know what I mean? And so there's no way we can go to them. They're not like a land we can inhabit. Basically, they've taken like you know what I mean, an entity that they worship because it has special powers, and they've actually made it a land, in people's minds that they can go to. You know what I mean?
Trippy, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, if we were to ever actually get close enough to land on one of those things, we'd probably get electrocuted.
Man,
we wouldn't land on them though. They land on us. You know what I mean?
You got me thinking about ghosts, man.
Well, think about it. Like, if everything they say is the exact opposite, if it's inverted, then instead of us being able to go to outer space to other planets, it would be them coming to us and inhabiting our body. We're their outer space. They're not our outer space. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Man, you got me scared now. I'm thinking like I hope I don't become a ghost someday.
No, you
Yeah,
will
well,
die. You surely will die. That's the promise.
yeah. I don't. People
The
don't
only
have a
one,
choice.
the only one who tells you you're gonna live and you're not gonna die is the same lie since the beginning. But you're surely gonna die. Trust me.
You
But
know
then
what
it's
though? I don't even necessarily believe that, bro. I don't know that for a fact. You know what I
and
mean?
read your Bible.
I'm just saying, like, although every single thing that's ever like we've ever talked to since we've lived has told us that we're gonna die. I've never experienced death, so I can't say for sure exactly the definition of it or if I'm going to go through it.
But
You know what I
but
mean?
Oh,
someone did.
I've died before. Yeah.
But someone did.
Hey,
I mean, I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying, I don't know.
hey, I died before and I was outside my
Smurf,
body, so I
Smurf,
believe.
Smurf. I already told you. If you have died before, you would not be here anymore. Okay, so you have
Hey,
not died.
well, okay, you're probably right. What I mean is, I've been outside my body though before, so I believe in.
Yeah, me too. But I know that
Yeah,
this is because I was still connected to my body. My body was functioning. But once this
yeah.
body is dead, you're dead. That's a promise, you know.
I was just saying. My point is, I believe that we're in this place like in a temporarily. We're just temporarily in this experience. Is my point.
And regarding these deceivers giving us half truths, which, you know, yeah, there is a certain half truth in certain things, but these people do not do this on purpose most of the time, because if they would actually know the truth about the creator and the very thing why they're here, they wouldn't do the things that they do. Because if you would really understand and ever tasted who the creator is, then you would do these dark and evil things that they do. But
I think you're right.
since they deceived, they do what they do. And I mean, it says in the scriptures that he will send them strong delusion. You know, whoever has pleasure in unrighteousness.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there.
Yeah, so it says, and with every wicked deception directed against those who are perishing because they refuse the love of the truth that would have saved them, for this reason, the God will send them a powerful delusion so that they believe the lie, in order that judgment may come upon all who have disbelieved the truth and delighted in wickedness. Which makes a lot of sense now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's happening.
So there is a certain point where you know the creator says, you know what? I give you over to your carnal mind and you can have your pleasure in unrighteousness.
I kind of want. Sorry, I kind of wonder how we got here into this world, physical world. You know, because I believe we're spirits. We were just talking a lot about spirits and stuff, and this is like a fallen world, right? I mean, you know, did we
Yes.
come from heaven and we go back there? What do you think?
So what I think is you have been created in his image, and once you know two people, or once the man who was created in his image, who had free will, which was Adam and Eve, the man, you know, the man and the woman. They both were already with the Most High. You know, he was sometimes going around them. They were connected to him, but through free will, they chose to do their own thing. You know, and then death and sin entered the world, and yeah, man was on its own. You know, building things on the land and so forth without being in a relationship to the Most High, to their Father. And yeah, that's just how it went on. And then, and in the at the end of the scriptures, you know, the truth comes down, which is the son, his only son, who then dies, and he reverses this curse in order for people to have a relationship again with the father. Actually, pretty simple. It's actually very logical why he did that.
When you say that sin entered the world, is it possible that, because I don't know where the Garden of Eden was, if it was in this world or not, and you're probably right that sin entered the world. Is it possible that Adam and Eve, when they were casted out of the garden, is it possible that they then entered this world, or was the garden in this world?
The garden was in this world, yes. It must have been, because they were made from the soil of the ground, right? The first man.
That's right.
But it's just all about the relationship that was destroyed because they chose to disobey their father, right?
And okay, so before they got in trouble, took the fruit and cast it out and all that. Before that, there was not sin in the world. Yeah.
Yes. Before that, there was no sin because it was not committed yet.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
See, once they ate, it brought that forth. So by not eating, you can reverse it.
Haha, that's funny. We were just talking about fasting. Yeah.
Like you cannot reverse it since your ancestors, who are Adam and Eve, have done it. You are already born a sinner, so there's no reverse. The only thing that can reverse it is the repentance and the receiving of the Holy Spirit, which was, given to us on the death on Golgotha, and that can get you back into a relationship with the Father, because the mediator is the way, the truth, and the life. That's his son. He's like a umbrella that took all the wrath that you and me and everyone else in here should have actually taken ourselves.
That's very logical. Yeah.
Yeah, it is simple, man. There's nothing scary or complicated. People just tend to be scared like Adam and Eve in the garden and still try to hide because they think they need to. People think they will lose something once they get back into a relationship with their father, but actually you will gain everything and things you have not yet known of. That's the thing that I want to make people understand, but they seem to, be still in this hiding place in their life, in this fear of, oh no, I'm gonna have to leave things behind me and my whole life, and well, it's the same with flat Earth. It's just it's just the most important understanding of truth. And yes, you will lose friends, you will lose things, you will need to sacrifice things. But trust me, once you lose these things, they will actually make you free. Once you lose your life, you will actually gain life. And when you really tasted life, you can also taste death with no problem.
Very wise. When we talk about how we were born sinners because of what Adam and Eve did. When I think about it, I think of it like a crime scene, like our ancestors, Adam and Eve. It's like they did something, and it's like a crime scene happened, man. And I'm trying to figure out what happened. And I feel kind of bad or guilty that our ancestors brought sin into the world.
Yeah, that's good, man. Me too. But I mean, not anymore. But I once did. Yeah, I realized that, and then I saw myself. Myself. When I started reading the Bible, I really saw myself, and or always hid from the truth of my heart and how things are very wicked within me, right? I'm not better than anyone in this world. I'm not even better than some Bill Gates or some crazy Satanist or whatnot. The things that I have done, even if they're maybe in a smaller scale, have still contributed into the sinful society that we live in, right? Has contributed to hurt someone or has contributed to make this world a worse place, right? Because of the decisions that came out of my heart. So I realized I myself, I'm not better than anyone. So I need to repent and get right with the Creator before it's too late.
It's
As
very
simple
wise.
as that.
We've all contributed in different ways, including
Yeah.
bad ways. We've all done this.
Exactly. I mean, if it's just making and someone else cry or be hurt because of our words or whatnot, right? It's just as little as that, but that's already breaking the law, right? And that's already contributing. And that's why it's actually being a hypocrite if you point out to other people in the world that maybe more evil in a bigger scale, but still you can see the same um, construct of wickedness within the heart that you also have as a potential, right? I mean, do you think once you get a lot of power and money that you won't try to keep it in a certain way? Or do you think you will be the nice hippie or whatever that's gonna bring world peace through the power of money and wealth that you have? No, trust me, the wickedness of your heart will overcome you because you yourself don't have the strength to, you know, be that what you first have desired to be, you know?
Yeah, that's heavy, man.
I know.
I'm trying to be what I'm happen to be. People want to take my life away. Many men.
Oh yeah, that's happening too. They're trying to get rid of as many people as they can.
But hey man, it's really, I can only promise everyone who you know maybe heard what I said, it's not um a scary thing to let your life go for him because then you gain everything. And I'm not just saying this as a phrase or something, it's literally what it is. It really sets you free. There is no other freedom. Like I've been through so many things, new age, uh Buddhism like things, meditation, whatnot. I listening to frequencies and so I try to find peace, being highly addictive to cannabis and other substances. But I couldn't find peace in this world because it's not just how it works, unfortunately. No,
Oh,
it's
I've been through the same, except I never got into meditation. But otherwise, yeah, I've been through all the same. Yeah, still can't
yeah.
find the peace.
That's what I'm saying. The only truth you can find is which came from above into the earth and really told you the simple things you need to do in order to be free, which is take up your cross, deny yourself, and follow Him.
You laid it out very logically, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, I tend to make it simple because at the end of the day, it is simple, right? You don't need anyone to do this. You don't need a pastor, a church, some guru to tell you to do a ritual or whatnot. The only thing you need is maybe the book and the author and a room for yourself where you can talk to him. But no, you don't even need
What book is that, bro?
huh?
What book? You said all we need is the book. What book are you talking about?
The Bible and the author.
Which Bible though?
Doesn't matter whatever translation suits you. I would not suggest I mean there's certain translations in English that are really bad. Can't really point out what they are exactly because I read my Bible in German. So I could only suggest you in German what you could use, but you know, um,
Are you talking about the books that they took out of the Bible?
you also don't actually need the Bible to repent. The first thing you actually do is acknowledge what is within you and then talk to your father, right? And let it just like put everything in front of him. Tell him every little dark thing that you have hid behind everyone, but you know it's in your brain, you know you're aware of the things you did, and you're gonna tell him that. And once you open up the book yourself, instead of waiting him to open up the book at the end of time, okay, where you open up every thought and everything you did, you're just gonna open up yourself in front of him in order for him to carry that burden and set you free. And then you're gonna say, I'm giving you my life and my trust and my heart and everything that I own, so you can own me in a sense. Which is just total surrender. You're surrendering in front of your king, who is above. And you don't need the Bible for that, but the Bible will certainly help you further on in a moving along as a soldier to be protected as having a shield in this fallen, rotten world. Okay.
Man, I really appreciate this. I don't know what to say. Nobody's spelled it out like that.
Hey, no problem, man. I appreciate you even more to, that you appreciate this and that you're listening. That's just nice,
Hey, where
Nice to
are you
hear.
from?
From Germany.
Oh, okay. I knew you were from Europe. Yeah.
But it's not about me, I don't. I always try to point that out. The only reason why I tell you this is I just want to have people experience the same joy and love and forgiveness that everyone can have, right? Why should I keep my mouth shut about the greatest thing you can receive in life?
That's really cool, man.
You are cool, man, for listening. I appreciate that.
Well, thanks, bro. Yeah, I probably should try your strategy. I haven't tried that.
Yeah, it's all about realizing the state that you're in, that you're hopelessly lost and you can't save yourself and you can't be your own Godhead or something like that. That's just the realization, being humble in front of the king who is actually the king of this world. Everything else that you will find in this world is just there by the adversary to help you to hide even more. I
Wow.
see many people that, come up with all these theories about life and, all these very pleasing ideas like reincarnation is very pleasing to the flesh because it sounds like that there is no real consequence to anything, or you don't really die, you just
what
move
did you just
on.
say? What did you just say?
I said there's many pleasing theories about life and death. For example, reincarnation, where you don't really die really, and you have no consequence of your doings. The same thing as you don't really die and you move on, and so forth. Or all the other religions that are in the world, you just do good things and you go up into a better state, heaven or whatnot, or paradise. It's all a smoothing and pleasuring lie to feed the carnal mind in order to keep you still in a hidden state or hiding state from the creator, because you're afraid actually of the truth of the things that are so simple and laid out by the truth that came into the world and died for us, who said there are two paths: the broad path which leads to eternal destruction, and the small narrow path which leads to eternal life. And people tend to hate this. They don't want to hear this because they know within, because the law is written upon their heart, they know who their creator is. They're just like sheeps hiding in the bushes and don't want to get back to their shepherd. You know, we are all sheeps and we all run in different direction and lost the voice. But we still actually know who the shepherd is, but we don't want to come to him because, you know, we have pleasure in our hiding state, because then we can keep our carnal mind and the things of this world that we consume and fill up with. But there is going to be a consequence for that, you know. That's just the insurance of it all. There is a consequence to life. You cannot do things without consequences. It's the same already here in your normal life, right? If you do certain things here on earth while you're still alive, there will be consequences. So also there will be a big consequence once you have left your body. It's just a promise of things. But like I said, the good thing is, if you realize that you're in a hiding place, in a hiding state, just stop hiding, you know? Just stop carrying your own burden. Go back to the shepherd and tell him the problems that you have, all the things on your heart and mind and soul, and let him carry the weight. And tell him you wanna be you wanna be led to the green grass, to the flowing waters, to the nice green valleys, and nothing can harm you, you know? Because you don't own yourself anymore. You're part again of his flock, or whatever you call it in English. Herd. Big herd.
It's really heavy, dude. Guess it all began with Adam and Eve, huh?
Yeah, it all began with the first man, which is Adam and Eve, or man and woman.
There's no way to reverse what they did, is there?
Yes, that's why the truth came into the world, right, and died on the tree.
Oh, right. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's how we reverse it. He reversed it, you know. That's why the adversary hates it so much, because he knows it's essentially the key that sets him free. That's why he has produced all these bushes to hide behind, whatever religion or crazy New Age movement or whatnot it might be. He has created so many distractions just to keep you away from that one simple truth that I'm talking about the whole time.
Yeah, I really like how you explain that the adversary has created all these different ways to hide from God. The whole world
Yes.
is nothing but different ways to hide from God.
Yes. If it's through substance, if it's through people that you know, or if it's through the things you idolize, maybe a nice car and a good job or whatnot, there are many ways to hide. Yeah. And trust me, the more someone in his life has hidden, the bigger the walls that he built to hide behind, the more aggressive and the more dramatic the reaction sometimes can be, when you look at street preachers, how they get attacked and whatnot. You can preach Buddha on the street, you can preach Muhammad, but the reactions that you get when you preach the truth on the street, you cannot compare it with anything else. If you ever watched street preachers,
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that.
I mean, there's a reason why he himself said they hated me first, So no wonder why his herd is also being hated, or his followers.
Oh yeah, they like to shoot the messenger.
Yeah. I mean, that literally happened in the past time, right? Some people shot because of what they said about the creator.
What's confusing is this world is a place of good and evil, but we're made in the image of God, and God is good. So I get kind of mixed up about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like like how sin entered the world. All people were born a sinner. Everyone has the free will to do good and evil. You can every day you can decide to do good and evil. It's your free will. The same way as the adversary had the decision to end his job as a son of man, as an angel serving the Most High. He was casted out because he chose to do his own stuff, and also the Creator gave him free will to do that. So yeah, I mean, if there wouldn't be good and evil, there would be no free will, right? If he would force people instead of letting them have their free will, he would be a dictator, right? Instead of a creator who created free will. I think I know it sounds hard to like comprehend sometimes, like why certain things happened the way it happened, but at the end of the day, what we need to realize, we are the creation within the frame of the created place that we live in, flat Earth, and so forth. And he is the creator, so we will never know his ways exactly. We will never know his thoughts, and we don't know what he has yet to, imagine to do or seem to do, whatever. Because we are limited creatures, and essentially we do not have we don't sit in the authority seat of saying, why do you do this and do you do that and why do you do it this way and so forth. I mean, you can ask and you can, maybe you get an answer. I'm not saying that's not possible, but you can't make yourself the judge about why he does the things the way he does them. That's just not our position. We don't have the credibility to do so. No one has.
Yeah, there's an aspect to them that's they say incomprehensible, but we may not be as smart as God.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no chance that you can compare it to the creator. I hate saying creator because creator, yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but think a little bit about it because we're made in the image of God. So, but we're like small. In the Bible, it says we're like grasshoppers to Him.
Yep. And the earth is his footstool.
Yeah.
yeah, I would say a lot of people underestimate the seriousness of what's actually happening because you're going to be accountable for all your deeds and actions. So choose your actions wisely.
It's scary.
It should be scary because, well, yeah, it depends on the life you chose and the actions you chose and whether you worship the physical world or whether you know what's actually happening.
But the good thing is, even though you're a sinner and you have committed all these things that are an abomination towards the Creator and which are worthy of destruction, which is paying with the second death, eternal death. The great thing is someone took that place, as if you would imagine a lawyer taking your place in court and saying he is, the debt have been paid and he is free to go, which is the truth that was crucified on the tree. Yahushua Mashiach, he paid the price in order for you to be eternally saved. Because you yourself cannot do any work to do so. He is the one who did the work that has been finished. I mean, he himself said it's finished. So you need to accept the finished work. If you want to do your own work, go on, but that will not lead to eternal life. That's the simple truth. We cannot do anything about the situation we're in. We can accept the one who has brought us.
Wait.
free.
Hey, how do you know what leads to eternal life or not, though, bro? How can you definitively say that?
The way, the truth, and the life, the one who has
Yeah, okay, that's
proclaimed
fine.
it.
You're just
Tells you
repeating stuff.
there's a manual for it. There's a manual for it.
There's one man who claims to be the way, the truth, and the life. He gave me the spirit of truth. He certainly made his dwelling place within me, and I know that he's real, and I know that once I'm gonna die and stand in front of the Most High, I'm gonna receive eternal life. Because of what he has done for me. It's not because of my own righteousness. I'm a sinner who actually should have been destroyed because of the things that I've done. And I've done very wicked things, okay? A lot of wicked things. But because he has taken that place and he has taken my sin, the wrath of my sin upon his head on that day that he was crucified, I can be free forever and ever and be in a relationship with the Most High in eternity.
We should be happy for a 50-50 chance with we all know all the sins we've done so much bad, me, you, everybody, we all know what we've done, we can't hide it. So
Right.
like to act like we deserve this and deserve that, we don't deserve anything. We are so bad that we are lucky to even have a tiny chance,
Right.
unless you are completely sinless at this point forward.
But the good thing is, just instead of him opening the book about you, about the things you already know, maybe some things you have forgotten, but the most obvious things you know about this, the sinful nature of your state that you're living in. Why not open the book yourself here on earth already? Profess with your mouth the things that you have done. Give him the labor, the heaviness on your heart, soul, and mind. Give it over to him. Open yourself up and receive the gift of the Holy Spirit and receive the truth, the way and the life. And have already relationship here.
I'll ask the most crazy question where it's like, what's the most days you've gone without a sin? Probably 1 or 5 or 10. Like me would be 1 or 5. I don't even know. It would be less than 10 for sure. Like we all sin every day. We all sin every day, or we sin every third day, or we sin every 10th day, or whatever we do, sin all the time. Bad.
Yes,
We know it. We do it because we're in this physical world.
Yes. The thing is, as long as you're in your flesh, there's another law within the members of your flesh, which is sin. But you're just gonna. It's an ongoing repentance. And the thing is, the more you grow in a relationship to the Most High, the less tendencies you have to fall into certain sins. I mean, you can misuse his grace, right? And go back to your old ways of life. But there is a point where you're just gonna break a certain line. You should actually go forward and learn out of your mistakes and be a soldier and fight against the flesh and not just surrender instantly and say, these are just my feelings, so I need to do things based on what my carnal mind tells me to do. No, that's not how a soldier fights against this flesh corruptedness that entered the world. He wants you to fight, be a soldier, take up your cross, suffer. You will suffer because the carnal mind, man, trust me, it comes up with lusts. The flesh comes up with things that can be so crazy sometimes. But there's always a way out, It's the promise. There's always a way to escape, as long as you fight.
We have to strive to be better, and we have to strive to not sin. But to me, there's a sin scale. Once you involve another person, a second person, whether it be a theft, an assault, like there's self sin and there's sin that involves two people, like you hurting somebody. So there's a sin scale. Some people deny it, but yeah, like we all sin, but different people sin a different amount of times. So like, and yeah.
Yeah, I would just
But the
generally
best part
say.
is,
Mhm.
no, I was going to say, the best part is we're all going to be judged by our deeds and actions. So like everything evens out in the end. So it's a perfect world. It's ugly and disgusting, but in the end, it's a perfect judgment.
Yeah, but we are going to be judged, but you don't need to pay the fine, which would be the second death, when you accept the work that has been done on the tree by Yahushua Mashiach. If you accept it and he has taken all the wrath that you would have deserved as a penalty, you're free. You're free to go into heaven. And you already, once you have established a relationship already on earth, you're going to have a relationship with the creator in eternity. As simple as it sounds, it is as simple as it is. But some people, they stop at a certain point and they cannot acknowledge the work that has been done because they think they themselves need to do something. Because, how can I accept something free? That's too easy.
Do you believe in works or faith or works and faith?
No, just faith alone. There is no work I can do. There's nothing I can work for myself that would justify anything because the work has already been finished. What greater work than he has done should I would discredit the work he has done if I would say, okay, I'm gonna something that makes it a little bit more better about myself. No. So if he's already finished the work, isn't it a discredit by my thinking to say, oh, I'm just gonna increase through my work my salvation or something? No, that's not how it works. But there's gonna be work that comes automatically through repentance and through receiving the Holy Spirit
A lot of
by
people,
him, because you becoming a part of the body of the Messiah. You're gonna have certain you're like a tool that he can use, like we would use a wrench to tighten something or whatnot. He's gonna do great work through you, but you don't do the work. He is doing the work through you. Either if you're someone who's preaching on the street, or if you're someone who goes out to sick people, addictive people, and tell them the good news, or whatever he's gonna use you for as a tool. But thinking that you yourself, out of your carnal mind, out of your earthly thinking, can create good things or good works that would contribute to your salvation, no, that's vanity.
are are you accountable for your deeds and your actions? Yes or no?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I just drink something. Can you just quickly repeat
Are
it so I can
you
answer?
are you are you accountable for all your deeds and actions?
I'm accountable for it, but once I apply the blood that was shed for my, for the things I should have been be accountable for, I'm set free.
So
It's
it's a yes or no. Are you yes or no? Are you accountable for your deeds and your actions?
no, not anymore. But it depends on how.
What?
It depends on
See,
what.
there's some.
It depends on what scale you're gonna look at it. I mean, am I accountable for the things that I do on Earth when I don't know, talk to someone the way I talk to or something like that, or am I
Yes,
accountable for the sins I do until Judgment Day?
yes, 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 both.
Yeah, I mean, in a certain way, I'm accountable, right? But once I
Yeah,
surrendered,
my point. My point is that if you are accountable for your deeds and actions, then it is works based. Also,
Yeah, but I'm not accountable anymore because
because
I'm under
you you
his
are
grace. No.
you will you yeah, if you do something bad to somebody, you're going to be accountable for that, and you're like not automatically forgiven. Like,
Yeah, but
yeah, I guess it's a
that's not 1 second. But if I if I do something to someone, whether it's bad or good or whatnot, it's not changing the state of my salvation, doesn't it? I mean, I'm a
So do you
sinner.
mean that you can believe in God and Jesus and then go and knock out somebody at the bar and then come home and be like, still a good Christian and I believe in God, blah, 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 blah. No, you're
No,
going to be
no.
accountable for knocking that guy out at the bar and you're going to have to face judgment for that action.
No, but listen, you wouldn't do that in the first place because of the spirit that you receive. The spirit you receive, the spirit of truth, can't even make you actually, at least for me, he took away my swearing even. And I could not imagine. I mean, even before I received that spirit, I never punched anyone in my life because that was something I find highly disgusting to lay hands upon someone else. I have never done it and I will never do it. I also was never punched in my life from someone else. So I don't know even these things. But I can certainly say once you receive the spirit of truth, you will not be able to punch anyone. It's just not the nature
Yeah,
of this spirit that you receive.
I would agree with that. I agree with that. Like, when they say the Crusaders were Christians and they murdered people, it's like, no, a real Christian wouldn't murder somebody. There's
Yeah.
no way. By him murdering somebody proves he's not a Christian. It's that simple. Like,
So
it's so simple. Like,
Brembo just actually said the perfect thing here. If the spirit is not of your own, which is from the Creator, it does not what is contradictory or what is contradictory to what is being said in the scriptures. You know, so the same spirit that gave the people that wrote down the things the Creator wanted to have been wrote down will not contradict itself through the things that it does in this world, already. So if a Christian is punching someone else or having a fight with someone else, you can be pretty certain that he has not yet received the Holy Spirit. It's not the fruit of the Spirit to punch someone.
agree. You can tell people by their actions. Like, they say they're Christian, but they wear a mask or they do these other things.
Yes.
Like, you can
Yeah.
easily tell who's a real Christian or not. Like, it's so easy. like
By the
it's
fruits,
easy to tell. Oh, yeah.
you will know them. And the thing is, okay, many people tend to say they're Christian, but they have never experienced the Holy Spirit or ever received it. They just truly believe that they believe, okay? That's actually the thing that is going on. But once you receive that Holy Spirit, you're not a part of this world anymore. I don't see myself as a part of this world. I'm not here to please man anymore. I'm not here to have a treasure here, I do not own anything. And my place is not here. My place is I want to go to his kingdom, which is above. Um, and I can, I see the fruit within myself. I'm not. I can't swear anymore. For example, I don't. I mean, there's certainly still things within the carnal mind that you cannot like that are instantly gone. Like lustful thoughts or whatnot. It's just there is a war between the flesh and the spirit, but there's obviously fruit that happened in my life once I was saved that I can't describe. I can't describe to you why. Certainly, from one moment to the other, someone like me who used to use the F word at every end of every sentence
No,
I talk.
I
It's not a
totally
coincidence.
understand. That's why. No,
Yeah.
I've heard you talk many times It was like we have the same pretty much beliefs, whether it be faith and works and faith. Like I'm not like it. I don't care even if we believe different. Like I still support 100% of what you say. And although some people might jump in and say, this is not biblical and blah 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 blah, but all debates are God versus atheism. So I understand if there's new people, but in the end, like this is the most important topic, like salvation or judgment or like
Yes,
being good, doing us right. So I agree with everything you say. I'm not, yeah.
it is the most important thing. It's about death and life. It's about death and life, literally.
Yeah, that's why we're here. It's a serious topic. A lot of people come in, they don't understand how serious this topic is. It's a joke. It's just one random topic, but it's a flat Earth slash God slash how the world works slash
Mm.
your whole eternity and the meaning and purpose of life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like, yeah, Globers underestimate the importance of the topic. They underestimate the research we've done. They estimate our knowledge. They estimate like everything. They have no idea. They're clueless. So yeah,
And I would highly recommend a movie, if people have not yet seen it. Um, it's called Tortured for Christ. So you have an idea how far people
yeah.
actually have gone in the past because of that spirit within them. They would not give up, even
But
on the face of being tortured 25 years and in a little cell. They would never deny their savior. And that's, for me, something it's something you cannot find any other explanation for why someone would be like that.
the question would be like, would you take 3 billion? Would you take $5 billion? Or would you rather know the truth and have God? Or would you rather
Yes.
have 20
I tell you,
billion
man,
dollars or have God? Like I would rather
they,
have God than any amount.
they could cut off my hands and arms, and my
Exactly.
legs, but I will never deny the one who saved me, because they can kill my flesh, certainly, but they can't kill my relationship, and they can't kill the spirit.
Yeah, they could offer me like $100 billion and I would deny it because 80 years of life is not worth eternity.
Exactly. They could put me on that. The thing is, okay, this is interesting, right? I can't certainly say if it's going to be in our lifetime, but there is going to be a time where you literally need to decide between the false Messiah, the one that the adversary has taken place, that unites all religions, where many of these lukewarm Christians, many of all the religions of the world will agree upon and worship as the real Messiah, even though he is the adversary in disguise, okay, who will unite all religions with the world leader and will make people take the mark or something to identify with. And everyone will be on this crossroad where they're going to decide either I want to live for the world and the pleasures of this world, or I will acknowledge the true Messiah that is yet to come. And I'm not sure if it's going to be my lifetime. No one knows. As far as the things are going right now, it could be actually in my lifetime, but
yeah.
again,
Like, when I was
everyone will get a chance. That is what I'm trying to say. Even though people now listening to me think I'm totally full of crap and don't know what I'm talking about, you will certainly get a chance by the Creator But if you now already understand, don't wait to get a second chance, because maybe this is the first chance you already had listening to this crazy dude on Discord, being as a tool, talking to this creator all the time. Maybe that's your first chance. Who knows? Not taking myself in any place of authority. I'm nothing, I'm nothing. I'm just a speaker, a Bluetooth speaker that he can use to talk to people. That's how I see myself. I'm nothing. I'm just a sinner who has been forgiven. And I'm a tool for the Most High.
Ask you a question.
Yeah.
When did you first hear about Agenda 21? What was the year you heard about Agenda 21?
I mean, Agenda 21 is as the same as New World Order, right? A system where all religion is united, where all governments are united.
No. One word answer. When did you hear about? What year did you hear about Agenda 21?
It was 2019, 2018, around that.
Yeah, I probably heard about it in 2011 or 2013 or 2015.
Mhm.
So what year did you hear about Agenda 2030?
I'll be honest with you, man. I have not heard about Agenda 2030 yet.
You got to look into Agenda 2030, because Agenda 2021 was what we just lived through the last 3 years. Agenda 2030 is potentially a secondary version of Agenda 21, or their final plan.
Is there another
One of their
word for
final
it?
plans. Like it's everybody knows about it. No, Agenda 2030. It's the same. Like it's there. I don't know. The videos might be different now because all the censorship, and some of them are all deleted. But
the thing is, before I was saved, I really tend to care a lot about what these people are up to. But since I know what the real winner is, who wins at the end of whatever they're trying to do, or who already won. Actually, I think he
I
already
agree.
won.
But
I don't.
every piece of information helps, because
Oh
that their goal was
for
Agenda
sure.
21. There's tons of videos, and that one of their main goals is Agenda 2030, and it's forbidden topic, whatever. Agenda 21, trucker lockdown, convoy, and then certain things prevented them from doing certain things. So Agenda 2030 is a major plan of theirs. Like, imagine how bad it's going to be in 9 or 8 years. How bad it's gotten in the last 4 years. Imagine how bad it's going to be in 8 years. How bad is it going to be? It's going to be horrible.
That's why I'm saying people. In the scriptures it says, "The hearts of man will fail them for fear," or I think it was something like that. Yeah, in Luke 21:26, man's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. Literally, trust me, the scriptures tell you, if you do not have a relationship with the Creator, you're gonna be living in fear. You're gonna not.
They do. They do.
There's nothing you can do against the adversary with whatever weird presumption you have about this reality. The only way you can be safe and protected against the things that are yet to come, and maybe the creatures that are yet to have been seen casted onto the earth, is only through the power of the blood that was shed. So whatever you might imagine to save yourself from, you can't do it yourself. Again, that's what it all comes down to. You can't do it yourself. You can't do the work yourself. It doesn't work.
No,
Trust me,
there's something in the higher power. It's out of my hands. Like, say I might get an injury, or I might get something happen, and then you're mad at that. But what if it's preventing you from, like, say, like, So you got a flat tire on the way to a movie or something. What if that flat tire prevented you from getting in a car accident later on? What if it was God preventing that car accident later? So like you're caught up in the, oh, I got a flat tire, oh, I missed the movie. But what if God was protecting you from something? Like
Yes.
there's angels and demons. There's a lot
Yeah,
of stuff going on that we don't see.
I had this actually occurring. It's interesting that you say this. I had this occurring like I think 1 month ago or something. I was trying to ride my bike, and for some reason, it just never happened to me. The chain for the bike, you know, the that you use to get forward. Is it called wait, Fahrradkette auf English? Bicycle chain. Yeah, I think it's bicycle chain. So it just broke, you know. Like it's a new bike that I have, brand new bike, like not even 1 year old or something, I think. And the bicycle chain just split in half. And I thought, I directly in my mind, okay, maybe, yeah, you don't want me to ride my bike today. And who knows? Maybe there would have been something where I would crash into the car would see
Exactly.
me or whatnot.
Like, what if you would have got? What if God was preventing you from getting hit by a car? What if
Right.
you would have, like, somebody would have mugged you on the way, or like there's like we live in the moment and we're like, oh, I got a flat tire, oh, it's gonna cost me $20, blah blah blah. Well,
Right.
what if it was a higher power protecting you from something? Like people have no clue what's going on. There's like, I'm not saying you don't, but I'm just saying a lot of people, like, they're just caught up in the moment, caught up in the physical. I lost $50. Da, 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 da. Well, what if, like, they're like, yeah, it's.
Yeah,
I
I would
know you get
agree.
it for sure. Like,
We should also be happy for the maybe in our presumption of things, bad things, should be happy for it, because we never know if this bad thing, what we might see as bad, maybe um, could have been actually something good in a way that we cannot see or know ever. You know.
yeah, a lot of things are going to be tests where you're going to be given this physical item, and how much do you worship this item, whether it's stolen, whether it's an idol, whether it's whatever. Like, how much are you connected to this physical $100 item, $1,000 item? What if you lose a $50,000 house? Like, are you going to be like
Yeah,
how attached are you to the world?
like in
And
the
God will
story of,
test you.
right, like he tested Job, you know, when
Oh yeah.
he when
Oh
he
yeah.
lost all his family members, all his riches, even got very sick to the bone, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, and the
But
devil's like, he's gonna turn on you. He's gonna turn on you. I'm gonna take
yeah,
his wife, give him diseases. He's gonna turn on you. And he never turned. He never went against God, no matter what came against.
exactly.
So yeah, be like Job.
Yeah. No better way to say it.
Yeah, like there, like I've noticed you or me or whoever talks about it, and then there's certain people who jump in and be like, "Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this meaningful conversation." Whether it be 10 people on YouTube, 40 people in live, like
Yeah,
this is like the most important topic.
yeah, the weird thing is, it's the same as with the preaching on the street. You know, I could talk about Buddha, Krishna, some kind of weird things, you know, that will not bring you any life, not bring you anything. You know, no one would care. Like, but if I'm not interrupting any conversation, no one would really care. Like, I could talk about this, but once there's certain people around and I talk about the biblical things, no, you can't do that. No, and I'm okay. You know, I mean, it's in the rules, I know, but I'm just thinking. I mean, as long as there's no conversation, anyways, why not just talk about something important? And so far, I haven't heard anything being, you know, annoyed or saying stop this, even a chat. So I guess people are actually interested in the conversation.
if
And on the other hand,
like
it's
you're in a different time zone,
yeah. And on the other hand, I'm trying
like
to point out it's a bit hypocrite. It's a bit a paradox, or that some people here. I sometimes listen to people midday talking about like spiritual things. What would happen when you die or whatnot, and no one really says you should not talk about this, right? But once you talk about the Bible and the Creator and so forth, then it's like, oh, you're trying to force this onto everyone. Stop doing that, and it will maybe hurt someone or offend them or whatnot. I don't understand the it's like a double standard somehow. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it just
there's
needs to
two
calm down.
situations. There's two situations where it's just flat earthers and you're talking biblical, and then there's a couple of potentially atheist flat earthers who are like, let's get it off biblical, talk flat earth, even though there's no globers. Or like yeah, I forgot the other one, but
Yeah, like I'm saying, I don't understand
but yeah,
how it's not.
like I was gonna say, say now, if we're talking, I just remembered, like, say if we're talking now, it's up to us to see if there's new people joining, and there's 4 new people, and we're talking biblical for like 20-40 minutes. That's wrong. The direction of the live stream is to stop the conversation, find new people, and talk about the globe flat earth. Okay, there's nobody new. You can talk about biblical, but then there's certain people who hate the biblical talk and who will be like, let's talk about flat earth, even though there's no globers in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so those are the two situations. Or there's 3. There's 3 when there's a glober. Yeah, so yeah. I finally I
I
forgot, but I
was
remembered.
listening. I like the biblical talk. I was just also falling asleep, but I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
like gonna I'm gonna be as direct as quick and possible. Like I don't go on for 5 minutes. It's just gonna be a 20-second like stab in the gut or what. Like that's the best explanation. Where you're like, it's gonna be quick and painful, quick and direct for me at least. But yeah,
man, I wanted to say something now, I forgot.
yeah, I did that. Like I said, I forgot what I was gonna say, but then I remembered, so I had to interrupt. But
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. It's very interesting. You guys talking about the Bible and
yeah,
good stuff.
even myself, I could remember. I'd like to listen back and see. Like even I don't know if it's been half hour or whatever. Like to me, this is the most meaningful topic. Is like the purpose of life, what it all means, why we're here, the judgment, the like all this. Like yeah, obviously when there's a glober, you got to find the glober and debate them about flat Earth and globe Earth. Like
Right.
I'll do that too. But obviously, like for you, you're in Germany, potentially whatever. It's whatever. Right now, it's like 4 a.m. Central Time. So the odds of a glober coming in at 4 a.m. Central Standard U.S. Time is very, very low. But if it's 6 p.m. Central U.S. Time, and you're talking biblical with 4 like brand new people, like you gotta go after the new people and introduce them. If they don't want to talk, you talk about whatever.
Oh, the only thing that's off limits is we're not allowed to talk about the latest psyop with the coughing, the 1-9 thing. 'Cause
Yeah.
servers, they shut servers down for that.
Yeah,
But what we do here is you can talk about anything else that's just because they shut the servers down for that. You can talk about anything here. It's just that when a glober comes here to debate, we shift our priority to the flat Earth and the globe debate. I think it's a debate server is what I think, So, but yeah, otherwise you could talk about anything, and y'all were having a really great. I was
Yeah,
somewhat falling asleep, but man, you were. This was a really great conversation. I was really enjoying listening. I stayed up all night, but went,
Thank you, Smurl.
but
But
yeah, like
you
they're
can.
like say on another server it used to be really active. Like we would talk, there'd be three flat earthers, we'd bullshit and blah 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 blah. But right when a new person would join, it'd be like, hey, do you have any glow proof? What's your glow proof? Like you can talk bullshit, you can talk cars, you can talk health, blah 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 blah. But right when a new person joins, it should be like, let's talk to the new person. Like that's one of the problems. Like people will talk for hours or 20 minutes, 50 minutes and not recognize that there's three new people. Like yeah. So yeah, like we're in a different time right now. Like it's 5 a.m. or whatever, but
yeah, it's like 6 in the morning on the east
so
coast
that's why
of
we're
America.
yeah, that's why we're getting that's why we're allowed to talk because there's no like I haven't noticed any new people, any like I can give them a role gaze, but so is it just a different time? Like we couldn't talk like this if it was 5 p.m. Central U.S. time because there'd be 40 people in live stream trying to redirect conversation or whatever. But
Yeah, what I just
or there
find,
would be or there'd be Globers.
what I just find a bit weird is that you can be an atheist and talking about some kind of spiritual stuff, even if the server is completely full, how maybe the creator works or whatnot. But once it's biblical, then you need to move in another channel. I've listened to a lot of conversation here where a lot of people were in here where people who do not believe the biblical scriptures just talked about their spiritual understanding of things or whatnot, and that was totally fine. But it's okay, maybe I'm just a
Yeah.
bit sensitive or
No,
whatnot.
no. Like I'm sure that when people say spiritual, I'm personally like, do you mean like godly or do you mean new age spiritual?
Spiritual is an
Like
interesting word because it applies spirit, right? So you can speak. People with thousands of demons can be very spiritual because they have a lot of spirits within them. But what is important is what spirit is dwelling in your temple. And I certainly know I have one spirit that is dwelling. So,
yeah,
um,
that's why
yeah,
I always
yeah,
direct it where like I direct it at the Abrahamic God. Like, do you reject the Abrahamic God? And usually they do. And that's a Glober,
yeah,
an atheist, or whatever. Like, the Globers hate the Abrahamic God. It's so obvious.
yeah,
Like,
because they are.
Globers hate God. Yeah, Globers hate God.
Hey,
It's so
hey,
simple. It's so
let me tell you about me, okay? I strongly believe so much, like I feel like I know that God is everywhere. But as far as the Bible, though, I wasn't there 2,000 years ago, so I'm kind of on the fence about. But I noticed though that the Bible seems to be, like the truth and there's wisdom. I don't really know, like, I just saying I don't know because I wasn't there, but when I compare it to all these other books, the Bible is clearly the superior book, you know what I'm saying?
Just know that you can know, okay? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Just know that you can know.
Hey, so hey, bro. You've talked about the Bible a lot right now, but can you give any examples of how of exactly what specifically you're talking about? Because you're saying like really general stuff, and there's nothing wrong with what you're saying. I'm just saying like basically you you've given a lot of of information, but basically, like, give some examples about like relating to some, so people can understand, like, in everyday life, how we can relate to that.
I think I mean, Smurf,
The
for example, told me that it was
the what?
pretty simplified what I tried to say. I mean, I don't know how more simplified I should dump it down to.
Not simplify something, an
No,
example of something.
don't say that. It, it's sometimes it's really hard to describe. Like, if an atheist or somebody on Geo server was like, "How do you know God's real?" It's like, man, I've had so many experiences. I can't describe it all as one. Like, I can't even pinpoint. I could try to memory like some things, but
We don't. The thing is,
no, yeah,
we don't even need to do that, right? I mean, we don't need to prove to Glover that the creator is real because they have the proof around them all the time, or even within themselves, the moral compass that they have, and between knowing between good and bad and so forth. They know that the creator is real, so
Okay,
it's
so
just
define,
about
like, what are you
acknowledging it.
defining as good and bad, though, bro? What do you
I like
what's your
how Clay explained that we're all, a lot of us are hiding from God through these various distractions laid from the adversary. The whole world is a bunch of distractions. I really like that. I'm just saying, I think God. I think it's obvious God's every. That's just me, but I was just talking about me though. I don't really
are you
know that
speaking
the
of God? When
Bible.
you say God, do you mean Gabriel?
I mean the Creator. Somebody created this place.
we we we,
Okay.
we mean the Abrahamic God. I mean the Abrahamic God.
Yeah, I wasn't around 2,000 years ago, but I
The
listen. I'm learning.
Abrahamic God that almost every like they all hate it. They all hate the Abrahamic God. That's why
Yeah,
I say it.
I agree. It seems like my observation is that they do seem to hate the Abrahamic God. I don't hate any God. I just, I'm listening and I really enjoy this conversation. I'm just saying I wasn't around 2,000 years ago, though. I'm just talking about me.
Well, we don't know that the world's 2,000 years old. Calendars were switched. Calendars were switched in 1666.
That's
So,
a good
like,
point.
calendars were changed, alphabets were changed. We don't know how old. If you ask any flat earther, how old is the Earth? You're going to get a different answer from every single flat earther.
That's a really great point. Let me rephrase that. I wasn't around in biblical times, but I can't really argue against it either. So
But
Yeah,
you're around right
that
now,
is a
so
way. Yeah,
you're around right
that's the
now,
best.
so you're part of the biblical times, if that makes sense. The things that are yet to
Technically,
come are,
all times are biblical times.
yeah,
we
yeah.
We're
may
all in
be
the biblical times.
I
we
mean,
may be in the revelation.
The Bible is not written about things that have
He
already
means
happened, right? There's a lot of things that yet to come that are described in the scriptures.
Good point. Yeah.
true. That's very, yeah, that's true.
We may be in the revelations time.
And I mean, just think about this book was written, or these books were written such a long time ago, but the descriptions are so true, especially regarding the how men will be lovers of themselves, be disrespectful towards their parents, God haters, and so on. We all see this today in our society, and it's perfectly descripted, right? The characteristics of this fallen
And
society in
and
the end times.
and the fact that the government and the schools and all stated Prussian education systems hate Abrahamic God, and they will
Yes,
teach you everything in opposition and inversion, and men can
pride,
get pregnant, and all this monkey spinning ball bullshit, like everything
right?
opposite.
And
Your
this
observation
pride
is
movement, right? This pride, they want to get the kids onto this pride movement of you can be your whatever you want to. You can be an ape or a train or identify whatever you want and whatnot. You know,
I did not grow up religious, but I have to say your observation is clearly accurate. Yeah, they do hate everything about the Abrahamic God, obviously.
See, I would say, Smurf, that is the truest way to find God is to go through the system and then naturally revert back to the purity of natural. Like you're just like wow, like you just recognize it. So like
but
Well,
here, listen.
what you described, how they're attacking like our adversary, because that's what they are. They're attacking us. They're attacking this. I call it the war on people. They kind of push me away from them, and they seem to hate the Abrahamic God. So that kind of makes me wonder, like, 'cause I don't want anything to do with the people attacking me, you know. So they kind of push me towards the Bible in a way by attacking the Bible so much. And me,
yeah,
they're
yeah.
attacking
That
everybody.
I I found God. I was agnostic or whatever, neutral. I didn't give a shit. All I did was watch sports and play video games. And then I got access to the internet in 2011. And I was like, why are all these government and celebrities worshiping Satan? And all this evidence
Yeah.
of the rituals and the worship. And I was like, okay, well, if they're worshiping Satan, if they're telling me God doesn't exist, it doesn't make sense. So obviously they're worshiping
And
Satan. God exists, and they just hate God.
Oh, even demons know that God exists. They're just on a different team.
Oh yeah. So like through I was completely neutral and then I just found out through watching videos and like seeing evidence where like all these Satanists hate God and all these politicians and all these rituals and like so like it's easy to see that the government hates God and atheists hate God and they hate flat earth because it proves God. So
Even demons fear God, man.
yeah, like I don't know if you've had this experience, but if you've had a nightmare and you either start praying or you call to Jesus and instantly the nightmare ends. So yeah,
I've never
there's
done
lots of videos on. I've done it myself. So
I've never done that. I want to say that I'm not against the Bible. I'm open to it, and I'm open to. I listen to a lot of things. I've done a lot of security work with people from all over the world, and I speak with them about their different religions. A lot of Muslims also. They've talked with me about Muhammad, and stuff. But you know the Bible though that really seems to be very different from all these other religions. There's a lot of wisdom, you know, and a lot of stuff makes sense, you know. But that's just
yeah,
my personal.
can I just read one of the things that is so significant about the society we live in today that
Yeah,
really gives me goosebumps almost every time? So in 2 Timothy 3 it says, but understand, okay, understand this. In the last days, terrible times will come, for man will be lovers of themselves, you know, people taking selfies and whatnot, lovers of money, boastful, arrogant, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, unloving, unforgiving, slanderous, without self control, brutal, without love of good, traitorous, reckless, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying its power, turn away from such deeds. They are the kind of whom worm their way into households and captivate vulnerable women who are weighed down with sins and led astray by various passions, who are always learning but never able to come to knowledge of the truth. Just as Jannes and Jambres opposed Moses, so also these men oppose the truth. They are depraved in mind and disqualified from faith, but they will not advance much further, for just like Janus and Jambres, their folly will be plain to everyone.
well, I think you just described me the last few years. What was that, Timothy? What?
2 Timothy 3.
Okay, let me write that down. That's interesting.
Yeah, man, and just read on. If you find this interesting, you will find so many other things interesting, man. Trust me. And that's actually how I came to the truth, you know. I was sitting there sometimes outside smoking my big joint, okay, filled with filled with all this stuff that you don't need, and I just read parts of the Bible and I was like, wow, man, this stuff is crazy. Like, it sounds exactly like it is today. I was like, whoa, man, this book, there's some cool, truthful things in it. But I never looked at it at anything from the creator or special or whatnot. I just thought, man, these things are really interesting. Yeah, for some reason, maybe you saw something in that.
Are
Who knows?
you against? Are you against marijuana?
Yes, definitely. He saved me from it, man. Without me asking for it, he saved me from it. He completely put it out of my life. It opened doors to things that you can't imagine.
Could marijuana be good for some people?
I think the perversion of smoking is not good, especially how we changed.
What?
Especially,
See,
no, listen, you're already.
wait, whoa.
Listen. Why are you already trying to interrupt when I'm trying to explain
I
myself?
ask yes or no questions, and then it's always
Sometimes, listen, but sometimes this is not. I can make you understand why I would say no, but you would just think, oh, this guy is unreasonable. I can tell you why it's no. Okay, let me tell you why it's no. Because we have taken the original seed genetics of cannabis, which is a small amount of THC and a small amount of CBD, which is a good balance of things. And we have taken it out of certain countries and we perverted the genetics, made it very strong to a point that it's an extreme drug where you have a lot of THC in these things. And people then even tend to even go further with the perversion, extracted the pure THC, or they're just using it all the time for smoking, even though there's so much more to the plant where you don't need to smoke it or get high out of it. You can just use the oils without getting high, apply it to your skin or whatnot, which make you not high. You can look at the original plant, which actually doesn't make you the high that you experienced the first time you tried marijuana in this westernized world and so forth. That's what I'm trying to point out. Maybe the plant that was intended by the creator in the first place, that was unperverted by our interactions with it, actually were not bad to consume. Okay, maybe in a way where you would even use this for baking or whatnot. But I think if there's a substance that is strong enough to change the state of your mind, where you're not longer sober, then you're going against the scripture, because the scriptures are saying, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary is like a roaring lion.
Hey,
Seeking may you devour.
Drink wine. There's a scripture that tells you to drink wine.
Yeah, and the wine again. The wine is the same. With the wine, it's the same thing. And back in the days, the wine that they used to drink would not make you as drunk as the things that you have today.
Hey, I'd like to make a comment. Now I don't know how strong the herb may have been or may not have been back then, but I do know in the Bible that Solomon's temple, the incense was cannabis.
If I was mod, I would be able to mute you and control this conversation, because I would ask direct questions like, is marijuana beneficial to some people? And then it was a 2-minute spiel or 5-minute spiel, blah, 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 blah. I would just, like, it's like,
It is.
People.
A drug is a drug,
Like,
and as long as you.
Can marijuana be beneficial? Yes, it can be. Marijuana is not bad.
Yeah, but not.
It can be medicine.
But not perverting it, not using it as of getting.
Some people abuse it. Some people abuse it.
Yeah,
some
that's what I'm
people's
saying.
body can't handle it. Yeah, but that's that's different. Than, you could have just answered the question.
Be sober, be vigilant. Be sober, be vigilant. That's all I'm going to say.
What if when I'm high, I make better decisions?
I don't care, man. I'm just saying, be sober, be vigilant. He saved me from consuming this
I'd
stuff.
like to tell both
Many
of
other
you
people were saved from cannabis.
No,
If you
no,
want to
I'm
hold
not
on to
saying
it,
I
if you
would
want to
never.
hold on to it,
No,
you can do. But trust me, you don't need that. You don't need
see,
that stuff. You can have pain release from the Holy Spirit, from the
holy,
Most High.
you
Hey,
guys are lucky.
can I tell both of you
You guys are
something
lucky.
about this?
Are you saying you don't need endocannabinoids?
No, you don't need
Remember
it.
saying,
No,
you're
He,
saying you
I'm
don't
saying
need it as
I'm
well.
sure you've heard people
Really
promote
stupid.
mushrooms and do mushrooms, do this. I'm not promoting doing anything. I'm just saying marijuana can be beneficial to some people.
It is beneficial to
I
all
think,
people. We all have a cannabinoid
Yeah,
system. We all need
I
to
think,
it
I think,
stimulate this.
If I
I think true
told a
repentance,
Nutrients
mod,
for the
I
body.
would be able to
true
answer.
repentance,
People
and
that get sick are usually having a cannabinoid deficiency.
I would say true repentance and turning your life to the Most High and surrendering, giving up everything you have in your life, which is, for example, these addictions, will help you to get rid of all the pain that you have in your life and suffering and hurt, because that's eventually what it did for me. I used cannabis as an escape mechanism, and I know that once he had it taken away from me in my life, it helped me to actually get rid of these pains, because he cannot work on somebody who wants to have a stronghold in his life and keeps a certain thing in his life instead of letting it go. How would he be able to show you all his power and glory in order to get
It
your pain away?
is
Most people
is
are in pain. Most people are in pain because they're holding on to these sinful strongholds in their life, and God cannot do anything about it. That's the problem. They think that it's smart to do so, but the Bible actually says He's your doctor, and just apply the power that is given unto you through prayer. When something hurts, okay, with my temple, I'm just gonna say, I rebuke the pain in the temple. I rebuke this. This is not of God. There is no suffering within the spirit, and it's gone afterwards.
So, what about the verses that refer to the anointing of the holy oil?
What about it? Is it saying smoke weed every day?
Were we talking about smoking weed every day, or we're talking about consuming marijuana?
No,
Marijuana
hold
being
on. I've been trying to
beneficial.
say something.
is smoking marijuana a sin?
No, it's
Yes.
not. No, look, I know just one thing about the Bible.
How is it?
They smoke in
marijuana
the
a
temples.
sin?
They burnt
It's a
the
sin.
incense. Listen, they burnt the incense in the temples to get the high. So no,
I knew.
Show me that in scriptures, please.
Bible here, okay?
Show
And
me in
it's
look
scriptures
for
that
it.
show
Look
me in
for it.
scripture. No, not go look for it. You made a claim. Show me in scriptures where people wanted to get high of substances.
doesn't matter if they want to get high. In the temple of God, they 24/7 they burn cannabis, the incense, and to this day,
Show me
once a
this.
year, it's a holiday where the
I'm
Jews.
gonna send you a documentary, Clay Under Seal, that talks about specifically cannabis and in history. And
Show me it in the Bible, in the scriptures.
it's in the video.
Where it says, no, do not be sober, do not be vigilant, smoke marijuana every day.
Oh no!
Or smoke
I haven't
it when you
that.
please to. Yeah,
Smoke
I know,
weed
but
every day.
just show me where it says you should smoke weed and change the state of your mind. Show me that.
What do you mean? It's changed?
No,
Because it would be
That's like the first time to
more
smoke.
down to earth?
it would be a contradiction towards the fulfillment of the spirit that you receive, that will give you everything you need. Okay, He has not created you to be
a fruit-bearing tree and the seeds to use it, right? It doesn't say we can't use it in
Is weed natural?
way.
Is weed natural, or is it or is it bullshit? Like weed is natural.
I can
it's a
use
plant
the same
grows.
logic and say, are mushrooms natural, or is it?
It is.
Yeah. So is it
Mushroom
good
is
then
natural.
to dry up? Is it good then to dry up the mushroom and then eat it, poisoned, for example, just because it's natural?
No, I would never.
Okay, see. So
getting.
why would you think because cannabis is natural and a plant-bearing seed to dry it up and smoke it? I mean,
You
you
don't
could
have
also
any cannabinoid
you
system,
listen.
bro. That's
You
why.
you could also you could
Is
also
this
Your
eat it.
brain have receptors that are
You
especially
you
100% natural?
the
you
THC when you smoke it.
you can also eat it
Yeah,
without
of
getting
course.
high, and it will give you beneficial stuff. So why would you go so far as to try it up, dry it up, and smoke it? Why not just if you're not behind changing the state of your mind because you're lacking something,
You're making
okay?
a claim, change your state of your mind. What do you mean, changing your state of your mind?
I know for certain, and I know myself from the time when I was a pothead how I tried to defend this thing, and I know there's something in your life that is a insufficiency, and you need to fill it with a substance. That's the very reason why we men use substances. If you truly
I
set
would
free, you're set
we're,
free from being a slave to the substances that you need to consume. If you're set free being, there is nothing that you need to fulfill any need of the
This is getting a
flesh.
little bit boring now. Can we move on? Can we
No
move
need,
on
no
from?
need to eat food either, right?
It's the
There's
truth
we're
of the
okay,
matter. If you want to accept it or not,
Can we stick to the topic?
I'm just going to stay
so
here.
you eat carbs, you eat sugars, you eat synthetics, you
Yeah.
eat pop, you drink pop. So like to say that
How do you
marijuana is
know?
doing this to you while you're eating all these other things
Sugar
How
is
that
do you
everything,
poison
know?
you. So
man. Do you grow
How do
your
you know?
how do I
early
know?
when
Because
Move
you're a
on.
regular human, and there's no
you're
way that
getting
you can get away from the poison water and the poison food.
Sure.
There's no way you can
I
escape.
changed my diet a lot since I was saved, and I'm continually doing so.
Yeah.
You know,
Like if you would let anybody speak, it'd be like you have an issue with marijuana, like
I don't have an issue with
whether
marijuana. I can be. Listen, I can I can be like this. Okay. Now I'm gonna tell you my own opinion. Actually, just keep yourself in that bondage to feeding your flesh. Smoke marijuana. It's actually not that bad. He is gonna just look over his own words by saying be vigilant. So just do your thing, man. Actually, it's no problem. Or I can be like this. I don't care about my own opinion. I'm gonna say how it is, what scriptures and what the Creator thinks about it. Just be free of the things that you enslave yourself towards the flesh, because the flesh is actually the only reason why you need to consume any substance. Either if it's the flesh saying, "Oh, I'm in hurt, I'm in pain," or whatnot. That's the truth. It's not about my opinion. My opinion doesn't matter at the end of the day. What I think doesn't
take
matter.
a second here, like come on,
They are talking
like
to you about your
okay,
opinion.
say I poison myself with marijuana. What do you poison yourself with? Do you eat clean the whole time? You
I
eat
don't
clean
want
your
to
whole
poison
life?
myself. I don't want to poison myself. There's nothing I want to
You eat
poison myself.
you eat carbs, right? You eat carbs, right? So you're poisoning yourself with carbs
What?
and
You
sugar
compare? You're
and
comparing
Coca-Cola.
things.
When
No, I
was the
don't drink.
last time you had Coca-Cola?
I don't know, man. It's been a while. But you're comparing
Yeah,
things
so
that
it gets to the point where like
you're comparing
question
things
the
that you
guy
can't
on
compare
what his
this
diet is,
way.
what he ingests, because he doesn't ingest marijuana. Marijuana is so bad, but he ingests McDonald's once every month.
Dude, when I
So
drink
like
a
that's
Coke,
why like
I'm
it gets
not getting. When I drink a Coke, I'm not getting high. If that would be the case, many stoners would not buy weed. They would just eat carbs and drink Coke. If that's the case.
Is getting high evil?
Let's not mix things up here to justify another thing. That's ridiculous.
you're avoiding yes or no questions. Is
No,
getting
I'm not
high
avoiding
evil? Yes or
questions.
no?
I'm actually defining things even further.
Yes or no? Is getting high evil? Is getting high a sin?
Changing the state of your mind, not being vigilant, is a sin. Yes.
how do you
How many times should I repeat this?
what do you mean changing your state of your mind and not being vigilant?
Be sober, be vigilant. Be as he has made you.
What if I'm more? What if
not
I'm more
drunk,
vigilant when I'm high?
not.
What if I'm more? What if I'm more disciplined when I'm high?
Then you're
That's my
choosing.
point,
Then
man.
you're choosing your own. Then you're
I
choosing
can be
your
more
own.
disciplined when I'm high. When I'm.
Then
What if?
then you're
What if when
choosing.
I'm? Let me speak for 2 minutes. Give me 20 seconds. What
Sorry, I
if
thought you
when
asked the
I'm
question.
high? 20 seconds. What if when I'm high and fasted for 20 hours and just drinking water, I'm like the most connected to God that I can ever be?
Again, that's your perception of things. If it's true or not, you can't tell at the end
So
of the day. So you're using your own opinion above the word of the Most High. I just try to establish the
yeah,
fact that my opinion doesn't matter. If the scriptures say be sober, be vigilant, then it doesn't matter if I'm gonna say, yeah, actually, but when I smoke something, I just feel a bit better. So maybe the scriptures are wrong or what?
you're making assertions maybe because
No, I'm not.
yeah, because you're claiming that smoking weed, for example, changes your state of
I'm
mind.
not
And you're
claiming
not
that. You
vigilant.
know that. You know that it's changing the state of your mind.
What do you no? In what way does it change it? Does it?
It doesn't matter what way it's changed the
Oh,
state of your mind.
yeah, but you're claiming that, but
You're using a substance that changes something that was before you didn't lit up the joint or whatever you used
substance. What do you mean a
to smoke
substance,
it.
man? It's a fucking plant, bro. What are you talking about? Substance. You're
It
using
is a
their
substance.
definitions to
It
make
is a
the argument
substance.
more.
THC is a
What
substance
what
by
what if I
definition.
ate what if I ate the marijuana? If I eat the marijuana, it's a plant, just like a lettuce. What's the difference?
Yeah, then it doesn't make you high. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's no
What do you
problem.
mean? What do you mean with high, bro? Because the first time, I don't know how many times. It sounds like you smoked like 3 times or something. I can imagine that
Dude,
you
I
get.
smoked. Listen. I smoked for about 3 years. I even grow my own marijuana illegally in Germany and so forth. I know what I'm talking about, my
How old
man.
are you, bro? Seriously.
I'm 22. I know what I'm talking about.
All right. Yeah. Sure. Of course you do.
Yeah, see, you don't even want to know. You're in denial because
No,
I
because
know.
I'm fucking 40, bro, and I've
I
been smoking
see.
marijuana for 25 years.
I see.
It's fucking ignorance, bro. You're dumb.
Yeah. Swearing doesn't make you smarter.
He's
Or,
not
or,
ignorant.
I
Y'all disagree on this.
That's my
do
way
what
of
works for
expressing myself
you.
doesn't make you smarter either, bro.
Do what works for you.
You
You
can't
just
even argue for your point.
you're just mad because you're trying to
About what you're
defend your
making,
stronghold.
keep repeating, stay sober and vigilant, and was it written in English in the first way? I mean, the interpretations could be way off.
If what
You're
I'm
making
saying
a lot
is
of
so
mistakes.
wrong, why do you even care? If what I'm saying is wrong, why do you even care about it? And just go on, smoke your pot, man. If you
Because-
think what you're doing is right, why do you care?
Right now.
You're making claims. You're making people that smoke weed look bad. That's what you're doing.
I'm not making anyone look bad because I'm actually saying I myself was a pothead, extremely addicted to it. I'm trying to make people aware. You're putting words in my mouth, man. And if you would truly have no problem with what you're doing, why would you even care about what I say? If it's just all a lie.
I just told you, bro. Because you're spreading misinformation.
I'm not
And
spreading
you're claiming
misinformation.
people okay, you're saying it's sinful, and you're saying you should be sober and stay
It's not
vigilant
me
according
who's
to the
saying
Bible.
that.
So
It is
you're
not me who is saying that.
your narrative from the Bible. That's what
It's not me who is saying that. I just told you if it's my opinion, I would tell you the pleasuring things of the word that just do what you want to do. But because the word is not about my opinion, it's about the opinion that the creator has. That's what I'm trying to stick
you're
behind.
speaking for the creator. I understand. Okay.
Yes. Otherwise, I would speak in contrary to the words I
in the
believe in.
Bible about talking for the Lord too. I don't know.
Man, I can only tell you this, okay? He saved me from these substances, and he showed me in a true light, what these things can do to people. And whether you want to believe it or not, what I'm saying, but you don't need to be a slave for your flesh, okay? You don't need that. You don't need any substance to get along in life, okay?
So you don't need food either. You don't need other plants.
See,
Yeah,
that's what I call a nonsensical conversation. If someone is going to apply this argument, that really makes no sense at all to apply this. So are we done? I think I just want to finish this because you have this.
Let me say one thing. I would say that I would agree that if you can go without smoking weed and living the pure life and not sinning and not eating poisons and sugars and whatever bad water, then that's the best way you could do it. But to say marijuana is bad and a sin, I disagree.
I said the perversion again. Listen, I said if you eat a mushroom, it's not bad. Okay, you can even eat poisonous mushroom if they have been cooked in a proper way so that they're not poisonous anymore and so forth. You can consume cannabis, but without drying it and changing it in a way that you can use it to get high. That's what I'm trying to say. Everything else about the plant is as natural and normal as everything else that was created and good. But man has chosen to use certain things to pervert it, to make something out of it that it was not intended to be.
So that's your opinion, yeah?
It's not my opinion.
Yes, it is.
No.
We don't prepare food. We don't prepare any other food.
Whoa, people dry meat. They eat raw meat and they cook meat. So same with marijuana. They dry it, they eat it raw, they put it in food, just like anything. It's in all forms.
Yeah, but you don't get high
in all forms as a natural product.
You don't get high from dry meat or from fresh meat.
You
know?
Oh yes,
I agree.
You have a lot of receptors, and a lot of foods interact with these receptors and releases oxytocin and other stuff. So that's not even true, man. Every plant, every food, everything is medicine.
It's also true. Also,
the ancient Israelites smoked a lot of weed. So did the Sumerians. The whole region smoked a lot of weed. And that's why it's in Solomon's temple 24/7. The incense is cannabis. And to this day, it's a holiday. They pitch a tent in front of their apartments in Brooklyn and they smoke weed.
Show me this in the Bible. And on the other hand, tell me why then, when the Most High came into my life, He set me free of all these things, if that's the case.
If it's not in the Bible, it's false.
I could find it.
So a false spirit set me free of my addictions. Cool story, bro.
What they did is, in the King James Version, they were not familiar with cannabis, so they mistranslated it to cannelé. A couple centuries later, named a flower after it. But in Hebrew, it's actually cannabis. And what it is that to this day, they still throw cannabis on a fire. They pitch a tent, and they all get high. Once a year, it's a holiday. And they've been smoking weed since Solomon's temple. You know, it's 24/7 there, dude.
Please show me this.
Yeah,
you're just saying things.
I'm gonna
show me this.
I'm gonna send you a link to a video. It's 3 hours long, so but
no, I want to see scriptures.
I don't know where it is. I had this conversation with the rabbi who explained to me the mistranslation. I'm actually a Jew, but I'm not really. I didn't grow up religious.
From the Greek to the Scythian translation, the mistranslation happened. I'm gonna find it clearly.
And so,
discovered it. Sula Bennett, a Polish writer or something.
So is smoking weed a sin? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Who is a sin again?
Then breathing the smoke from burning a fire is also a sin, because that can alter your mind in some way. Maybe it's minor. It doesn't matter, man. If you're gonna.
It's about. First of all, if you breathe
about your mind.
First of all, if you breathe fire, you're not doing it on purpose. If you smoke a joint, you're purposely trying to use a substance to purposely change and alter the state of your mind. Let's not twist reality here. Let's not twist reality.
So
does sugar alter your mind? Does sugar alter your mind? Does sugar alter your mind? Does sugar alter your mind?
Dude, you're trying to it's the same way with the Globy is trying to compare
Yes,
one thing that has
yes.
nothing to do with the
Sugar
other.
alters your mind. Marijuana alters your mind. Alcohol alters your mind. Stress alters your mind. All these
Good thing.
things alter your mind. So you consume things that alter your mind, but you're against certain things that alter your mind.
Looking
So
at
that's the whole issue.
It's not altering your mind. It's about smoking a substance that gets you instantly high. Don't you understand that?
Does your diet alter your mind? I'm sure you don't have the perfect.
You're trying to compare things that
diet,
aren't
so, like,
comparable.
It's comparable perfectly.
Again, you're trying to defend this weakness of yours where you don't want to let go of the stronghold. Then just keep on. If you justify whatever you want to do,
What if?
do it.
Okay,
But I would suggest to
what
read.
if I boiled?
What
if I boiled like dandelions? And then I got a good feeling from boiling dandelions. That's a sin also. From boiling a natural dandelion, I got a good feeling from boiling dandelions. So like anything that's so only weed is bad, but sugar's okay, dandelions are okay, protein's okay. So it's like everything's altering you in different ways all the time.
You more.
Every plant, lettuce is going to alter you in a different way.
You get more energy to eat carb before you're going to work
that's-
out. That's mind altering in a way.
You know, it says in the Bible, "Let the poor man drink."
No, I would say like
you've only
marijuana is not for everybody. I'm not telling you to smoke marijuana at all, but like I would not say that like okay.
But it's
Clay,
not smoking. It's
does
eating it prepared.
Fuck.
Sorry.
Does marijuana have any beneficial to human?
He's already conceded
is marijuana beneficial in any way to
humans? Do we need to over again go all over
Let him answer no, like what the fuck? Is marijuana beneficial to humans in any way?
He already told you.
Why do we already need to go over something I already answered? I don't understand this. What are you trying to find? Are you trying to find justification of what you're doing? That's how it sounds like. Many people are trying to justify
your behavior and claiming your behavior is pure.
Yeah, if you think what you're doing is right, just go on.
Cannabis is bad. That's why we're having this
If
conversation.
you
stop fucking interrupting me, bro. Shit, man. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Because I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm giving rebuttals, but you're not. You're just repeating the same thing over and over again. Seriously.
He's trying to live a pure life, and I respect that. I disagree with him on his point, you know.
Well, I totally respect Clay for not indulging. I totally like if you can live a pure life without sugar, without weed, without alcohol, then I'm all for it. 100%. Do it. That is the best. That would be the ideal. But
dude, I don't know.
Yeah.
One second. I don't know what weed you smoke, but I never got the feeling I got when I smoke weed from sugar or anything that I can eat. I don't know why you compare this the same way the whole time as if marijuana is sugar.
What is it about? What is it about smoking cannabis that gives you that high? What is it that's wrong about that?
Because I can be happy.
How long? When was the last time you went without sugar? How long have you gone without sugar?
How long have you? I already told you, man. I don't understand. It seems like as if you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Potatoes? You don't eat any carbs.
I don't know
any carbs.
I don't know what cannabis you have smoked in your life, but
you were talking about eating pizza the other day. You eat lots of carbs.
Listen, please. If I would have get high from sugar or anything that I can eat the same way, dude. Can you
You
stop? Can you stop twisting and perverting reality here? If I would have been getting high from sugar or any other substance aside from weed to gain the same high that I would have with weed, I would have, had way more money to spend on other things. But unfortunately, I needed to buy weed in order to get high from weed, my friend. So don't stop comparing this nonsense.
Well, okay,
You know
what-
that you
no.
can't eat. You know that you
Sugar
can't
high
eat.
and weed
You
high
know
are
that you
different.
don't get. You know that
Sugar
when you
high
eat.
and high
Can,
are different prices.
can I just
This is a senseless conversation because
Hey,
I
what-
know
what- what is it
I know
about-
the stronghold. I see myself in the way you guys trying to argue. I see that stronghold. Was the same way when I was addicted to a substance. You're gonna do everything to defend it and justify it as being good. I know how that stuff works. I did the same thing when I was highly addicted.
Sure. we should maybe start to look at the definitions. So,
It doesn't matter.
What-
It doesn't make it good.
what
Right.
is
Hey,
scripture?
hey guys, let me ask Clay something here.
Yeah, but-
What is it exactly about getting high that is wrong? You know,
It opens up doors. It makes you even more weak, and it doesn't benefit you to fight against the lust of the flesh, because essentially it's the flesh that gives you chemical reactions which makes you high and also tells you to be addictive and keep on smoking cigarettes or keep on smoking that marijuana, because there are certain things within the chemical basis of your fleshly suit that wants you to keep on doing so. But what the Bible teaches us is to let go of the carnal mind, let go of the flesh, and grow in the spirit that was given to you. Okay, does that make sense?
I get your logic. I just
Okay,
I
thank
still
you.
disagree, but I get your I do
Yeah,
get
you
your
can
logic.
disagree. You can disagree. You're free to that. But
Yeah,
Can I
and
ask
you get a lot of logic. You know.
Can I ask you this question? What was the scripture again that you're relying on? That you're basing this argument on?
I'm not basing it only on this scripture. If you would have listened to my last sentence, you would understand the whole scriptures are about understanding that it's not, once you're saved, it's not about keep on feeding your fleshly desires and your carnal mind. It's about actually fighting against these very things that come out forth of the flesh. Just read about the flesh in the Bible, okay? Read all the verses that talk about your fleshly suit that you're wearing and what the properties of it are, okay? And then you will understand what the fight is against.
You know,
The
You
premise
Yeah,
is
there's actually no argument, Like, I agree while sitting at the same time. That makes sense. But at least I'm honest,
it
There's
makes a lot of sense.
there's no
Yeah, he's making a lot of sense, but in a way, I feel like cannabis is a medicine, and I feel like getting high is a good thing.
I also feel many things, man,
Okay.
but that
But
doesn't need to align up with what the scripture
Fuck,
says.
man.
What I feel doesn't
but
matter.
Okay,
what's
let me ask Elijah a question. What is Elijah's opinion on marijuana? Is it a sin? Is it bad? Like, let him talk
what
for like 2 minutes.
no, it's not. It's what's here's the thing. We don't have to justify something we know is wrong. For instance, I smoke weed. I'm holding my spliff now. However, I finally, because it took a lot of mental energy for me. I don't know what the struggle is for y'all, but I finally got to a point where I could smoke weed and ignore my food cravings. That's something that I always tried to do and just couldn't do. So what did I do? Every time I smoked, I would eat cakes in the morning, all types of sweets, drink all types of sweet drinks, and it would be a cascading effect. Not that it was impossible, it was harder to reject a lot of the things I normally wouldn't do when I was sober. Period. Like it's just harder. I'm gonna smoke this spliff because I like it, I enjoy it, and thus suffer the pain of wanting to get a snack every 5 to 10 minutes. Why do that? So I recognize that that's what it is, and I'm choosing to do it. But it's not better than being sober. It's not better than being off carbs. It's not better than exercising. Nothing feels better than being absolutely, completely clean through and through. That's just what it is.
Yeah, I would say cleaner is better, but marijuana is not necessarily going to be a detriment.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it took me time to figure out how to balance it. But because just by the fact that I had to balance it means that Clay's right. It's because his point is it's a door. Yeah, it is. A lot of people don't walk through that door, but there's a door that's open that's hard not to walk through. Like why this you don't so the point is it's like not even really an argument. We can all realize, yeah, it's a little harder to kick, certain habits when I do this particular thing. We all know that.
But it's more beneficial, right? You get more out of it. Otherwise, you wouldn't use it because it would be a destructive behavior.
No. I do it because it gets me high.
So you don't.
It's no medicinal benefit.
Is it destroying your life?
Mm.
I mean,
I think you're missing the point. Like what's the point of saying that in the face of what I said?
yeah, I'm guessing you think it's bad to smoke.
I'm guessing you didn't hear what I just said.
Maybe I interpret you wrong.
I think so.
Yeah.
No, I would like to say something though is that although we may disagree with Clay on this one thing, I was blown away to hear that he said he's 22 years old because he's got a lot of wisdom for 20. Clay, did you say you're 22?
Yes, 22. Yeah.
I'm 33, and man, you have a lot of wisdom, and I really appreciate your knowledge, man. That's why we're all talking to you.
But it's not my wisdom, that's what I want to point out. It's not about me. I don't want to
wisdom, bro.
Yeah, but it's not me. It's all by the grace that maybe has in my life, But it's not about me at the end of the day. I for myself cannot, claim any wisdom. It's all.
What's interesting about that? What's interesting about what you're saying there is I had the same exchange yesterday. And a guy heard me speaking to someone and he said, "Man," he said, "I'm sorry, but it's refreshing to hear somebody speak with words instead of saying, my nigga, know what I mean, feel me, like." And I was like, okay, yeah, it's basic English, okay. And then but he goes on to say, he's asking me, do I have a platform, this, that, and the third. I was like, well, if you knew what I talked about, you would retract everything that you just said, but go on. And the bottom line is that he said that I'm God, and I that's why I can speak this way. Da, 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 da. And I said, well, I didn't create myself, nor did I create language, nor did man, nor did I create this reality and the coherency within the information that we pass along back and forth to build and manipulate things. That's not because of me or because of any of us. So since that's true, why is it that when I attribute it to something greater than me, people say, well, why can't you just attribute it to you? You're the one with the wisdom. Yeah, because I can think well, because I've given myself up to a higher thought process, I'll say. Because I know what I want to do, but then I know what I should do. And what I should do is infinitely better than what I could ever do or could ever be, which is sad because it makes me feel like a failure. But there's also scriptures for that. I know some of y'all not trying to hear about, What's up, brother? So all I'm saying is, eh, why do people have this allergy to when someone says, "Oh, I've given it to the Creator"? They're like, "No, just why can't it just be just you?" Well, because we know that we didn't put ourselves here, so there's no need to retort with that. Can't you see that that's well? Why is that? Why is that your reaction? Logically, go through it. Every time somebody tries to attribute something to God, why must you feel like, why isn't it just you? You're doing this. You're a great person. Yeah, that's cool and all. I get your sentiment, but that ain't because of you. You could wake up tomorrow a damn fool. Couldn't you?
Sure, yeah. It's all about the grace, If there's a reason why he would take everything away, then it's his reason. I can't put myself in the seat of saying whatever you're doing with my life is wrong. Even if you would take everything in my life away, that I would proceed as being good. I'm not in the position to judge him. If he's saying tomorrow, I'm gonna remove everything from your life. You're gonna live under a bridge and be sick. Then so be it. I cannot comprehend his reasoning. And it's not about my reasoning, right?
Yeah.
So if he's deciding this, then so be it. He has the right. That's the thing. He has the right to take life and give life. We do not have that right.
Most of the time, these things are a consequence of our prior actions that we just don't have in the scope of our view. Like
Yes.
when someone ends up under a bridge, could it be that that higher thought told you, actually, no, I know you're a private contractor and you can do whatever you want when you want, but you probably should get up now that the sun is up. You probably should get to working early. You probably should be saving that money. I know it's a good season, but you probably should put that aside. And then when something happens, oh, shit always happens to me. Yeah, well,
Yeah, we tend to
when you're
forget
eating
about.
shitty, you're eating
Yeah,
shitty, and then you get sick, and it's like, oh, why me? Now,
yeah.
there's some people that are just sick. I don't have an answer for those people, to be honest.
We tend to
I don't
forget
know what.
about. Yeah, you need to
Go ahead.
understand if people are born sick, there could be a family. It could be through the family bloodline. If the parents have already done certain things, abominations, that can be passed on, unfortunately, to the next, being. That's why some kids are born the way they're born, right? Because the parents have opened doors and done certain things, as hard as it might
Maybe,
sound.
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we even see this in so-called science, right? Where they say this sickness is through the genetics or whatnot. So yeah, we can be very happy if we have been born without any problems, right? But we need to keep that, right? We should then at least try not to work against, which is what is good, right? maybe it's just me, but I always knew when I think back to my past, when I was still addicted to cigarettes and cannabis, even though I had no knowledge of the creator or whatnot, I always knew in the back of my mind that my spirit, my flesh always told me, just smoke, no problem, take next, do this, go have party and whatnot. But my spirit always taught me, if you're gonna keep on smoking cigarettes, if you're gonna keep on smoking in general, you're not gonna get very much older. You're not gonna get more healthy or whatnot. So there was always this contradictionary voice within my head telling me that it's actually not good to do what you're desiring lustfully. I don't know if everyone has that. I don't know. I can't generalize this.
You're extremely mature for someone that's only 22, man.
Yeah, I don't know why, but that was a thing always. Like when I was a kid in middle school, I tend to hang out with the oldest ones. That's where I actually learned to smoke cigarettes, because I couldn't have any topics to talk about with people my age. It was always boring to talk to people of my age, so I always talk to older people.
Yeah, man, I'm 33 and I'm still trying to grow up.
Man, I'm also trying to grow up. I'm not the standard here or anything. I'm maybe I don't know. I don't want to see me as anything. To be honest, I just did things and learned from it and so forth. But I'm always gonna learn, even if I'm 90 years old or whatnot. I'm never gonna set myself on a position to say.
I just stopped being an alcoholic about 1 month ago.
Man, that's nice.
Thanks, man. Still trying to grow up over here.
I find it very humble and respectful for you to be so honest about yourself. I like that a lot. I appreciate that. Not many people would say it,
It's
that they're still
easy to be
learning.
honest on the internet.
Yeah, I like that, man.
That's still awesome, man. You know, don't let your guard down, because that is basically the area that what I call the evil spirit would find its way back into you. If you get discouraged or whatever, you'll probably turn back to alcohol. That's like a normal thing, but just be aware of that and keep your guard up.
Yeah, man, I'm trying. I got to the point where I began hating the bottle, but I kept on drinking it anyway. But I eventually I managed to put it down.
Well, when I talk to young and old alike, it's who or what, however you want to describe it, you turn to in your time of need. When something bad happens to you, like the other guy was saying earlier, do you turn to the bottle, or do you turn to logos, God's word, or the creator, or nature, or something that gets you back in touch with reality, not taking you into a fantasy world, or a world that your mind is not clear, is a good way to describe it for people who don't believe in a higher being. But there has to be a creator, right? A more intelligent person than you and I, a more intelligent person than even that intelligent person, and then an intelligent being that created that person, the way I simply put it. So, but anyway, congratulations on getting off the bottle, because that is a huge deterrent to being clear minded and gaining peace and knowledge and wisdom that you need to just walk your walk. An individual walk towards a relationship with the Creator. So, congrats again.
Yeah, the alcohol was making me dumb. I became very stupid, and then for a few weeks, it was really difficult. But I think this last week and a half or something, I think I managed to get over it, and I don't know how to explain, but you gotta stay smart. It really helps a lot trying to figure this stuff out. Like, you know.
Well, what we've found as groups, especially groups of men who are supposed to be the leader, the spiritual leader of the yourself, the household, and then the community on up. I think that's what's wrong with our communities and families today. The men don't take charge of the, you know, being honest like you're doing now. So that's one really huge step. But you get away from that, things will clear up for you, and just walking forward and don't get discouraged is the main thing.
Well, thanks, bro. I'll remember that. I'll try to do what you're saying.
You have to always remember that you can sit in a crowd of 2 or 2 million, and everyone beside you in every direction is going to have issues, just like what you're going through. You're not, you're not alone in that fact. I mean, I struggle with things, but like I said, it's who or what you turn to. I turn to a higher being. I look up. I lift my hands up when I'm in need. I try and turn my finances and family matters and business matters to the higher being, because I acknowledge that I am not the great I am. As soon as I did that, things got easy for me. My life became very, very, very easy and simple. Now,
that's what I probably should have done. I don't have a time machine, but I turned to the bottle, and I've been on a drinking binge for about 3 years. But now I'm sober, man, and it's a lot easier to try to, like you're saying, try to get better with God and stuff. It's kind of impossible when you're drunk.
yeah, it's definitely impossible when you're not clear-minded, and he tells us to be still, and he'll reach out to us if he knows your intention. So you don't really have to do a whole lot except for seek, and that's easy. But people don't. They would rather take the hard route and get drunk or high or eat too much. I mean, sugar is my drug of choice. There's no difference in between desiring too much sugar or desiring too much, cigarettes or alcohol or whatever. There's no difference. So you have to, be careful. Anything in excess can lead you away from, a sound, clear walk in that relationship. Your choices that you're making are an important part of the relationship, as it is in any relationship.
This is true.
Man, I really appreciate you broke that down. I'll remember this. Thanks for the map. Try to navigate.
Everything
Yeah,
in
no
moderation.
problem.
Everything in moderation.
Yeah, everything in moderation. That's right.
Surprised to hear that from PMAC. He's a good drinker.
Well, you can drink, right? I choose not to, but you can drink. It's just you have to do it in moderation, and when it starts to affect your relationship or relationships, then it's a problem. You're probably doing it in excess. But when you have an issue with it, you should just quit it altogether. It means that's the way that that evil spirit has chosen to get into your life and destroy it, or try to destroy it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, over the last year, my entire family has learned to hate me because I was drunk.
Yeah, they don't hate you, man. They just hate the drunk.
Yeah, I hope you're right about that. I've stopped drinking. It's amazing how after a few weeks, I never thought I'd get addicted to alcohol, but it took me it took me about 3 years to realize I had a problem. And that, but anyway,
The
no,
real question: were you the same person as a drunk or as a sober person, Smurf? Or did you change? Did you
oh,
change when you were drunk?
when I'm drunk, I get an extreme temper. I change
Exactly.
and become
So
I'm really easy.
I
To
ask yes or no simple questions. Yes, yes. When you drank, it changed you. But some people can drink and it doesn't change them. It doesn't make them a demon. It doesn't make them evil. So what Raki is saying is you can drink and it doesn't make you evil. But sometimes people drink and it makes them a completely different person. So don't let it change you.
It did recently. The last few in the past, it did not change me, but because I have some issues so yes, it did change me in the last few years. But in the past, though, it depends. I think what it is if you have problems in life, like emotional issues or something, and you get drunk, it can be a bad formula.
I would suggest you take the relationship that you feel has affected you the most, like of losing that you think that hate you, which they don't, or if they do, that's on them. And go to them and say, look, I've made the mistake of becoming a drunk, and now I'm trying to get away from that. I need your help to do so, and I'll make a few promises to you, and let's see how it works out. If you put it on them and yourself, like we're gonna do it together, can I trust you to help me because I know I've made a mistake. That way, if they say no, I still, I don't want to hang around you, or I don't want anything to do with you. That's pretty much on them. That's something they have to deal with. But at least you're being honest with yourself and with them and trying to make amends of that relationship.
Well, that's a good idea. I might do that. Thanks for the idea.
Well, if you were one of the main causes of having that relationship deteriorate, then you should be one of the main causes of trying to build it back up again, taking responsibility.
That's
You
good.
know, yeah, admitting where you were wrong and being truthful and honest with them on how you're going to, be different from this point forward. But it needs to be, usually has to be, a sincere face to face, apology, and let's move forward from this point. And I need your help.
I think I might do that. That's a good idea. Thanks for the idea. I didn't even think of that. That's a good one.
Now's as good a time as ever. You want to just, you know what I'm saying, make plans to do that right now. That's usually the best time. Good luck, man.
Hey, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, you can even just ask yourself, like, do you make better decisions on sober, 1 beer, 5 beers, or 10 beers? When do you make the better decisions?
Oh, I make terrible decisions after a bottle of wine. Or yeah.
No, I appreciate your answer to the other question before,
I
and you
drink
answered honestly. But
I've been drinking.
this time you didn't answer. But
Oh,
like,
I
yeah,
don't
but
drink
I
beer.
you
The,
answered
the
opposite.
problem is this:
I don't drink beer. I
where
drink
where
wine by the bottle.
where did the problem come in? 1 beer, 5 beers, the whole crate.
I can
Problem
handle a few
is,
beers.
there's no point in drinking one.
Yeah, don't drink one. Most people
What's
have
the
what's
point?
called. Well, most people have the disease because after one they can't stop. That's the whole problem. So don't
Yeah, I
ever
mean,
even
that's
start.
me. Yep, that's me right there.
Yeah, just don't start. Just get it out of your life because that's been a real downfall. It seems you're being honest in that fact. So we all
Um,
have them. We just have to get away from them as much as we can.
the last couple months or so, it's a bit blurry. That I was drinking. I was drinking about 6 bottles of wine a day.
Yeah,
No
that's not good for
way.
anybody. That's only good for the wine salesman.
Then I quit cold turkey though. I just quit, and it took me like 3 weeks or or maybe longer than that. Three something like that to stop shaking, and I had like withdrawals. You know.
If I got off of sugar right now, I would have the same thing. It's no different, man. You're not alone. There's it's just a way of that relationship. It all goes back to the simple fact that your creator wants a relationship with you, and there's another power that I think is trying to keep you from that relationship. That's all it is.
It's really only been the last few days that I stopped having physical withdrawals. Actually.
Nice. And then you're able to be honest, it seems too, which is nice, refreshing.
Yeah, it really opens your eyes if you go through if you do something like me. Really opened my eyes that how much of a mean person I've been the last 3 years. But now
I
I
wonder if
don't
have you
plan
ever
on.
fasted?
Oh yeah. When I quit drinking, I didn't eat anything for 5 days.
Like just the one time, or do you fast like every day, or is it like once a week,
Oh
or is it?
oh, I do that. I do that at random. I randomly just skip eating for a day or two sometimes. No, doesn't everybody do
But
that? Or
you said you only been no since you have not been drinking.
yeah, I did one time. Since I didn't eat anything for 5 days about a month ago.
Okay, yeah, I see that's yeah. I mean, yeah, I need yeah. I was just checking if you did it once or if you've experienced it. But yeah, if you're talking about the benefits of not drinking, the benefits of fasting are equal or multiplied.
I believe that. Yeah, everything I've read about it. Yeah, I
So,
believe that.
so not yeah, so not drinking and fasting is just like a multiplier. It's just like yeah, you can't. I can't even. So like that's all I'm gonna say is yeah.
All of y'all are so cool. Um,
It's easy to be cool on the internet.
yeah,
But
it's kind of strange to be sober for the first time in a few years.
yeah, that's the coolest thing I've heard in a long time. I mean, I don't know if you might. My name is Rakia Life, and you've heard me have outbursts and anger issues on the internet. Well, I don't have those in my real life, like in my everyday business and family. I don't. But when I was put on this forum, I think I was called to come here because I didn't have any social media before I was put into this topic and told to come here and tell people the good news. Well, it also gave an opportunity for that evil spirit that you dealt with in alcohol to bring out a side of me that I haven't seen before. So the Discord and YouTube or whatever internet has brought that out and allowed that to come out in me and to give a entryway to hurt my relationship with my creator, and that's something that I've had to work on, and I've had to get away, like certain channels I can't go to. I just got away from another channel because it was so toxic. And that's something I had to realize and recognize and get away from because it was definitely damaging. Although I was doing some good and reaching out to people and turning them back to the creator, I don't think I was doing it in the best way, and it might have been tearing me down a little bit. So there's a little honesty from me. But everyone has issues. You can't sit next to anyone that doesn't have an issue that they're needing to deal with. So
You're right about that. We all
No,
have our.
I would I would defend you, and I've heard you at geos, and when you're going at geos, and it's all the globehead retards and all the same anti-flat earthers. like obviously it seems like a fruitless task, but there might be that one person listening where you're the fighter against the atheist globehead liars. So like it's an unsung hero where like you might go for 5 hours, 10 hours and not get anybody, but then once you get that one person, it makes it all worth it.
Yeah, maybe so. And I justified my actions with that, but I've since left Geos. I'm not on that server anymore because of just the way it was not making me act, but the way I was acting there, I wasn't happy with. So, you know, I think there's no coincidences. That's why I clicked on here this morning, and you know, that person that is being honest with me has helped me more than I've probably helped him, and he thinks I've helped him. So that's the way it should be.
This is the
No,
best server there is that
I
I've
like
ever
you like you probably don't even know me, but I've heard you on Nathan Oakley's years ago and donating, or I've heard you around, and I've heard you on Geos. Like you may think that nobody hears it. Like I already believe and I already know the truth, but there is people like you need the warriors. Like you're going against these hardcore atheists. You're not going to convince them, but you need the fighters to be in the battle for that the on the fencers to actually listen to and hear. So
Yeah,
like
I agree with you, and I appreciate that. I just needed, you know, I just wanted to take some time of reflection and
I
get away,
I get it.
and then maybe go back with a new outlook, because I do feel that, well, I know I've helped people, like I know that for a fact. They've, you know, emailed me and you know, all of that. I'm not against that. That's what the way God, you know, sends people into places that he knows I can, you know,
Oh yeah.
that I can
Oh,
handle
yeah.
it. But I think he's also telling me, look, you know, you know, chill out a little bit, then go back and I'll lead you in the right direction. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I'd be like, whatever. Take some time, do whatever you got to do, and come back with a different approach, and or like come back even if it's the same or even more aggressive. Like, there's nothing wrong with even more aggressive. Like these people are lying. It's just like who's listening. So like we all know that these people are lying through their teeth. And I know why, you know why. Certain people know exactly why these atheist globers are lying. We all know why.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is to hide the creator. I mean, I think the topic, the people
Yeah.
that are in there, that, you know, that type is for that reason. And I'm there to point out the deceit. I'm not there to tear down that person. I'm just there to let the audience know that that could be a deceit. You need to look into that.
Yeah, we just like to me it's just living my life, trying to survive and speaking the truth whenever I have free time. That's all I'm doing. Just regular. That's like truth is a way of life. I just speak truth, try to be good and honest and not hurt people. Like it's just how do you live any different? But I know there's a lot of psychos and narcissists and yeah, so I know the Ephesians 6:12 and yeah, like
I've realized that now that I'm sober, it's a lot easier to try to. I don't know how to describe it, but it's easier to try to connect with I don't know, is that God or the Creator, what his name may be. But when I was drunk, I was just it's like being possessed, by like some sort of demon or something.
yeah, like once the alcohol changes you as a person and makes you violent and aggressive, and then it gets to be like a super bad thing. Like I would never advise alcohol. I would never advise mushrooms. I would never advise anything. If you can live sober, live sober. But like marijuana can have certain health benefits, and so like
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have scientific evidence of the health benefits, but somehow I feel like I know.
Oh, there's plenty of scientific evidence out there. The thing is that it still is a question on a religious or spiritual thing, but there's plenty of science out there to support cannabis. Yeah.
Yeah, even if you go to cannabis, it'd be like, hey, I'm smoking weed. It's a sin. Who am I hurting? I'm hurting myself. Like, so it's a self sin.
Yeah, there's
But
a lot worse
imagine if
things
you
out
like, cheat on a woman. Yeah, you cheat on a woman or you beat a woman. Well, that's a way different sin than just smoking weed. So,
I'll
like, yeah,
agree with you.
it's
There's
that's why.
a lot worse. You can rack up a lot worse karma doing other things. Yeah.
Oh yeah, what goes around comes around. 100%. Pay now or pay double later.
But I noticed, yeah, I'm a lot different now. Sober, because when I was drunk, yeah, I was very angry and mean to everybody, and now that I'm sober, I feel really bad about how I've been the last few years.
I don't ever remember you being mean on live stream ever. You may
I'm not. I'm talking about my life in
maybe in
general.
your real life potentially, but
I've been
okay,
really
yeah,
mean to
then
people in my personal life. I say a lot of mean things. I got to the point where I was drinking 4 bottles a day. Then I was drinking 6 bottles a day, and I pretty much just told a lot of people the worst things I could imagine. Insults.
see one of the things you realize is that 20 years old, you're like, oh, I have tons of time. Life is whatever, we can do whatever. But then at 30, you're like, holy crap, life's kind of running out. And then you realize at 30 that you might get sick at 50, 55. So like your life shortens all of a sudden once you hit 30. And then you're like, whoa, shit, like 33. Whoa, what if I'm going to be accountable? And like, what if I'm going to have to justify my actions? And like, you start, like
Yeah,
a
you're right
man
about
usually
that.
starts to think about that at 30 to 35. A man's like, what's the purpose in life? Why am I here? Holy shit, like, why, like, this life is just fake and bullshit, and like there's a bigger purpose. So yeah.
That's sort of what you just described. Sort of what I'm going through right now. Yeah, when I was in my early 20s, yeah, I had all this time, could get away with it, do whatever I want. But now that I'm in my 30s, I'm like, oh, it's just how you described. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a regular pattern where, like I said, at 20 you have all the time in the world, you can do this, I can get a career, I can get a job, and then at 30, 31, 32, you're like, holy shit, I'm gonna get sick at 52. I only have 20 years left. So you're like, holy shit, I'm running out of
Yeah,
time.
I'm
And
at
then
that
all of a
holy
sudden the clock squeezes. Yeah, so not yeah. That was my experience, and it's probably a different timeline for women, but
Well, I'm having the same experience that you. Yeah, you explain it quite accurately.
yeah, mine was at like 31 to 33, and then it was like, holy crap. But I was flat earther at 35 till now, so like you learn uh, uh almost like half your life experience from 30 to 40 or something. Like it's somewhere like you learn, like you think you know everything at 28 or 25, but like just wait till you get to like 37, 39. Like especially if you're a flat earther and a truther, like
Yeah, the schooling in Google tells you know everything. You know it all. What is going on, America? My body, my choice. I'm a man and I can't get pregnant. I have a right to fucking kill my baby in my womb. What the fuck, bro?
Well, we know who's going to win the next Civil War.
You know, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what shape the fucking Earth is. If the Earth is going to hell in a handbasket, that's it. That doesn't matter. And then it is doing that. That's all I see, man.
You know, when you're overseas, I was deployed a couple times, and people kill each other out of love. You know, because they're trying to protect their other soldiers. They care about each other, and you know, these crazy commies that are saying they want to kill their babies and stuff. You know, they're not really. I'm just imagining like there's. I read on the internet. There's these mainstream news articles talking about the next Civil War. You know, they're talking about the next American Civil War. I'm like, yeah, I really don't think that these commies are going to stand a chance. If they want to make murdering children their rallying call. You know what I mean. That's weak.
Yeah,
That's the weakest thing ever.
Republican Democratic states, yeah. Well, obviously the Republicans are going to fucking wipe the floor because they've all got guns.
Yep, that's the other thing.
No,
I mean, that's obvious, but I was just trying to go beyond that. Besides that, of course, but besides the gun thing, you know.
The gun thing, the baby thing, the gender thing, the other thing, that other thing. How many fucking things? It's just one thing after another. Fucking cray. There,
I mean,
there ain't no cure for crazy.
You can't really raise the army around that.
The Putin thing.
But it's weird because the left in America, they believe whatever the mainstream news tells them, and they do whatever the mainstream news tells them to do. And the mainstream news articles are saying they're beating the war drum. They're talking about the next Civil War in America, and I'm thinking to myself, really?
Yeah, over here they're talking about 1937, 1939 moment with fucking Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah. Oh, I saw that about the UK. I saw an article about that yesterday.
Yeah, some fucking general decides that this is now like just before World War II. This is the moment. This is our World War II moment. It's just
over a country that most people, Ukraine, 95 or 90% of people at least had no idea where it was or what the flag even looked like before the news started going crazy, you know?
Yeah, and let's admit it, it probably was corrupt as fuck.
Yeah.
You know, the politicians there and everything, and I know Putin's talking about Nazism, but well, that's the guise of democracy. You think you're living in a democracy, but you're actually living in the upside down world. It's completely the opposite, but they give you the illusion that you're living in a fucking democracy and you have a right of choice. But they probably are as corrupt as fuck, and they were probably doing things that Russians didn't like. So it's not all Russia's bad. Russia probably has a point of what's going on there, especially when they're talking about joining NATO. I mean, what happened? What happened with the fucking Cuban Missile Crisis? You know, when America thought that there was a possibility that Russia would put fucking nukes in Cuba, they lost their shit. They would basically go to war about that, and that's correct because that's too fucking close to home, right? Well, this is what the NATO and the EU and all these bastards are doing. They're creeping closer, and Russia sees this, and he sees the fucking Europe's getting bigger. Suddenly, Turkey's part of Europe. Hey,
I love my country. I love America, but I could tell we are not on the right side of history right now with Russia.
Yeah, I mean,
We're playing the villain right now.
well, look who's in charge. He's some fucking villain, that boy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just being honest. The fake news likes to lie and act like Russia's the villain, but maybe they were in times past. I don't know, but right now, clearly we're on the wrong side of history right now.
Yeah, right and wrong and all that shit there, and we know it's all a puppet show.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's all one sided. Yeah, you're right. It's not all one sided. Russia might have a point in certain fucking things. They're like, listen, you're getting a little bit too fucking close for comfort here. Back off, right? And by the way, yeah, all the politicians that live in they're all fucking bought by the United States or by Europe. They're all fucking corrupt bastards. They're all fucking taking the piss out of people. And we've had enough. So they have a point in that respect. But don't get me wrong. Like, if any country tries to invade Europe or Ireland or UK or America, and they're in the wrong, I'll fight, But
We got politicians on both sides, left and right, in our country that are that own shares in the gas company in Ukraine.
yeah,
And they're getting billions of dollars.
Yep, conflicts of interests are going through the fucking roof. All these
Yep.
I think it was about 20 senators that have the families have stakes in.
Big conflict of interest. Yeah, it's corrupt as hell.
It is. It is. Every time you look at it, I love Tucker Carlson. I listen to Tucker Carlson all the time, right? And there's a guy called Johnny Rotten, who is actually John Lydon, the lead singer of the Sex Pistols. He put out a thing the other day. It says, he put up a little meme about, I never thought I'd see the day when the right would be the one sticking up for the small person, and the left would be the insane-looking kind of people.
Huh.
Because 20 years ago, the left was all right. Oh yeah, freedom and rights and all this here, and the right was all fucking establishment. And yeah, establishment's great and all this. But that's completely switched around. That's.
Oh yeah. What happened to the left being anti-war? Now they want to start the Third World War.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, they used to care about individual rights. It's strange how it changed, because it's amazing how the left completely believes whatever the television says. On the right, only half of the people on the right believe the television.
Only half the retards on the right.
Yeah. But that's a lot better than all of the idiots on the left. 98% of them believe everything, or maybe 95% of them believe everything on TV. They believe every mainstream news article. You don't question it at all. But on the right, though, only about half believe everything the mainstream says.
I was always in the middle anyway, and I never did like the right, but it's come over to. I'm starting to like it more, but I would rather. Who was it? Louder Crowder, Stephen Crowder. He says, "I would rather support their views than these lefty fucking crazy people that just want to abort babies, get rid of your guns, fucking fight wars in Ukraine for fucking." It's just. I would far rather support a conservative leftist right Republican view than I would, even though I know that it's not, they're both fucking bullshit, but it seems the better fucking choice. You know what
I mean? 90-something% of the Democrats in America, the left, they took the shots, and I think about half of the Republicans. That's where I'm getting my numbers from. I was looking at shot the vax rates. We're not supposed to talk about that here. Sorry, but yeah. So anyway, in the future, the left simply won't exist anymore. They're just they've all did the Jonestown thing.
They drank the Kool-Aid. They drank it. They drank it. Oh my god.
They all drank the Kool-Aid, and it was spiked. Literally, they got spiked.
It's strange, 20 years ago becoming a conspiracy theorist and looking into 9/11, all these kinds of things, and shape of the earth and all there. And you kind of think that the left was right. You're kind of like, yeah, that's good. Yeah, you need freedom of this and freedom of that, and right to this and right choice. But and then you just watch them grow into something that is fucking so ridiculous. It's so fucking
Oh yeah,
crazy.
well, they were a lot more similar 20 years ago. They weren't that different like today. Not today. They've really diverged.
Yeah, it's getting worse every day.
The media did it. The news did it. Because somehow I don't know how, but somehow the news hypnotized, and the news did it. It's all from the television. It blows my mind, but I've been trying to make sense of it. It says on the TV. Well, I'm not going to talk about 99% chance of recovery, but anyway, it's a mixture of repetition, and other people have said it's got to do with the flicker rate, on the screen, and it puts them into hypnosis and other stuff, subliminal. I don't know, but television. I don't own a television. I haven't watched television in over a decade.
I wish I could say that.
Why would you watch TV if you got the internet?
Yeah, but I suppose most of my TV is internet. I watch YouTube more than anything else.
Yeah, me too. I don't watch, but I don't have TV. I mean, yeah, what you said though, I watch YouTube and other channels, other BitChutes one and other websites.
Oh yeah, mainstream TV is dying. It is dying. It's in the death throes right now.
Yeah. But it's taking people down with them. The mainstream, the TV may be dying, but the TV is also killing a lot of people.
Well, I suppose we did speak about this earlier. It did change the world, didn't it? And as a tool, I don't think it's been the benefit of humanity.
Oh yeah. Do you think they're going to succeed in starting the Third World War?
Jeez, man, I don't know. It's possible, I suppose.
I think they're really going to do it.
Population control and all that jazz. We need more people. Did.
Yeah. You know why they're going to do it? Because the people that plot it, that orchestrate it, they're going to be like on some private island somewhere, some third party, some neutral country. The people the shareholders, the people that really call the shots, they're not going to be involved in any way.
Yeah. Nor their kids, nor their family at all. They're just going to sit and get richer and richer.
Yeah.
No. The people who make the artillery, the shells, and the gunpowder and the bombs, you're never going to see their family on the front lines.
It's really more the shareholders, man. They're the ones that, there's a lot of businessmen that are more actively directly involved that think they're safe. They may be because they stay in America or UK or wherever, and they send other people's children off to fight the war. But there is some risk involved when your nation's in a state of war. But I really think though that the people truly responsible for starting something like the Third World War, they're not going to be in the UK or the USA or in Russia. They're going to be in the Bahamas,
Who is it?
the Caribbean.
Name names. I want you to name names.
Living in the middle of Venezuela.
Who is it? Name names.
How the fuck? How the fuck do you know who that is, man? Nobody knows who they are.
The people that meet up in Davos,
Uh,
Switzerland.
secret societies.
No,
The,
Which
the names
are
are.
we?
You got Bilderberg Group,
Oh,
CFR, Trilateral, whatever. But you also got really the people that meet in Switzerland at Davos. I think that's really, those are the plotters right there.
yeah, like the Zionists, the Jesuits, and the Freemasons,
Probably.
Rosicrucians, Club of
Yeah,
Malta, Club of Rome, Club of 300,
yeah.
Bilderberg Group.
You got it.
oh, them motherfuckers. Large
All
Hadron
those
Collider.
evil, dirty rats.
I actually think they did open they opened a portal.
Not all Jews are bad. I'm a Jew,
Yeah,
but I wasn't raised religious or anything. But I tell you, they're not all bad.
No, I.
It may be a lot of them.
That's one of
Maybe a
my
lot of
favorite
them are
topics.
bad. Yeah.
No, I would agree. Not all Jews are bad, but what we consider a Jew is not actually a Jew. So it's probably not even. Yeah, it's probably not even allowed. I shouldn't even.
probably not.
But
Yeah. Moving on.
yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're a Jew, white, black, pink, whatever. If you follow God, you're a non-Israelite can be closer to God than an Israelite.
I believe that.
So it doesn't.
And I think it's a lot
So
like
it doesn't matter if you're
Freemasonry.
Jew,
I have
white,
friends
black,
that are
Israelite, this, that. You
Freemasons,
can be closer to God.
I'm saying
So
that
it doesn't matter your color, your race, your whatever you are. That you can be as close to God as possible if you choose that destiny.
what I'm trying to say is I got friends that are Freemasons, okay? And we share a lot of the same values, the Second Amendment, etc. But the higher up, like one of them told me this. One of them told me, he said it's like any other organization. The higher up, like at the top, is corrupt. Like anything, like any large organization, it's corrupt at the top. And I think it's like that with all these groups we're talking about. Like for example, the Bilderberg or CFR or whatever, they got people that work for them as assistants and secretaries and paperwork and stuff, and they're not bad people. They just gotta take care of their family. But there's I call, what I simplify it. I call them the shareholders. I think that the really evil people are some not. I mean, not all rich people are bad, but there are a lot of shareholders. That's the word I use. That are plotting. Apparently, they're plotting the Third World War.
The one bad thing is that we are going to be judged on how we made our money. Like if we made money by building guns and bombs that kill people, or building or if you were just like a cake baker or a bread baker, that's going to be way different than if you're building guns. You're knowingly building guns that are going to kill innocent people, and you're doing it because it's your job. I'm just doing it as a job. So
I would
you have to
agree
be
with you
very
on,
cautious
on
of what you do.
I would agree with you on the big hardware stuff, like explosive stuff. But talking about guns, though, a lot of guns are used to protect people. So I'll disagree on the. I think it's like making a sword. The blacksmith make a sword, and oftentimes in medieval times, a sword is used to keep your family alive. So
That's the gamble, though. You're making the gun, and you don't know where that gun goes.
I'll disagree on the gun part, but everything else you said, yeah, like people that make. I don't like to say these words on the internet, but yeah, bomb, for example. People that make those things, yeah, that's bad karma. I agree with people that that's not good.
Yeah, that's my point. Is if your job is gonna hurt
So
somebody later, that's potentially bad karma for you.
if you run
Like
the
it's
machine,
bad that you're working on people. But that's just my opinion.
if you run the
Well, what if
machine,
you made kitchen knives?
are you a bad person? If you run the machines that pack fentanyl,
Did you say fentanyl?
Pack fentanyl. What?
Fentanyl.
Oh, that's bad. I think that's really bad karma. You don't want to be making that.
No, see, you had a better argument with the like kitchen knives, where like you're making a kitchen knife set with a knife, fork,
Yeah.
spoon, and then like somebody uses that knife to kill somebody. That's a lot different than a gun projectile, because your
I look
intentional
at it the
purposes
same way.
was your intentional purposes was to somebody to eat to make it easier, and some crazy atheist used it to kill somebody. But a gun, you know, it's going to be used to kill somebody.
If you're making artillery shells, then that's bad karma.
You know, every time there's a mass shooting in America, it stops when somebody with a gun shows up.
Yep.
Do you know that America is like 18th on the list for fucking gun crimes in the real world?
Hey, check this out. The Uvalde shooter had the same phone number as one of the victims. Because it's fake. It was staged. It was staged. It may be real. I don't know, but I mean, it was staged. Okay, whether it's fake or real, it's a fake news story.
You're not allowed to talk about these topics on live stream. You're not allowed to talk about this.
Well, I didn't know that. I was always told that we're just not allowed to talk about the cough 19 because they shut servers down for that. But they don't shut the server down for talking about what I just with the Uvalde or shooting false flags. They don't. Discord doesn't shut you down for that.
I don't know about that. Yeah.
You can talk about anything on Discord except for the cough 19.
Yep.
No, I'm not allowed to post memes about it. So how come if somebody posts a meme, it wasn't me, and then he was warned it had the U word in it. So it had the U word in it, and he got a warning. But we're allowed to talk about it in the live stream.
I'm not a moderator, but somebody was going over and above and beyond moderating. But the thing is that what I've always been told here is that if the flat Earth subject comes up, for example, a new person or a globalist wants a debate, then we shift to we prioritize talking about the flat Earth. But when we don't have that debate going on, we can talk about anything other than the cough 19. Because that's the only real threat to the server.
True.
You know?
That's not true. No, you need to go through the welcome. I'll go through VC check-in where it's like there's no in the live stream. You have to stick to flat Earth and not talk about shootings, riots, or psyops or false flags.
Or monkeypox.
Like there is. Yes.
But maybe there's some new rules.
The best part is we will be accountable for all our words and actions. If somehow he gets a strike, I didn't say any words. Only the people who said the key words said the key words. So like YouTube I'm just warning
Helio does the YouTube thing, and that's separate. He does that. That's separate from the Discord thing. You know.
Helio got a strike because they were talking about Russia and Ukraine.
Wow, really? That's BS. I can't believe they did that to him.
We can do that.
We can't talk about the potential third world war.
There's no free speech.
There's no such thing as free speech anymore.
Well, thanks for letting me know that. I didn't know that I didn't know he was getting flack for that. I guess we shouldn't talk about the potential war that's going to happen.
World War III. Yeah, World War III is a terrible thing to talk about.
I would love like I said the other day to whoever else, like 50% of the topics are off limits. We're only allowed to talk about flat Earth, biblical relations, ash the globe.
The thought police. You're saying the thought police are cracking down more on us.
Yeah.
It's in like the silver text or it's like he got there was a 7-day streak because of maybe it was a month ago, 2 months ago. But
this is
I'm just letting you know. I didn't say anything.
No, thanks for letting me know
anything. You guys were talking about.
Don't tell anybody, man. Shut up.
Hey, this is why
my best strategy My best strategy is I just come here to bash the globe, speak truth, biblical truths. So, like, other people, I want to talk about everything. Trust me. Like, I want to talk about. look at my bio. Like, I want to talk about everything. I want to talk about it, but I'm not allowed.
Hey,
so
this
yeah.
is why I've been missing. I've been MIA for a long time because the cough thing, the latest cough thing has been a really big thing, and we're not allowed to talk about it here. So rather than being here, I'm watching videos and surfing the net about it. You know.
That's kind of strange, isn't it? On a
Yeah.
conspiracy forum or a flat Earth forum where you can't talk about the Jabba Jabba Doo.
The Jabba Jabba Doo, the Jabberino.
It's strange.
I know, that's why I've been MIA a while, because I want to talk about current events, you know. But I understand that the thought police are cracking down.
Oh, big time. You can't talk about World War III.
I mean, yeah, this is the place where this is a group, a collection of the most skeptical people in the world are here at the Flat Earth Channel, and this is the best place to talk about everything. But except if we're not allowed to. I remember when the cough began, I learned a lot about microbiology here, like a whole lot, really fast.
You said that earlier, is that what they will do eventually is that people will police themselves. Like, before you say anything, you have to think about it if you're allowed to say it or not. Well, that's
it's like the Soviet Union.
Yeah, exactly.
Neighbors tearing each other in.
Yep. Police themselves. Gilded cages and all that crack.
Because I can't talk about current events here, which is why I'm surfing the net, and there's a bunch of retards out there that are polluting the internet. But I'd rather be talking with y'all about it because, like I said, this is the most skeptical group of people on the internet right here. So y'all rip things apart really rapidly and disassemble bullshit really fast. And if I'm not allowed to talk about the bullshit, I have to go elsewhere, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of smart people in this server, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah, there's brilliant people here, yeah. I mean, you got to be smart to figure out that you've been lied to about the shape of the world. I mean, the lie is that extensive. You have to visualize all the moving parts and piece it together and see how, you need to be smart to figure this out.
What's up, Git?
Hey, guys. Hello.
Bula.
Nice to hear you guys.
How you doing?
Yeah, enjoying lemonade at the moment.
Sounds tasty.
Yeah, it's very, very hot here. Like 35 Celsius.
What area in the world are you in?
Timișoara, Romania.
Romania.
Oh, wow, you're in Romania.
Yes.
Dracula.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. You know about Transylvania, don't you?
I do know, yeah. I happen to be related.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yo, Smurf, Bambo is telling you to read the VC chat for once.
Yes, Smurf is cool.
That's fascinating.
Saluta, ce mă faci?
Salut, bine, bine.
Bună.
You ever get a thirst for blood?
No.
Okay. Maybe you're distantly related.
I'm actually living a aristocratic lifestyle, to say so.
Oh, you posh bastard.
Yeah.
Hey, party at your place.
Champagne.
Well, champagne is fermented, so it's not good. It's alive. It's alive. You know. It comes from the.
I've heard that fermented stuff's good for you.
No, it doesn't do good.
What about yogurt? Yogurt's good for you.
No. Yogurt. I mean, I wouldn't give it to the children. Not even cow milk, but yeah, fresh cow milk is tolerable, but you need to milk it from one cow, and yeah, that milk you give it to someone to consume. But if
You
you
like your
milk
steak,
1,000
you
cows
like your steak
together
raw?
and you mix that milk, it's no good. So yeah,
Do you like your steak rare?
I'm vegan. I'm a bread eater.
No, he's related, and he's related to the dude Pennsylvania, and he's a vegan.
Yeah,
Wow, I've heard everything.
yeah, you do.
That's funny.
Actually, the British Empire, they were writing a lot of bullshit about us. Before the Roman Empire, everyone from the world wanted to come in this land, to visit it and to learn from here. But they were not allowed. They were much more extremist than the USA is today with their USA visas, you know. Yeah.
Romania.
Probably a beautiful land.
Yeah, we have some good architecture. If you can see in that photo, the buildings, they're very nice, big.
Hey, how are the gun laws over there? Are y'all allowed to have guns?
Yeah, you need a permit. Yeah.
Or is it easy to get?
I had hunting, and yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
You
Are
are
you allowed to carry a sidearm like a pistol?
A pistol, you need a special permit. Like defense or
Is,
protection stuff.
is that
So,
difficult or is that
yeah.
easy to get?
Uh, well, you need to have a clean criminal record, and you can get it, yeah. But
Oh, well, that's
kind of
cool, man. That's
expensive.
always reassuring to hear that you still have some freedom out there. I always ask people from different countries, that's how I gauge how much freedom you have.
Mm. But you see, if you go in gypsies communities and stuff, you can see they have weapons with no license, nothing, like black market. So yeah.
PMAC there, he's in a tyrannical, oppressive, dystopian nightmare state.
Oppressor.
I am. You're right. How the fuck do you know that?
Because your gun laws are shit, dude. Part of my English. Sorry about that.
There's only one law: you can't own a gun. That's it, man.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that is shit.
Yeah.
Man, they're freer in Romania than in UK. Oh god.
Yeah. You're free to do as we say, we tell you. you know?
Yeah, I know that tune.
Yeah.
A lot of beautiful Ukrainian women streaming into your country recently, huh?
Oh man, yeah. I think so. I haven't seen any of them.
Oh, really?
I just got here yesterday.
What was you traveling?
Um, I work in Germany,
Wow,
so
cool.
now I'm in holiday.
You work in Germany, but you are a Romanian.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Yeah, man. I have to go to Germany to fix the robots and all those machines to make them work right because the Germans they don't know.
Hey, can you
In
give
the
me a job?
Yeah, in the 90s, we had a very good educational system. So it wasn't like the European ones or like the American. So you were supposed to learn a lot, you know.
Hey, man, I'm really good with technology. You can get me a job, right?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Yeah.
Cool.
There's always work in these fields, automotive and technology.
Well, I'm an American, so I don't go anywhere unless I can get a gun.
American.
Well,
Better
I'm
fly there
with
before the next
the
lockdown.
guns. I'm not pro guns, but neither contrarian. But I would suggest, hey, a bow is much more fun than any gun.
You said the bow?
Yeah, a bow compound. Yeah,
Wow, I've never used one of those. That does sound like fun. But I tell you,
yeah.
as an American, I could summarize my entire culture with just one word: is guns.
Yes, yes, true. The law of the gun. That's the respecting it. That's
Yeah,
how you
that's pretty
keep the
much all I
respect
care
in the
about.
history. Yeah,
I don't go
that's
to
how
other.
you make. Yeah,
I don't go anywhere unless I can carry a gun.
yeah.
People are going to think twice if they roll into a
But
town.
do you have a permit to carry?
What'd you say?
Do you have a permit for the gun?
Oh yeah. I carry a gun everywhere, man. I was in the army, so I sleep with my guns.
Oh, that's cool. But what about, I mean, when you enter a supermarket store, yeah,
Oh yeah.
you're not allowed to wear a mask when you carry a gun. That's the law.
Oh, what in Romania?
I mean, in USA.
Oh no, I have not worn a mask the entire time. In my state, they
Wow,
never care.
really?
Yeah, I live in Virginia,
You're
and they
lucky
never carry
bastard.
here.
You're lucky bastard.
Well, thank you. Try to be.
I envy you.
Bastard.
Yeah.
You lucky bastard.
You lucky bastard.
But I am open to traveling, but only if I can carry a gun. I would never go to the UK because they're anti-freedom.
Plus, I'm here, so you wouldn't like it.
Well, don't worry. Last night we had 5,000 U.S. soldiers debarking in our country, like the elite soldiers, the best combat masters.
Wait, last night?
Yeah, last night they came into our country. Yeah.
Is this because of the Ukrainian thing?
Yeah. They want to make a line defense, something here in Romania to mobilize forces and stuff.
I'm
But
starting to think.
actually, I see it's something like they're gonna push us again to fight against the Russians, just like it happened in the Second World War.
And you fought
So
against the Turks, you kept the Turks
yeah,
back, and then you kept the Russians back, and then you get the fucking Russians back again.
yeah,
Poor Romanians, bro. He's on the front line everywhere.
yeah. We were always between three empires, at least minimum three
Yeah,
empires around us.
yeah, I know the history. Wallachia,
Malachia, yeah.
Well, you'll be all right. You can always resort to just putting their heads on pikes.
Yeah, spear them.
Michael the Brave. Michael the Brave was some guy.
Yeah, Mihai, Michael.
Yeah, some guy, man.
Yeah, he was a very mighty Romanian leader. But this is recent history. It's like a couple 100 years ago, 500 years ago.
Yeah, long time ago.
Mm.
You talking about when they put their heads on the pikes? That was legendary.
Yeah. Well, that guy Vlad Tepes was the guy who got this name Dracula and stuff. But he was kidnapped from his parents. His parents murdered by the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
So the Sultan took them and raised the children. And obviously, the kids were his girlfriends, So
That's where the Turks got
and
the
he thought,
janissary.
Wow, I didn't know
yeah,
any of that. That's interesting history, man.
yeah.
The
You see,
janissary were all
Vlad,
foreign people.
yeah, Vlad was his girlfriend, and also Radu, his brother, he was called Radu the Beautiful, and that one fell into this homosexual stuff. So he was in love with the Ottoman Sultan leader. But Vlad wasn't. His heart was poisoned.
He,
And he promised the Sultan that if he makes him a leader here in Romania, because the Sultan trusted him, so he gave him this position in Romania to lead.
and then he
And
rebelled.
when he gave it to him, he switched back against the Ottoman Empire. And what he
Ah,
did, he was
Yeah,
doing horrible stuff because of his childhood trauma.
he was a bit of a shit general too. He lost he
Yeah.
lost one battle. It was absolutely terrible. He should never have
Mhm.
lost it.
Yeah.
I
Flat.
want to know that.
Well, I will say he got some revenge, but the revenge is the weapons of the fool. Yeah.
Revenge is
So.
it's
Yeah,
bittersweet.
I find it fascinating. Romania.
Mhm.
Always been on the front line against the Ottomans. Just
Yeah.
always in conflict. Just good fighting
Now
people.
we have issues with the Hungarians,
Yes.
which are actually remnant people from the Ottoman Empire invasion.
Yeah. The Hungarians
Yeah.
actually had a massive fucking empire. Very, very big.
Yeah. Yeah, they were also an empire with Austria, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know my history.
Mhm. Well, my city was actually occupied by them, and they tried to defile the land and destroy everything, but they didn't make it. I mean, it was impossible. They tried to cut all the woods here, but these woods are so big and they regenerate so fast. You cannot cut them. You cut one hill, and in 5 years, you can see trees back on it, like a forest. A whole forest is back. Yeah.
I love the Romanian accent too, man. Well, I
So
love
if
too.
hey, one of these days I can come visit you.
Well, you have beautiful mountains, and there are a lot of natural simulacrums, like mountains which look like the face of a man, or the face of a man is sculpted on a mountain. The Danube River, the Danube Delta is also a very beautiful place. Uh, yeah, Black Sea. Uh,
That's a
You know,
lot
in the
going on in
future,
Romania.
someday after all this current events blow over, with the COVID-19, whatever. I'd like to come visit someday as a tourist, and check out the mountains
yeah,
and.
yeah, you should. You should. We have many uh, places, historical places, where these Greek mythological events took place. That's where they happened here in Romania. So when you read Greek mythology, you are actually reading about what happened here.
Oh, cool,
So
man.
yeah, there is a mountain which is all burnt and nothing grows on it, not a hair of grass, nothing. Because on this mountain, Zeus struck with thunder Prometheus, I think, and that whole mountain burned so badly that after that, nothing ever grew on that mountain.
Wow.
And it's very weird, to see one mountain between so many full of forests and stuff, but this one is bald.
Nothing grows.
This
Yeah.
mountain is completely naked. Yeah. And nobody can scientifically explain why, how. Yeah. But they don't even care. Nobody is. Yeah.
All I know about Romania is huge on a map. It's a very large place.
No, I will
No,
not
it's
say. I
really
mean, Germany is so much bigger, you know.
yeah, it's not,
Yeah, but there's a lot more people live in Germany.
Uh, no, actually, we are about 14 million. They say 20, but like about 6 are outside, you know.
In
yeah, they
Germany,
Yeah,
it's
all
80
work in
million.
the UK.
yeah, they come live and work in USA, in UK, in Germany.
Yeah. That's how I learned Romanian. Well, not learned Romanian, but how to say hello, etc. My boss was the boss I used to have
Yeah,
was a Romanian girl. Uh,
yeah, nice.
Yeah, I don't know much about Romania, but I'm just sure it's a beautiful place.
It's worth. You see, actually, Osiris asked a Thracian, a Bulgarian, what is it? What land is beyond this river? And this river, he meant the lower Danube.
the Danube, yeah.
Uh, yeah, and he said, "Oh, beyond this river is the land of the fields with flowers and the land of the bees."
There you
That's
go.
what he told him. Yeah. So, but
Milk and
yeah,
honey.
people nowadays they don't know these things anymore. They don't value them. It means nothing for them if you tell them, you know. Yeah.
Does Romania have a big military?
Well, I would not say big. They like to show off like they are strong, powerful, you know, like the Americans and stuff, but they are not. They are brainwashed. And, you know, the soldiers here are like, they have their indoctrination. And if you try to break through that, you're going to see them like experiencing cock this, like in that very moment you address them, you know. And they refuse to accept other kind of views or
So,
perspectives. Yeah,
Do y'all use a lot of Russian hardware, like Russian weapons and vehicles, or not? I don't know because I just wondered.
yeah.
We're so close to Ukraine and Russia.
well, we had our own, but
Oh, you have your own.
yeah, uh, and we developed many things like the jet engine, yeah,
Oh,
the
cool.
laser. Yeah,
Does the average Romanian soldier carry a AK-47 or AR-15 or something else?
yeah, they do have now American weapons
Oh, cool.
and probably from Israel.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So
That's interesting.
we we don't have factories to manufacture weapon, but we had
So,
a big factory back in the days. We were making gunpowder and everything, you know, and weapons, you know. Yeah,
A country. You're not really a small country. I think y'all should start. Maybe that's what I should do. I should come to Romania and start a nice
yeah.
gun factory.
It's the best place to start, you know. If you can ignore the people, you know, but actually historically trying to find out the history of this land and people, there is a lot to learn. There is valuable history here. Um, yeah,
Your
I-
language is very similar to Italian, right?
yes.
It's actually, yeah.
Actually, Italian language is a Latin language which is born from, the Latin itself is a language born from the Dacian people language. And also the Greek language is born from the old Romanian language.
No, it's funny you
Wait,
should
you
say
just
that.
said the
Funny you
Greek
should say that,
language?
Murph. I
Yeah.
noticed that sometimes in Romanian, when you hear Romanian speak, it sounds very, very Italian.
Yes, yes, yes. Romanian language, even today, we have more Latin words inside our language than Italian itself, or French,
Ah,
So
or
Latin is not a
Spanish,
dead
or
language.
Portuguese.
more
Yeah,
Italian than it's English.
all these Latin languages, they are not as rich in Latin words as Romanian language is. And this is not because Romanian is a Latin language. This is because the Romanian language gave birth to the Latin language.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I've read that when the Roman Empire was falling apart, that a lot of Romans fled to Romania.
Yeah. Well,
Where they came from.
you name Caesar, for example. He was saying in the Roman Senate, yeah, I'm going back to the land of my fathers, and he meant in Dacia, Romania today.
Yeah.
So yeah, and not only Caesar, but Trajan, Constantine, many of them. You see, vast majority of the Roman emperors, they were Dacians. Even
Is that also where ancient the Greek come from? The Romania, Dacia, Dacia.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. I
Yeah,
learn something every day.
yeah. And you see, the founders of Rome was those brothers, Romulus and Remus. They were Dacians, and they
Ah,
fought among themselves who should be the one to give the name to the city Rome. Yeah, so funny. Like,
I learn from every day.
yeah. So, it is nice, even when you go in Italy, in Rome, you can see our last king, our true last king, being. There is a wall sculpture, very famous, yeah, and you can see there a Roman general holding the head of someone. Well, that guy is holding and presenting it to Trajan, the Roman emperor. That's the head of Decebalus Pescorilos. That was our last king. He preferred to commit suicide instead of being captured and defeated.
That's legit.
You
That
know. Yeah. And
that's
then
legit. I respect that.
the general then decapitated him and took his head in the Roman Senate and showed that, yeah, we conquered Dacia. But actually, they conquered only 14% of our country. So, yeah. And suddenly, overnight, they taught every Dacian to speak a Latin language. So the Italians, if they were coming here, they could talk with any person, and they understood as if they were speaking their own language.
Yeah, Rome was very good at assimilating people.
Yeah.
Very, very good. They just destroyed the ancient religions, whatever was there. They destroyed that completely.
Well,
Killed off the priesthood.
they they couldn't assimilate us because they were descendants from us, from Romans themselves. And actually, what happened is they gave laws like whoever pronounces the word Dacian or Dacia, the name of this land, to be executed on the spot, you know. And this is how they
Really?
destroyed the culture and knowledge about our mighty empire, you know, that we were. Because none of these empires, the Greek Empire, the Roman Empire, they never dare to say something or like fight us, because they were very well known as. I mean, I have to show you their armor. It's in the today's museums. Yeah, they had gold, solid gold helmets, breast shields of gold. So all these soldiers and army, they were wearing gold. And when you see an army like this come riding on horses, you know, and even the horses were decorated with gold and gold swords and you name it, yeah, silver and gold, they were full of it. And it, they were also very beautifully manicrafted, like they were artifacts, you know. They were masterpieces. So when you see such an army coming towards you,
You think twice.
yeah, yeah,
These guys got a lot of gold, man.
it's very imposing, you know, it's shiny, it's, yeah,
Like the
it's
Scottish.
rich. You can see they're filthy rich. So you're saying, what do I have to give to these people? I mean,
Yeah. They're
the only
going to
thing you
defend their
see
gold.
is stuff that the only thing you see is stuff that you can take if you defeat them, you know.
Like the Scottish used to go
And
bollock naked, don't they?
yeah,
Like bollock
yeah,
and
yeah.
actually get an erection. Some of the Celtic tribes would get an erection to show how not scared they were of the enemy. And that would put the fear of God in the enemy. Like, geez,
Yeah.
these guys
Well,
actually do not give a shit.
they
They are
say they
actually
were
prepared
very
to die right now
priestly,
today.
you know. Mm.
Bucharest, probably a beautiful city, right?
No, filthy and
Good.
crowded and very, very loud. And people are not so well mannered, you know.
Wow, good to know.
Yeah, I recommend
Yeah.
my city, Timișoara. Timișoara. It's in the west.
Hey, I understand there's some gypsies. The Romani are out there, right?
Yes, yes.
What do the Romanians think about the Romani?
Well, I don't like them, but I know they are part of our culture. They were born here. They were made by Hercules, you know, and
The God.
sorry,
They were made by what?
by Hercules.
Wow.
The God.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Demi
I didn't
God.
know that.
Yeah, yeah.
Demigod. Sorry, yeah.
Hercules defeated the beast, and he took the dragon snake, something like this, and he took the beast's teeth, you know, the teeth from his mouth, and when he threw these teeth on the ground, they germinated like seed, and an army of rose like an army of soldiers looking like men. They were looking like men, but they were not humans, you know, they were not men. But
Zombies?
yeah, no, not zombies. I mean, even today, you see, I make this analogy between Hollywood actors. Um, I don't call them hypocrites, you know. They look like a man inside and outside, but they are not men because they are acting to be men.
Ah,
So when you are acting, you're not really what you claim you are. So yeah,
You're getting paid for being a good liar.
yeah, clown.
Clown.
Mhm.
Hey, what do they believe? The gypsies there. What's their religion? Are they Christian or something else?
Yeah, vast majority of them are Christians or like
Catholic.
they they look into this Indian culture, because you see, after Hercules, they fled to these countries, India, Pakistan, and they formed these country and population their own kingdom, and
Wow.
then they started coming back, and they knew that the gold is here, and this is what they did in Romania. They were always living outside the villages or cities like nomads, but they were digging the ground because they were finding a lot of gold being buried, from ancient times. Yeah.
Hey, why didn't they ever just assimilate with the? Why didn't they ever just be normal?
Because the Romanians, they're not normal.
No, I'm
No,
talking
you
about
see,
the gypsies.
Oh, well, yeah.
they were cursed in the end by God to
That's
be man,
Another god.
So
funny.
this means that whichever gypsy, if he follows a belief in God and he learns to behave and he's humane, he's empathic and all that, then he is a real human.
I,
Yeah.
I believe in their ways. I think it's a good way to be. They call us
Yeah,
countrymen.
they're very conservative. I mean,
No master. Oh
they are
yeah.
family oriented people, and this is very, very valuable, you know. And when they people blame them because they arrange these marriages, but I actually understand because you see, two families arrange the marriage between their children, and what do? Well, the boy has to buy the girl. What does this mean? Well, the
Down.
family of the boy will pay 100,000 euro, 200,000, 300,000 euros, yeah, to buy that girl. So this money goes to the family of the girl, and this is an insurance that if this boy and girl make children, yeah, they make a family, and then they decide to break up, yeah, and the boy goes with another woman or stuff. Now, this
That's strange.
woman with children will have her own house, yeah, so she can raise the children, yeah. So it's a good mindset concept,
very logical. Yeah, I never
Yeah,
heard of
yeah,
that.
You just,
yeah,
as a granddad, just praying
yeah. They
keeps
value the
female.
woman,
'Cause,
not just the woman, also the men are valued, but. They are not like, oh, I marry a woman and then I throw her in the street. Yeah,
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
yeah, yeah. So if you want a piece of meat, yeah, it's gonna cost you. you know, it doesn't come free. Yeah.
I still find it unusual that after all this time they've not assimilated. They've preserved their own thing separate from like how I just all these centuries went by and they still separate people.
yeah, you don't see too many gypsies in America.
No, no, you see all different sort of people, but you don't see them.
Yeah.
I've never seen gypsies in America.
Well, even now, the system is like, um, how do I say, not tolerant, but ignorant.
It chooses
When it
not to.
comes about gypsies. If a gypsy child doesn't go to school, nobody cares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then if a Romanian child is not being sent to the doctor to get a vax or to school, kindergarten and stuff. Oh, you are mistreating the child. We take it and
No.
yeah.
I can understand education makes sense just to get that piece of paper so you get a high paying
Yeah.
job. But it's really, I'm talking about America. I don't know about Romania, but in America, our education system sucks. I mean, people go through it and they don't really learn anything practical or useful at all.
Yeah.
Ask them to
I
point to
agree with
Romania on the
you.
map. They point to Germany. Is it there?
Oh yeah, Germany might have. I'm sure Germany has a way better system, but America, we put more money. We allocate more money to our students than any other
Yeah.
country in the world, and we have the lowest scores in the West. Basically, we have some of the lowest scores in the world. Like and in depending where you go to school in America, like Detroit, for example, there's children that can't even read that they get their high school diploma and they can't even read this shit.
Huh.
Well, it's not even important to read. I mean, what's the purpose of reading if you get online and you see what people talk and write? I mean, like a
Yeah,
double
that's a good
cross,
point.
like they speak so colorful.
Now I had a friend over here yesterday, a neighbor of mine. I live out in the country, and he only learned to read like a couple years ago, and he's like in his 50s. And but what he did, he worked for 25 years as a mechanic, and then he married a wealthy woman. She's a millionaire, and that's a success story, I
Well,
guess. He only learned to read a couple years ago.
Yeah.
please God, find me a
Well,
wealthy
but the
woman.
problem is, see, we can make that all the stories to be a successful story. The world could be in that state. We can make that world, but actually, the system that is governing us is actually obstructing, is doing its best in taking away any chance from you that you could be successful if you don't bow to them. Like you have to preach only their doctrine and non-scientific stuff.
That's
So you
happening
have
here
to,
in America, buddy.
yeah, I see it
So
here too.
I heard that Romania was occupied by the Soviet Union for like a dozen years or something, right?
Yeah, well, they even took land from us, Bukovina, that's in the north. It's now Ukraine, part of Ukraine, and Moldova. But Moldova is not under. When the USSR fell, yeah, it broke free.
I'm surprised that that's still that exists, that Moldova even exists.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And we have
how would
in that region at the border with Moldova, we have our region, which we call it Moldova with Moldavian people, but it's the Romanian ones. And beyond that river, Prut, the border, um, that's where Moldova, the country. Yeah,
Romania is kind of like a cradle of life, isn't it? It's kind of a country where everything originated
yeah,
from.
what's my impression of it? Yeah.
yeah. It sure is. It sure is.
Hey,
I
let
mean,
me
if
ask you, was when the Soviet Union occupied, I'm gonna guess that when the Soviets occupied Romania, was that like a really dark period in your history?
yes.
So was
Yeah,
it like really like a prosperous? Was it like a
But
really nice country before and after?
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Before the Second World War and first, and also after the First World War, it was a very great country. I mean, they had electric illumination on the streets. You know,
them communists It's just
So,
fucked everything up, bro.
Yeah.
if you go to London, they didn't have the electric illumination in London, yeah, but
Yeah,
they had it in my city. It was the first city in Europe.
ahead of the curve, bro.
Yeah,
Wow.
and we had also tramways, yeah, with horses and stuff. But hey, there were tramways, you know. In those times, when you look at other European cities, vast majority of them, they none of them had, you know. So,
I believe you. Hey, so was when the Soviets after the Soviets left, did they leave a lasting damage to the country, or did you just quickly recover, act like nothing
oh
happened?
yes, I mean they did damage which will never be recovered here. I mean they destroyed very ancient monuments and churches which were
Close back.
mind blowing old. Those churches were mind blowing old. You know, they
Oh, I bet the
predate.
Romanians really don't like the Russians.
Yeah, they predate this Roman Empire. You know.
Well,
So,
what does Romanians what do y'all think about modern Russia now that the Soviet Union's ended? Do y'all get along with Russia these days or no?
well, vast majority of Romanians now they don't go with the Ukrainians. We are more on the side of the Russians. You know.
Oh,
But
interesting.
our politicians and army, they are supportive with the Ukrainians, you know, like fighting
Oh,
against the Russians and stuff. But the Romanian people are totally opposite, you know. So
wow, that's unusual.
yeah,
Here in America, people that are on the right, like Republicans, we know that Russia is legit. You know, in the current situation, and the Democrats, the left, the commies, they side with the
yeah,
Ukrainians. You know?
yeah. So,
I really have no idea what the military thinks. I was in the military a decade ago, but
mm,
I don't know. I can only imagine what the military thinks of what the American military thinks of the situation. It's a big cluster. It's a big shit show. You
yeah.
Apparently there was Americans landed last night. Get again.
Sorry.
Americans last night in Romania.
Yeah, yeah. They brought 5,000 U.S. soldiers,
5,000.
but
know,
the
they're
elite
there.
combat.
The reason they're there is because the politicians sent them there. I don't know if the military actually cares about Ukraine or not.
Yeah, and
It's starting to look like something not quite like Christmas.
they're mobilizing forces here.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to drag your country into this?
Of course, Romania gets dragged into everything.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah. You know, I have nothing to say bad about the American people, but against the American government, yeah, that's the bitch.
That is.
You know,
That fucking
Yeah.
clown, you
half
know?
of America will agree with you
Yeah,
on that.
Clown.
yeah. And I know this, yeah. But I know that just as American people can't do shit about this wicked system, you know. We are in the same position, you know. But our politicians are like licking the asses of the American government, you know.
They got their tongue right up
So,
there, bro.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
half of the American people don't like the American government either.
yeah, I know. So everything they say on TV, it's a fucking lie, you know.
They can
Distorted
only
truth
they can
is
only
not
keep it
truth
going for so
anymore.
long.
Mm. Yeah, if you twist one truth, that's not truth anymore.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
Man,
Well,
it's
guys,
really cool
I have
it's
to
really
leave
cool to
you.
talk with you, man. To talk with somebody from you're the only person I've ever spoken with from Romania.
Oh, cool. My pleasure. I'm glad
That's
I
why I
could
have a hunting
share
question.
some stuff. Yeah, we are, pretty much the same like the Americans. And
I think it's cool that y'all can have guns over there. I
well,
feel really bad for PMAC.
I will
PMAC
say,
is in a super oppressive, tyrannical state, where he may need
yeah,
a permit to get a knife.
yeah, yeah. Wow. Yeah, you
I,
still need a permit here, but
I mean, I'm not sure if PMAC's allowed to carry a knife in London.
no, no way.
Probably.
They don't allow you. If the blade is longer than 5 centimeters or something, yeah. If it's longer than 1 inch, then it's a problem. It's a sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Romania, are they very conservative? I'm just guessing. Are they very conservative, or are a lot of liberal or commie? They're probably very conservative, right?
Well, well, it's funny. Our political system is so funny. I can't even understand it. We had after the communism, the Democrats, the Salvation Front came to power, and they were claiming they are a democratic system. Then these parties, they evolved and changed shape and ideologies over 2 decades, in the course of 2 decades. And today they are, I don't know, like, yeah, we do have a liberal party, we have democratic, we have nationalists, we have even Hungarian party, and yeah,
Hungarian
if you
party.
come here, you can actually make yourself an American party too. I mean, yeah,
Maybe I should do that.
yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me.
I'm just joking. I wouldn't do that.
But yeah, you don't have in USA a Romanian party, which you can elect the president from, vote.
But you did say that in America, like I can just go to the store and buy a pistol. But you said that you can get a permit to get a pistol?
Yeah, yeah.
So why don't you get? You mentioned you have a hunting license. Why don't you get yourself a pistol?
Well, probably I will, but I'm with the concept, if I raise the sword, then I'm gonna die by the sword, So if I buy a gun, I mean, I don't believe in defending myself, That's how much I believe in God. I don't need to protect
You
myself.
don't have
God
to.
will
You
protect
don't
me.
have to carry it and use
Yeah,
it. But
yeah,
you should get one and just to have one. You can
Yeah,
keep it
yeah.
locked
The
up
fun,
in your
the fun
closet.
to have. Yeah, the fun to have to go shoot something in the wild. Yeah, I
Oh
know.
well, it's not even that. I
I'm
mean,
okay with that.
it's not even that. I
Shooting
mean,
targets, hey, it's recreative,
security.
it's
you should
using your
own one.
senses.
Hey, you should own a
Mm.
pistol just in case one day you decide that you need to carry one.
Or some crazy motherfucker decides
Yeah.
he's going to kill your family. You just
Yeah,
shoot the bastard in the head.
you keep it in the. You could keep it at your nightstand by your bed. You don't have to walk around town with
No,
it if
no,
you
no,
don't want
no,
to.
no. No. I sleep with my door open. I don't close it at night,
Really?
I don't fear. Yeah, yeah. I have no fear of
Oh,
this
you're like
world,
me. Yeah, I leave the back door open for a
Yeah.
little while. I don't
Yeah.
I just think
And
it's
I'm like,
logical
even
to
even
have
my
one.
car,
You don't have to break it out and use it, you know.
even my car, I don't lock it. I don't leave valuable stuff inside, but I'm like, I trust God so much that I know I can go in peace. And even if God sends a thief to me and he steals something from me, that was meant to be, to happen and everything, you know. I'm not
That's heavy.
worried
Okay.
about it. Yeah.
All right. So the thief probably
Yeah.
needs it more than you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
As
never
long,
know
as
some.
long, you know, as long as I'm alive, I can go work for my own living. I do my stuff. Yeah. And
You
Good.
never know if some crazy person breaks in your house and tries to hurt you.
well, I mean,
You're a
why
good
would it
job.
hurt me? For what reason? You know, I mean,
It's
if I
not
don't
really.
do
That's
such
why I
bad
said
things to
crazy.
people,
Uh,
you know,
hey, crazy people do illogical things. They may not
I know.
be a logical reason, you know.
Yeah, but you see, God keeps away those people from me.
Well, I hope he continues to do so.
That's my conviction. He did, yeah, and he will do. Thank you.
You have some
Bless
faith,
us.
bro.
I'm in a forest. I live in the country in the middle of nowhere, but I just feel so much better when I go to sleep with my guns.
You
I
see,
feel
I
comfortable.
was having something like the same concept. I was making all sorts of sports, you know, being
Do,
competitive and being on the top place, you know, number one. And yeah, I was more into street fights and stuff like this.
you used to
And
street fight?
well, I was some sort of a bandit, hooligan, you know, vandal.
Oh, Vandal.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Vandals. I
yeah,
know them.
and and
You hooligan.
I fought people on the street to the point where I knew I'm so good, my techniques, fighting techniques and stuff that yeah, nobody can do me, you know. But I fought with people and groups of people, uh, then put their targets on me, you know, and they caught me, yeah, in the corner, you know, and then I've been overwhelmed, you know. And I saw this and I said to myself, well, this isn't good what I'm doing. Obviously, I'm being wrong somewhere. Then I realized that it's this soldier spirit that I was nourishing inside me, you know. Then I
Yeah.
gave up to this mentality concept. I said, no, I'm not going to fight with any person. They can swear at me, they can insult me. All they do is words and maybe throw a glass of water in my face or whatever. You know? I don't mind. Those are the actions of the people. If I don't respond, you know, it doesn't make me weak nor strong. It's just me being different, you know. And
That's very logical. I get what you're
yeah,
saying. In a way, you're de-escalating things by just not
yeah,
participating.
yeah. So yeah, someone asked me, "Hey, go away." No problem. That's your wish. You are there. You are here in this place. You're more entitled than I am to be. So I'm going my way. You know. Yeah, that's it.
Here in America, it depends. Different states are different. In my state, if somebody attacks,
Mm.
I can legally just shoot somebody if they attack me.
I know. I know. Yeah. Yeah.
Though it depends what
And,
state you're in. In some
mm,
states, you're not even allowed to carry a gun. But the Supreme Court just
mm,
changed that, and the Supreme Court just made a ruling that Americans can carry a gun in every state.
yeah. But yeah, I saw that law, but. You see, the way they interpret uh, it, it's very different than what people actually understand from it.
Yeah.
You know, they think, "Oh, I have the right to defend myself and all that," but
Oh
If you
yeah, those
swear to
laws
nine,
vary by the state also.
yeah,
Yeah, I was just talking about carrying a gun. That's a different thing than defending. Yeah, it depends what state you're in.
yeah,
I'm in one of the freest states. I'm in Virginia, where we have a lot of rights here.
yeah. Well, I have to go, guys. Catch you later.
Oh man, well,
Be
it was a
great,
pleasure
everyone.
speaking with you in
Nice
Romania.
talking to you guys. Yeah. Take care, Smurf.
You too, buddy. Have a good.
You too,
I
P-Mac.
don't know what time
Yeah.
it is over there. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. You too. Ciao.
Later, buddy.
I got mine, y'all.
P Mac, you got your assault knife.
Hello, sorry. What?
P Mac, why don't you move to America?
They won't have me.
P Mac, you need to come to America, buddy.
I asked them.
P-Mac,
I asked them. They said, "Nah."
I'm never going to go to the UK because you know it's I'm not going there. It's too tyrannical. Like what I can't walk around London with a weapon. But the criminals have weapons, and that just doesn't make any sense.
I know. Nothing makes any sense
You know,
anymore.
if you come to America, you're welcome to come visit me, man. Anytime.
All right, where are you?
I'm in Virginia.
Virginia.
I'll pick you up at the airport, buddy.
No, not West Virginia.
No, but I've been there, and I love West Virginia. It's beautiful, man. You want to go check it out?
Yeah, Mountain Mama. Take me home.
I just feel bad for all y'all people that live in the UK. Hey, where do you live in? Are you do you have what exactly are you? Are you Scottish or?
I'm Irish. I'm definitely Irish.
Oh, yeah, Irish. Irish. Okay.
Irishman, I'm a Northern Irishman.
I thought you were Scottish.
I know a lot of people do. A lot of people do.
Well, it's very similar. Kind of similar Irish and Scottish, right?
Okay, there's no bloody so this way. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense.
You live in Northern Ireland?
I'm in the north part, north part.
Wow. I don't really know, but I imagine that the Southern Ireland has more freedom. Is that right?
No, Southern Ireland is actually it's a republic. So it's what I like to call it. It's the rip-off republic. It is absolutely fucking terrible. They charge you.
I have not heard this one.
They charge you $20 for a fucking burger and Coke. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I actually had a woman the other night at work. She's from Roscommon, which is near Galway, and she was just telling me how bad life is in Ireland, and I completely understood where she was coming from, what she was saying, because it's absolutely terrible. They're just ripping people off left, right, and center.
But hey, I think I read online that in Northern Ireland, you can get you can carry a gun.
No, you can't.
Oh, okay. I read.
No, if you're a farmer, you can apply for a shotgun. Yeah,
you better get you a shotgun.
Shoot that motherfucker.
But okay, I don't want to sound crazy. I'm an American, and I'm also an NRA instructor, which was really a huge challenge. I mean, that's not easy. I had a lot of testing and stuff.
National Rifle Association.
What's that?
NRA, National Rifle Association.
Yeah. I'm an NRA instructor. Yeah, I can train. I train people to get their concealed carry permits nationwide.
Oh, nice, man.
It's in all the laws and all the state laws that if the state requires a concealed carry permit, they put in every single state that requires one that an NRA instructor can train you and give you a certificate that you can get a concealed carry permit.
Oh, so you're the man.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm just some crazy gun dude. It's something I actually do this for money. I get paid to give people classes on carrying guns.
Wow.
But anyways, that's why I was just saying you should get you something that goes bang, like a shotgun, whatever you can get.
Boom, boom, bang.
Well, I get paid just to give people safety briefings about self-defense, protect themselves, and I also have to take them to the range and make sure they can shoot straight, because if they can't shoot straight, then there's a problem. They might accidentally shoot innocent bystanders. So when in order to get a concealed carry permit from me, I have to make sure they can shoot accurately.
It's not something you just give away like fucking sweeties, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I can't just give it away, or I could get in trouble for that.
Yeah. Do you remember that video there? That's unfortunate. Like about 3 years ago, little girl with on the gun range, and what was it?
Yeah, I saw you talking about the Uzi when she shot the instructor.
The Uzi, yeah.
I saw that, man. That was brutal. That's sad.
It is.
Hey, America's a big country. There's hundreds of millions of people. That's rarer than lightning strike. That was a very rare event, man. That's sad. I once saw a video where there was a ATF dude, and he went to visit like a school or something, and he was given like a briefing, and he was talking a lot about like how skilled he is, and he accidentally shot himself.
Yeah, in the foot.
Yeah, that was funny. You saw that?
Yeah, the black guy.
Yeah, that dude was funny.
That was funny, man.
That was a funny one.
I know we should be laughing, but that was funny.
But yeah, anyway, I'm stupid shit. But I was just saying to you, I feel real bad considering my background. I feel terrible for people in the UK or the British Isles that can't carry a gun. It's like it's extreme communism or something. I don't understand.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but
how in the hell did the British people put up with that?
Propaganda, television.
Oh God, that means it could happen anywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
Anyway, that's why I say, P-Mac, why don't you come to America?
I told you, because they won't fucking have me.
Well, you're either a free man or you're not. I mean, the difference is you carry a weapon or you don't.
I would actually feel safer walking around with a weapon on my hip. I would. And I would.
Yeah, of course.
Like Clint Eastwood. Do you feel?
Well, I help a lot of people carry weapons. A lot of the people in my classes are like elderly, like old ladies and stuff, and I'm really happy to help them out. And they just want to carry like a small revolver or something, But that's awesome, I mean, you imagine some MS-13 or somebody like try to rob some old lady and she pulls out a revolver.
Pow!
There's an FBI statistic that 99% of the time, the person with the gun who's being like attacked, they don't even have to pull the trigger. 99% of the time, they just pull it out and the criminals run away.
Yeah. Well, so would I.
Now, however, I work security, and I had a couple of friends. One was a really big dude, man, like a tank, And they're law-abiding citizens, and when they were off duty, not doing security, they were walking through D.C. where they didn't have a carry permit. Some of our people do that were like former police and stuff, but these dudes, both of them got beat up really bad really bad by some gangsters in DC. And one dude had to be in the hospital for half a year. And this was a huge security dude, he's from Australia, really in shape, like really strong dude. And he got beat up so bad that now if he had his gun with him, he could have just pulled out his sidearm and they would have ran away. But he didn't have his gun with him, and he's in a hospital for half a year, dude.
That's bad, man. That's like you can have 6 little rats around you.
Yeah.
You can beat maybe 3 of them, but the other 3, the other 4, just beat the shit out of you, man. It's numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in London every day, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it just breaks my heart, man, that there's places like London.
You can be as hard as you like, but when 6 little rats get around you're fucked, bro.
Yeah, and they got weapons. They got some sort of weapons. You know, they don't just go around beating people up with their hands. They carry stuff, man.
So I'll tell you a little story. I grew up in South Africa, and I used to walk around in security with a tourist.
Whoa, that's you grew up in South Africa?
South Africa, man.
Wow, that must have been a trip, dude.
That was. The black people didn't like me. Anyway, I used to carry 38 Taurus stub nose special.
Yeah, you could. I believe that probably even to this day you can still carry a gun in South Africa, right?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no apartheid against carrying a weapon.
That's so cool.
About that.
Isn't that strange how there's more freedom in South Africa than Britain?
Yeah, now that you mention it, now that you put it that way.
That's wild, isn't it?
Yeah, hang on, my dad's got a bad toothache. I have to sort him out.
I snap. I was on mute sometimes.
So what's up, Rex?
What's up?
How you doing, bro? We was just talking about freedom. What's up?
I'm down here in Louisiana. I got my piece right in between my legs. It does sound
Hell
weird,
yeah.
but
I'm in Virginia.
what's up?
I'm in Virginia. Now, PMAC there, he's in Britain, and he just mentioned he used to carry a gun in South Africa. This whole time I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I've known him. I've been talking with PMAC for a few years now, I think, and I didn't know that he's from South Africa. That's wild. I mean, that place
Yeah,
is
that
like
is wild.
that place is like a movie.
Got to, because all the tigers.
Oh yeah. A lot of people go there to go hunting.
Oh yeah, I know quite a few people that go to Africa to hunt.
That's cool. I don't know anybody, but I probably should go there someday. Go shoot something really some large animal. I don't know if you're talking. If your mic's really broken.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm driving. Let me put it back on me.
You're good, dude. Is there like Louisiana? That's kind of far south. Do y'all got alligators down there or crocodiles?
Yeah, we got alligators. They were on my street whenever I was a kid. There was like a 6 or 7 just chilling.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they eat alligator meat down there?
I do.
What's it taste like?
Like a tough chicken. You only eat the tail, I believe.
Tastes like chicken?
Yeah, like some tough chicken. It's pretty good, especially if you got it sauteed.
Does it taste
Not
good?
sauteed. Yeah, especially blackened. Oh, so good.
I'm surprised that it tastes good. I didn't know that. I might have to get me some gator one of these days.
Yeah, in Baton Rouge and then like at Walk-Ons and Bossier City, they serve. But yeah, we got a few restaurants that'll serve some as an appetizer.
I can kind of barely hear you. You said you was driving, right? Did you say you were driving?
Yeah. No, I was just saying that restaurants will serve alligator. I don't know if you can hear me, but yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's good. That saves me a lot of trouble. I can just go to the restaurant.
Yeah, a lot of trouble.
They always say that because I hear it's really humid down there. Is it really a lot of humidity?
Oh yeah. I'm an HVAC contractor, so I'm out there installing ACs and everything. You'll hear me crying in here sometimes about the heat in the attic.
Well, that's cool. That's a lot of money in that. That's a good trade.
Yeah, once you get up there and start your own. I've been on my own for 7 years now, so I mean it's chill.
Hey,
I
you should
work
give me
like
a job.
there you go, come down here.
May have to do that.
Um, yeah, you only work like half the year too, so you gotta just know how to save your money. But yeah, it's nice.
I make a small amount of money from the VA, but so I could survive. But you probably make enough money half the year to survive through the year, don't you?
Yeah, as long as the wifey don't spend it all.
That's cool, man. Do you got a lot of crew? Like, do you have multiple trucks, or you just how big is your business?
I had 2 trucks at one point, and it was already starting to get to where it was a headache. It was just me and a guy.
Oh,
Makes it
okay,
a lot easier.
cool. Do you use like a van or a truck?
I got a 2010 Silverado truck and trailer.
That's the trailer I got. That's how you do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you're like lugging around these huge outdoor compressor, whatever you call those, pumps, heat pumps.
condensers. Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
those are probably
So
heavy
typically
as
my
hell.
day is I'm normally changing out a system every day.
You said you install a system every day.
For the most part, yes, average. So
Do you
I'll
do
take
like
all the
5 days
inside and
a
out.
week, or 5, 6, or 7 days a week? What do you do?
Sometimes I just do 4. It just depends on how I feel. But 5 to 6 in the summertime is kind of normal.
Man, I bet you make a huge profit off of that because that's got it. You're talking big numbers to install a HVAC pump.
Well, I make like $800 a day on
Holy smoke!
average.
Wow, dude, you're
Yeah.
like rich.
No, no, no. Trust me. It's hard to keep a comma in my bank account.
Well, that's just spending.
Yeah. Oh, trust me. I know. If it was just me, I got a wife that doesn't work, which is fine, and 2 kids and one new way. So
Well,
it's
congratulations.
thank you. Yeah, 18 weeks.
How much does it cost the customer to have a heat pump installed? Is that like $8,000 or something?
No, not for just the outdoor unit. It can run up to around 5 at the most, but typically between 3 and 5 grand.
Wow, that's a lot of money. I just have a
But
window unit. I got one of those stick in the window things.
yeah, yeah, it's all the same in a way. Um, but yeah, ever since the whole coof crap, you know how everything's been just getting more expensive, anyways.
Yeah. So you driving around all the time? Then is the gasoline eating away at your profit, or are you just charging your customers more money?
Not really. But it's like 425. It doubled, of course, in price for gas. But
It's like
How about
580 here in the country in Virginia, and it's even more money across the river in the city.
which river is that? Mississippi?
No, I live near Williamsburg in Virginia.
Okay,
It's like the James River.
I got you. Yeah,
The river goes from the Atlantic into the Richmond, the capital city here. But there's a huge wow, man. There's a huge naval industry, ship industry by the ocean here.
yeah. Actually, one my best friend was stationed there.
A lot of people are stationed here.
Oh
There's
yeah,
more
yeah,
veterans here than anywhere in the country. Virginia has the most veterans.
yeah. We got I
All
think
of
the
my neighbors
second
are
biggest.
veterans. What's that?
Yeah. Oh, same here. We got Barksdale Air Force Base, which I think is the second biggest Air Force base in the United States. So
Wow,
we got the same kind of deal.
that's cool.
Whole bunch of military.
I get along with all the people that were in the military. I have never not gotten along with the military person.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of hard to do,
Yeah,
I would think.
now with civilians, you have no idea. By civilian, I mean people that were not in the military. You have no
Right.
idea what the background is. They might be crazy, you know. But people that were in the military, even if they are crazy, I get along with all of them.
I hear you.
What's cool is I live in the middle of nowhere in the woods, but everybody, almost everybody, I not literally about 95% of the people I know are veterans, and they're all cool as shit. But
Yeah,
I
I don't
tell
know.
you
I
what,
don't have too
man.
many friends.
Say what?
I was about to say I don't have too many friends. I just go to work and then go home to the family. My wife is my best friend. Said enough.
That's great, man. I live in it because I live like in the country. Everybody knows everybody out here in this area.
Yeah, it could be a good or bad thing, but yeah, as long as it's good, it's great. It's how it
So
should be.
far, I the last 10 years has been good. There are some notorious people out there, but I'm not one of them. But everybody here has a reputation. That's what's funny about. I don't want to call it a small town because it's spread out, but it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, we got a house. We lived in the village of Castle, so it was like max, I think, like 150 people.
Wow, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Everybody knows each other.
Yeah,
It's like if anything happens to anybody, everybody hears about it.
exactly. Like I said, it could be a good or a bad thing.
Yeah, I just try to have common sense when I deal with people, and it works out well. What's cool though, what's really cool when you live in a place like I described, if you're ever in trouble or you need anything, the whole town's ready to help you.
Yeah, that's
That's
what I'm
what
saying. Like it's meant to be. Like it's how it's supposed to be. Instead of everybody
yeah.
being pushed to these cities,
But
so
I'm really
much.
originally from Northern Virginia, where there's like hundreds of thousands, or depending on the county, there could be over 1 million people, and you're just another statistic. I mean, if you're on the side of the road, everybody will drive past you, kind of deal. But when I between the work, I would escape down here to the country, and I ended up just staying here the last couple years with the coof thing going on. But you know, I've been so over the course of 10 years, I've been escaping down to the country, and everybody knows me here. But when I'm up in a densely populated area, or across the river, or in the city, I'm just another statistic, man. And you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I do. I'm about to pull up that carrier to get some equipment, so I'm gonna be on mute for a little while.
Oh, hey, go do what you gotta do. You gotta go to work, man.
Yeah, but I'm always in there. No worries.
I couldn't really make out. I don't know if you said you had to go do some work or are you driving?
Yeah, I'm pulling up to get some equipment, but I'm always in here.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah, I'll leave it be, man.
it's all good.
Cool to talk with somebody from Louisiana. That's what the Cajun Navy is, I heard.
Heck yeah. Oh, like I'm in northern Louisiana right now. Me and my wife's actually debating whether or not we're going back down south because I was born and raised in Baton Rouge, and the food's just not the same up here.
Yeah, the food. I've only heard of it. They got a reputation, but I should go check it out someday.
Oh
But
yeah,
hey,
dude. It's fun.
I'll let you go get your equipment. You're a working man. Yeah, I talk with you whenever you got your equipment or whatever.
All right, dude.
Good day, boys. Greetings to all. I hope everybody is having an absolutely fantastic day.
Good morning, Kiwi.
Good morning. What's up, dude?
What's up, bro?
I'll be chilling in the office today. I'll be quiet. Just wanted to give you guys my audible greetings. You know I love saying good morning to you guys.
Well, we love to say good morning to you too, bro. What sort of office stuff do you do exactly?
I review structural architectural plans for building permits. So people want to build
Wow,
stuff on their
you
houses.
sound like you're rich. Are you rich?
Fuck no. I'm a tech. Techs are never rich. If you're a technologist in your field, you're never rich. You just know how stuff goes
Oh,
together.
oh, okay. Well,
Architects.
you could probably take your skills and pass some test or something, become an architect.
I'm good with what I do. I like the technical part. Architects are theory guys. Those are the big bucks guys. Not for me.
I saw an architect one time, and he was driving a brand new Porsche.
Yep, I believe it. I gotta go quiet. You guys be good.
Yeah, hey, that's all I know about the architects is the dude was driving a Porsche. That's all I know. Don't know anything else about how that works.
I caught the voice after realized it was Smurf. What's going on, Smurf? It's good to talk to you, man.
Hey, man, it's great. Just another beautiful day.
Amen, brother. Where do you live, Smurf?
Smith Village.
What was it? What?
Where do you live?
I live in Virginia.
Nice. Very nice.
It's
All right, boy.
God's country. Hey, where do you live?
I'm in Toronto, Canada. Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
Oh my God, you live in the dystopian state of Canada.
Yeah. Dystopian is about right.
Oh, hey, you should escape immediately.
No, my kids keep me here. I'm staying for my kids.
You sound like future refugees.
All right, I'm going quiet. You guys have an amazing day. Smurf, thanks for the chat, man.
You have a great day, buddy.
Thank you, brother. You too.
Every day is a great day that you're above the ground, you know. What else is going on here? Anybody else here?
I'm just having my morning doobages listening in. Morning, everybody.
Oh, good morning. I'm kind of jelly. I need me a doobie myself, which is legal here, by the way. made it legal here, which is super cool.
Wake and bake, buddy.
It's always been legal in my home.
Hell yeah. So what else is going on, Flat Man?
Not too much and fudge. I'm gonna go do some groceries today, get the rent.
You mean get the rent? Are you a landlord?
I have family that does own property, but no, I'm paying rent today.
Bummer, man. You should ask your family to give you a property so you can be a landlord.
No, they're actually they deny it. They can choke on it for all I care. I own my own business.
Oh, cool. What sort of business do you own?
T-shirts.
Wow. Are you rich?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm not hurting. I'll just say that. I can send my sister, my nephews, family money, and
That's so cool. What kind of T-shirts do you sell?
everything and anything pretty much. I do reserve the right to refuse an order. Somebody wanted me to print some of the most inappropriate stuff once. I was like, no way.
Hey,
here's an example. I'm posting an example right now.
Hey, you should deny all communism. If somebody has some communism, you tell them no.
Yeah, that and blasphemous stuff.
Oh, good. I like your policy.
Which is what it was. It was a comment about JC, and yeah. Anyways,
you're a good man. You stick by your whatever your ideal morals, whatever you call it.
Ethos.
I respect that.
We do love the Smurf.
I tried, man. What's up, P Mac? Welcome back.
Hello.
I've been trying to tell P Mac to come to America, but you were saying you lived in South Africa, and that's sounds like a movie.
It does.
I think South Africa is one big movie set.
My life is just one big fucking movie, bro.
Is South Africa like survival every day?
Yeah.
So what kind of
what?
You were carrying what, like a snub nose pistol in South Africa?
Yeah, Taurus 38 special, yeah.
That's classy.
Yeah. I'll blow a hole in you.
Dude, I saw a video from South Africa like maybe a year ago or so, and there were these dudes, man, up on a hill, and it was a road, right? They were on a road, but the road went up a hill, and they were standing there with rifles, right? There may be a half dozen of these dudes, maybe 6, 7, 8, 9, like a good amount, a few, and way down the hill and down the road was, hey, down the road was a huge mob of dudes with machetes and all that other kind of stuff.
No good.
And they were like, it was like they were getting ready for battle, and that was the end of the clip. I saw this video clip, so I didn't get to see what happened, right? But I saw like the beginning where these South African dudes were waiting on the top of this hill, and the mob was like this mob of like 1,000 or maybe thousands of these dudes were approaching. They were pissed. They were angry.
Ludon? Were you watching a movie?
No, this was real life. I saw this video on the internet, dude.
One of the like the Tutsis and the Hutus, that is really brutal stuff to watch. This one piece of shit douchebag bought machetes for the one side, and the one side, if they saw the other type of tribe, they just hack them up. Even holding a kid in her arms, hacking them up.
Throwing them off bridges and everything. This is why I would say that life is not very benevolent. I don't know who thought this shit up.
Have you guys listened to Eric Dubé's latest about the Christopher Columbus crusade?
Yeah,
No.
you know, it's
You
funny
guys,
you mention that. I often wonder
guys,
how
this piece, he just released the piece like I think last week or some shit, maybe. But anyways, go to his channel and check out the piece because you guys are talking about machetes and hacking up and stuff. You
yeah.
need to take a
I'll
listen to
check
that
it
piece,
out.
man. It's crazy. Christopher
Hey,
Columbus crusade was
where do
nuts.
you find it? Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Just search Eric Dubé and then Christopher
I
Columbus.
will
I'll
check
just
that
find
out.
it for you right now. Hold up. I'll get it for you right now.
That was a pseudonym. That wasn't his real name, but yeah.
I'll check it out, buddy. Yeah, man. I never been to South Africa, but I have seen some stuff online, man. That place is a trip.
What I was describing was in Rwanda.
I don't want to ever
It was
go there.
it was a mass genocide.
I kind of want that shirt, Kiwi.
On Amazon. No joke. It blows my mind. Go on Amazon and look up flat Earth, and you'll find all kinds of stuff. The flat man. You should print that, man, with Antichrist written on the back.
I met a
Never
woman
mind.
from South Africa once, and she told me they fled South Africa. She said it was a very scary, dangerous place.
Well, we weren't exactly like I know apartheid is shit. I know it's absolute rubbish, right? But when we went there back in the early 70s, it was strange. Okay, the Scottish, the Irish, the English, we all sort of stuck together. That's the one time that they did. I yeah, I didn't agree with that shit. I didn't understand what was going on, but I didn't have a clue. I've seen people get arrested. I've seen a black fella get arrested for holding a white girl's hand. Really, they took him. Yeah, it's like that fucking stupid. And you're like, in my mind, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here, bro? This is ridiculous. But that's just the way life was over there. But I didn't partake in it. I didn't fucking perpetuate it or make it or, you know.
Well, it went from one extreme to the other now, didn't it?
Well, it did, yeah, yeah. Mandela got out in 92. Was it 92, 94? Mandela got out and bang, everything changed. And it's better now. Now they're fucking things for themselves. Like they always do.
I'm not sure it's better now, but
Yeah, but it's better than what it was. Of course, I didn't agree with that shit. Apartheid. That's crazy. You know, like one color skin can ride in a certain bus or go to a certain toilet. I don't understand that. It never computed in my mind. What the fuck is this, man?
oh man, I can't believe that Corona thing caught on in South Africa of all places.
So yeah, it's funny because I thought to myself, how did 250 Portuguese show up in a country like as big as Brazil or something and take it over? Well, that's easy. They shot people at a distance, just bang, whoo! That's the guy, fucking axes and bow and arrow, bang, you're dead. Yeah, that wasn't good either. But that's
Hey, so when you left South Africa, did you have to leave your gun behind?
I did, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, bummer, dude.
I know. Okay.
Sad.
But
In the 70s, I wasn't even alive back then, but I'm aware that in the 70s, you could travel the world with a machine gun.
yeah.
Now, I'm kind of jealous, envy. Like those are probably the days. Like I missed the boat, man.
Well, I knew I was in a world of fucking pain because I was surrounded by people that didn't like me because of the color of my skin. But they could see it was the open carry. They could see the open carry, so they were like, okay, maybe not, because I'd shoot you. I'd just fucking shoot you straight in the fucking head, bro.
Here in America, in the Supreme Court ruled you can carry a gun, but before that, and that's still the states have to adapt. But let me tell you though, currently up until they're going to anyway. My point is this, right? In Maryland, which is the state right north of me, they don't have concealed carry, right? So, or not yet. They're supposed to any minute, any day now. But what I'm trying to say is, in Maryland, it's extremely dangerous. It's really dangerous place. But in Virginia, it's a super safe place because in Virginia, if somebody doesn't like me for the color of my skin or whatever reason, they don't know if they're going to get shot. And so, I don't have to open carry because people in Virginia carry under their shirt. So it's really polite here. Everybody's super polite to each other everywhere you go. And it's kind of like what you described with the open carry down there in South Africa.
I think it's a fallacy. I think it's an absolute fucking fallacy. It's a ball bag. It's a ball bag area of a fucking thing. That this gun violence thing, just because guns exist. America is probably one of the safest places to be because people know that there's people with a gun, so they're not just gonna fucking be ball bags. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're absolutely right. But I was just explaining though that in Maryland, it hasn't been legal to carry concealed. So the criminals do attack you in like the city and stuff. But in Virginia, anybody can carry a gun in Virginia. So the thing is that it's super safe here. Like nobody ever bothers you in Virginia.
It's strange how that changes from state to state too, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you just cross the state line, and everybody's super courteous and polite and respectful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah, no.
Well, here's the funny thing, right?
That's why I'm really happy with the Supreme Court right now that they've now finally ruled that every state has to allow people in some way or another to carry or to give them a permit or not require one or whatever the reason.
I think that's fine. I think that's absolutely fine. I don't understand. Like, I know I'm living in the UK or Ireland, right? I don't understand how people give up their right to protect themselves.
Oh, I don't get it either, man. Yeah. But very soon here, America is going to be really safe, like in all 50 states, because it takes some time for the states to adapt and stuff. But pretty soon here, Maryland will be safe like Virginia.
West Virginia. Anyway, I actually used to stand in the mirror, just as an aside. I used to stand in the mirror and fucking see how fast I could pull out.
Oh yeah, everybody, you gotta do that, man. It's called practice.
That's Clint Eastwood, all in one day. How quick?
Everybody does that, man. It's called practice.
A lot of practice.
Practice makes perfect.
My day, punk.
Huh? Yeah, what now?
I said, make my day, punk.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Well,
and I lived in Los Angeles, right, and Long Beach specifically, right. And in Long Beach, when I lived there, you could, they didn't give concealed carry unless you were like a retired cop or something. But you really couldn't get concealed carry because they were really arbitrary. The cops determined, and they wouldn't give it to anybody unless you were a cop, right? So basically, the criminals in LA, they don't expect you to be carrying a gun, right? So one time, a gang of like a dozen dudes stopped me when I was walking with my girlfriend, and this dude, their leader, this big fat dude, he said they all had these big white T-shirts, and this dude said, "Hey, you got a nice girl," and I didn't say nothing. I kept walking. I was walking towards him because I was going to the store. You know, like anyway, I was on a sidewalk, and they stopped in the road, and they a big group of them, right? And he said again, he said, "Hey, you got a nice girl." And I didn't say nothing. He said, then he said, "Hey, I said you got a nice girl. I'm gonna take her away from you." And when he said that to me, I pulled out a semi-automatic M&P 9mm, and I waved it at the group, right? And they all started running off like diagonally across the street. And the dude that was talking all that shit, he said, "Whoa, whoa, you don't gotta pull your piece out of me, bro."
No, actually, I do.
Yeah, I had to, man. Now, the reason he did that is because you can't get a concealed carry in LA. So they assumed I was unarmed, you know?
I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it's perfectly fine to
Yeah.
to carry a piece in particular.
Oh, yeah, of course, man. That's why I feel real bad for people in Britain, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll probably get stabbed. You get stabbed.
Oh yeah, I know. Now Richmond, okay, Richmond has a lot of gangs or whatever, you know, but they're really civilized. Like they're kind of peaceful, you know. They just like do drugs or whatever. But okay, I can walk through the roughest or the poorest ghetto neighborhoods in Richmond, and nobody will mess with me because they don't know whether or not I'm carrying a gun. So it's all about the gun laws, man.
Yeah, no, that's fine to me, bro. I agree with that. I don't understand why. Well, I suppose Europe's our pussies. Oh, pussies. We bow down to the fuck.
If I go to Baltimore, if I walk through a average suburb in Baltimore, and I'm unarmed, they assume I'm unarmed, whether or not I am. They will try. They could possibly try to kill me if I were to walk at night, especially even during the day. But if I were to walk at night through any suburb in Maryland, any average or poor suburb in Maryland, there's a very high chance that I will get violently attacked. And if I were to do this every night, it's guaranteed. Like they will eventually attack me and try to kill me. You know what I'm saying? But I can walk through an equivalent poor neighborhood in Richmond, it's the same, you know, same kind of neighborhood, and they will never touch me. You know.
Well, yeah, I suppose if you're on a tube station in London, there's a very high likely probability that some boy will fucking stab you eventually because he knows.
Oh God, that's so bad, but I believe you. I totally.
But if we had concealed carry or open carry, nobody's gonna fuck you, bro. Nobody in the.
Oh yeah, that's all they got to do in Britain is just change. Be like Virginia or any West Virginia, any of these states, Louisiana, Texas, whatever. They just got to change the law to be like a Republican or a red state, you know, and the violent crime in London will crash, like it will just drop overnight. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, that's brilliant.
What we all need is some gun
Yo,
stores, man.
Thrasher, have you guys seen Bitcoin?
His cousin's former roommate.
It's been dropping like crazy. Bitcoin jumped off a cliff last night.
Oh man, I got into Bitcoin when it was $30.
Step.
Nice. Guys sitting on Megacoin.
Well, let me
Guys,
tell you about
hey.
my Bitcoin story, okay? I put $80,000 in Bitcoin in 2011.
How much?
$80,000.
Fuck off.
Lying to me.
But hey, it gets better, okay? It gets better. My father put $70,000 in it also trying to match me.
Fucking crazy, bro.
And it gets better. Hey, you ready for this? Here's the end of the story, okay?
No, I don't think I am.
Ready for okay? My father forgot the password to the Bitcoin.
Oh no.
Oh.
It's like a 20 character length with symbols and numbers and letters. And he lost he had it written down and it misplaced the password.
Was there any way of retrieving it?
Obviously not.
I've been trying to hack this thing for over a year, buddy.
Do you know how much that's worth?
I'm poor. I live off of, I make about $1,500 a month.
$1,500 isn't fucking poor, bro.
What's up?
$1,500.
That's how much money I make a month. But I have a hell of a lot of Bitcoins, and I don't have the password to it.
Furiously typing away.
That's my Bitcoin story. Yeah.
What's that password?
How in the world can you get the password? You need it.
I've been trying to hack it. It's an ongoing project. I'm using a lot of different hacking tools, man. All brute force and everything. Not enough processing power. I need to get the forensically scan it, and I've been using password recovery tools for Bitcoin. I've been doing so many different. I've been trying to hack this thing for a long time.
How much did that 70,000 turn into?
I don't want to do the math, dude. There's a few thousand. My dad spent a lot of the Bitcoin. We got several thousand Bitcoins, and he spent a lot of. But we have a few thousand Bitcoins still. Yeah,
it's about the same.
I don't want to do the math because it hurts my head. It gives me a headache. Just thinking about doing the math it upsets me.
Just thinking that the access to $70,000 you don't password to, that upsets me. I don't say what? You can't find the password to 70 grand.
My dad lost the password.
Yeah, that upsets me.
I mean, was it something he commonly used for other shit, or something totally bizarre?
No. He wrote it down, and it was in his desk, and he lost it. Now, we went through everything. We took everything out of his office, and I looked through every piece of paper in the office, and it seems they have disappeared. We still have
my Bitcoin pass.
Maybe try to figure out every
tattoo my
password he's
Bitcoin
ever
passwords
used
on the bottom of my foot. That way, if somebody tries to see it, I know they're looking.
Hey, no, it's a unique password that and he lost it.
It's probably dates. It's probably your birth date is how many siblings he has. His birth date. Birth date.
No, my I would have guessed that already with my. I got brute force decryption, and I've tried all kind of different things like that. I'm still trying to hack this thing.
They probably set it up for everybody who loses their password's never going to see their money again.
Hey,
we stored the Bitcoins locally on the computer, and I actually have a copy of the wallet. I have the Bitcoins, but I don't have the password to the Bitcoins.
Can I hack it? Can I get 20%?
Yeah, but nobody can hack it.
Oh,
Maybe you should see an attorney, see what he give you some advice or something.
No, it's just it's complicated when it's your own family. I would never take legal action on my parents.
I mean, there must be some security questions or something like that.
I mean, go after the company.
It was stored on the standard Bitcoin wallet software locally on the computer. It's not like an account online or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's encrypted. The password. Okay, what it does is we have the Bitcoins, but you need the password to send a Bitcoin. It's a private key inside the wallet, and it's encrypted, and you got to have the password to decrypt the private key that allows you to transfer Bitcoin. So I'm a multimillionaire. I have these Bitcoins, but I don't have the password that allows me to send Bitcoin, so I can't use my money.
That is fucked up.
Oh, I know it really. My dad is almost 80 years old, and I love my dad. God bless him.
God, he would love that money.
He got Alzheimer's, man.
Yeah, me too, bro. I love him. But he's a pain
My
in
dad
the
is my favorite person in the world, man. And it really hurts me that this happened. You know, I'm really poor. I need to go to the dentist or something, man. You know, I really need. That was my life savings. You know.
Fuck off. Yeah, my
Oh
dad.
man,
Yeah, my dad.
imagine got all that money in the bank, you can't get to it.
Yep. I can see it. I could turn on my laptop and it's there. I have a copy of. I have the bitcoins. I just don't have the fucking. Sorry, my language. I don't have the damn password.
Fucking
I
password.
mean, they shouldn't make it like that. People forget their password all the time, you know.
Yeah, but it's not an account online. It's locally on the computer. So you either have the password or you don't. You know.
For the computer?
No. It's for the encrypted private key inside the wallet file.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but there's no way. The way the software is designed is the standard Bitcoin wallet. Got to have the password to decrypt it, or you can't use it. So they're just screwed, man.
That sucks.
Yeah. I and it's one of these problems I can't just let go. Like I've become a computer hacker, trying to figure out how. I've learned an awful lot about hacking, trying to figure this out.
Well,
I know, man. I'd make it my life's work to get that money back.
It's become a hobby of mine. Yeah.
I do it every day for 3 hours.
I actually do spend a few hours every day. Not recently, but I pick it up and I work on it for a couple weeks at a time, a few hours every day, and then I take a break for a couple weeks. You know.
Well, it's easy. What's your dad's favorite word, or date of birth, or your date of birth, or his siblings' date of birth?
Thanks for trying to help, but it's actually I'm certain what it is, that it's not nothing like that, because he had different passwords. He kept making them lengthier and random. So I've seen like what it is. It's a completely random alphanumeric with symbol, totally random thing. It's about 20 characters long, and there's not enough processing power in the world, all
Holy
combined, to brute force decrypt that password. You know.
Oh my God. Once you type in, lost password to Bitcoin account, such and such a company, and see if other people have.
No. There's no company. It's the standard Bitcoin software wallet.
Yeah, but there has to be.
Other people have had the same problem.
Yeah, there has to be some way you can talk to people at Bitcoin.
No. It's like it's the equivalent of having a safe with cash in it that is impenetrable, and the code on the lock for the safe is
in your mind
20 more than 20 characters long, and it's not just using numbers, it's using symbols and words and all kinds of shit.
Didn't he write it down somewhere? You don't think he wrote it down somewhere?
No, he did write it down, but he lost a piece of paper.
Okay.
I'd be looking all over them.
So I'm actually really rich. And I'm going to be rich the rest of my life because I can't spend any of it.
So that's the thing with crypto, man. You can't lose your password to your wallet.
I would have never
if
done that
if
with my
you
dad.
have a wallet. Yeah, if you have a wallet like you have your crypto at Coinbase or something like that. If you don't have the keys to those coins, you don't own those coins until you remove them from those platforms and put them into your
Only it was
own
Coinbase.
personal.
I could call somebody.
Did you ever hit your dad in the head and go, "Dad, why you be so fucking stupid"?
Oh, I was drinking and I said so many mean things to my father that I regret saying. You know.
You bastard.
But I quit drinking because the reason I quit drinking is because I realized I have said some really mean things to my father.
Yeah. So did I. So did I a few times. But I do love him. Yeah. So make sure to tell
Yeah,
people.
my dad is my favorite person in the world, even though he did this to me. I love my dad. He's the best.
Yeah.
He didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident.
Without him, you don't fucking exist.
Yeah, that's the truth.
So thanks for that, Dad.
You know, in a way, I made him a millionaire because I did this investment myself, but he saw it and he put money down too. And he has the Bitcoin. He gave me a copy of it, so we both have the identical wallet. But in a way, I made my father a multimillionaire, and he's the one that locked us both out of it. So,
Oh man,
I did
it's
a
so
good thing.
terrible.
He messed it up.
That's the worst story I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it sucks.
That's actually fine in my head. I'm actually
It's in the back of my mind all the time, constantly. The worst story, it's in the back of my mind.
You're obsessed. Yeah, you're obsessed.
I am obsessed with it. Yeah.
You never have to work again, probably.
No, listen. If only I had the password, but oh god, I'm scrambling to find any other way to make money, dude.
Oh man.
Well, don't you do that by fucking handing out licenses to people who open carry?
Yeah, I do that, but I don't do that full time like every single day. I do that every few weeks, and I make a few $100 when I do that. You know.
Smurth, are you pretty physically able?
Not really. I'm a disabled veteran, and I'm not a really big dude. But one time I made $1,400 on a class. It was the most money I made. But yeah, why do you ask?
Hello,
1400
Dan. You're hot micing or something like that.
Yeah, Dan, you're open. Open mic.
We can hear you vacuum clean.
Say what?
Close your mic, Dan, when you're not speaking, please.
There we go.
I was asking Smurf because one thing that I do just to get some extra money, supplement my income, is I help out friends and neighbors taking care of their lawn care stuff, and it's a fairly inexpensive kind of business or gig to get into as far as like equipment is concerned.
That's a good idea. I've been thinking a little bit about that, along with my mind's all over the place. But that's a good idea. I can get me like a trailer and one of those like lawnmowers you ride around on.
Yeah,
Dude, you can make some money doing that.
Yeah, man.
You can
Put
you can
flyers
start
all
off
over
with
the
just
place.
you can start off with something as simple as one weed whacker and a push mower, and as you start to get more money, you just get a little bit better equipment, and the equipment pays
Reinvest.
for itself. Yeah,
That's how my second cousin started.
You know what?
Dude, get
I think I'm
the
gonna do that.
battery powered stuff, man. It's great. I got a battery powered push and weed eater.
A battery
A
powered
straight
mower.
push
Never
mower
heard of
is a
that.
lot of work. You should get one
battery
with a motor on
yeah,
it.
battery power is not bad for like your homeowner, right?
Smaller yards for sure.
Yeah. But commercial wise, there's not really a viable battery operated system.
I didn't
At
even
least
know
for the
they
weed
make
eater, it
battery
did.
mowers. A battery leaf blower is a good idea, but I never heard of a battery mower.
Yeah, I got
Wow.
yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it would help if you were the silent gardener. You know, you didn't wake everybody up on a Saturday morning.
Yeah, that's funny as hell, dude. That could be the name of the business.
It
That's a good one.
sounds like a creeper though. I don't know. I don't know how many
Hey,
hits
but
you get off the end of that.
lawn care is probably the most realistic idea. You know, thanks for reminding me of that. It's one of those many ideas I've bounced around, but that probably is the most realistic idea to get started. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something you can get into cheap. All you have to do is put a little sweat equity into it, and it's something that automation is not going to take away anytime soon.
You're right about that.
Plus, hey,
Good
grass
idea.
grows around here like every 2 days.
That's a damn good idea. You know what? It's the best idea I've got right now is what you just said.
Besides suicide.
Right.
Yeah, I thought about starting up one of those and just having one of my guys run it. You know, be a silent owner kind of deal.
I had
Yeah,
a
just
business
raking the
one
money.
time. I had an awesome business one time when I got out of the military in Hawaii, and and what I did is I bought 2 limousines that used old ones, and I was just driving soldiers from the tourist area, Waikiki, the drinking area, to back to the base. After midnight, I would just drive them back to base because they were drunk. Man, I made thousands of dollars every weekend doing that. But
Oh,
one day
sweet.
the general shut me down because
That's why.
I got 2 business ideas I could share with you.
what's that?
One is rent a friend. Nothing sexual, just friendship, right? Rent a
Oh,
friend.
that's
Like you're new
Never
to
heard of
that's
it.
town, you
creepy
need a
as fuck.
friend, so they can call you up and you could send whoever to hang with them for a few hours or go
Yeah,
yourself
that
or you
already
charge
sounds
me,
like
right?
Good.
like
Losers
Then
are
my other
us.
business idea I could share with you is, you know how they have singing telegrams and stuff? Dial a punch, somebody pissed you off, you don't want to deal with an assault charge. You get big guys that go around and they just knock on the door, and when the person answers, "Are you Mr. So and so?" "Yep." "Piff, that's from Mr. So and so."
I
Yeah,
had a
that
friend
wouldn't
that we
last
were
too long.
joking around, and his business idea was Mr. Nice Guy, and it's similar to that, very similar.
Fuck off.
What does
that's a
Mr.
lot of
Nice
loss.
Guy do?
Those aren't advisable.
We'll call it Mr. Nice Guy.
What does he do? Come over and just be nice to you?
Uh, not exactly.
You have to bring your knee pads?
Mr. Nice Guy is when you have a problem with a coworker or a neighbor, and you call Mr. Nice Guy.
Oh, kind of like you're gonna handle the dispute between the 2 parties.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Wow, that's challenging.
Only
I think you better
Mr.
mow
Nice Guy doesn't
lawns.
handle the dispute, he settles it.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think people would like that much. I'm pulling up. Now, I understand you had a beef with your neighbor, so and so. He's like, "Who the fuck are you? It's none of your business. Get the fuck out of
Fuck
here."
off.
Man, it'd be cool if we could get all you flat earthers in a boardroom, and we like as executives managing a business.
Yeah, we go like this. You have a problem? Fuck off.
We will spread the gospel of the flat Earth to the 4 corners of the flat Earth.
Well, what it is just because y'all a bunch of characters, and flat earthers are the most skeptical people that ever. So it'd be great to manage some sort of like large corporation. You guys would be great in a boardroom.
We are very skeptical.
Yeah, if we only had a product to sell.
We got a dude selling T-shirts in here.
the product is truth.
Space? I could sell you some space.
We got to compete with Fake X.
We're going to Mars, bro.
Fake X is fucking fake. That's just. How about blue vagina? That one, that other one.
Blue vagina.
You got Winter Vagina.
Yeah, the Blue Horizon crap. Bezos' gay ass silliness.
He's going to put a blue
That Jeff
vagina.
Bezos rocket ship looked like a big dick.
It looked like he did, didn't it?
You know how Austin Powers, they had that, but that's exactly what they're doing today. That's what all the space fake companies are doing. Remember that Austin Powers scene? That wow, it looks like a big
Space team.
That's what
Well,
they're doing.
even Boeing's getting in on it now, creating their own little space program.
Free money.
Look how long Boeing's been around. Now all of a sudden they want to do it. Oh well, we've been around for a couple centuries.
Now
They'll just
let's get
stop
into the
making
space.
free money like that. They got to get in on it because the airline travel's going down, so they got to diversify. It's all Hollywood, man.
Diversify.
It's all a big joke, like the comedian said from Watchmen. It's just a big joke. It's all a joke.
It's amazing how a company like Boeing can go from transporting people through the air, and now they're on like welfare in a way by making this fake space production to try and probably airline travel going down. Well, I guess we can start a show.
So this is new to me.
Donate to us. Go fund me.
What's the same difference?
Boeing.
How was that new?
I mean, SpaceX is like a GoFundMe for Tesla.
Hey,
It's
it's
all
all real. You saw them launch that red sports car in space.
Yeah,
it's headed to Mars.
Saw
The
it
Mars
on
helicopter is
TV.
going to retrieve it. That helicopter on Mars is going to retrieve it.
Is that
I think
thing
that's the best one. That helicopter on
orbiting
Mars,
the Earth? Is that what they're trying to tell us?
No, it's out there just floating around, dude. It's headed towards the sun.
Oh, headed towards the sun. Okay.
I think. I don't know for sure, but it's just out there, dude.
Wow.
It's just playing
The tires
David
didn't
Bowie
pop, or the
music out of
tires
the
didn't pop,
radio.
or anything. The tires didn't pop. It's perfect.
Yeah. Flies by this big circular, flat blue marble. Hey, look, there's the Earth.
They didn't attach any cameras to it. Nothing. So we could watch it traverse. I mean, get the fuck out of here. You put cameras on everything else, but not this fucking thing.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here, dude.
Not this thing that's going to space. Oh, we don't have cameras for that.
That would cost too much money. Oh, really, Eli Musk? That would cost too much money for you?
Yeah. Cameras are cheap. Come on.
That's so strange.
You've seen those rockets where he launches them? They go up and then they come straight down, ass end first.
Oh yeah, but
shooting out fire, and then they just like right at the end they cut, and then the next frame it's already landed. It's great.
it's amazing. I believe it.
That's not even the best part. The best part is the explanation they give for that. That is the best part, dude.
Oh, I know. The explanations are always dopier than the first question you ask.
So stupid. Can you?
We got to get in on the space industry, man.
What now?
We got to get in on the space industry. I hear it's free money.
Yeah.
Dude, we could probably just start with CGI. Just the whole thing CGI.
That's what NASA does.
We got some talented video people in the flat Earth world. We could pull it off.
And if you really want to make money, just finance a war.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
That's where the real money's at, is in financing wars.
Oh yeah. We get in on that too.
Hey, NASA spends about as much money as your dad lost in the with the bid shoot.
You just had to bring that up again, didn't you?
Nah, that's it. Fucking man.
Tear open that wound again.
All right, moving on.
That was my whole life savings, buddy.
War. What is it good for? Absolutely. Say it again.
I currently sleep on my friend's couch.
Profiteering. Yeah, war is very profiteering.
War, yeah, there's a lot of money to be made there.
What is it good for? Absolutely.
Absolutely nothing.
Say
Say
it
it again.
Apparently, profit.
Good God.
Yeah.
War.
What is
What is it
for?
good for? Absolutely nothing.
Say it
A dumb song.
again. It is dumb. But it's lucrative.
Oh yeah.
Back in those days, only the hippies were
What we
screaming
gotta
out
do
about
is we gotta
stopping
sell.
war.
We got it right now.
We gotta sell some military satellites to Ukraine.
Oh yeah.
Perfect.
It's all just cartoons anyway. Let's get some cartoons out there.
Yeah, I think they could use some satellites over there in Ukraine.
Somebody get to work on the cartoons ASAP, and we'll make a deal. We want $5 billion. $5 billion lets Ukraine brag that they got military sats.
Sounds reasonable.
Oh yeah.
What a waste of money.
$3 into Afghanistan. Well, American families are living.
Russia could crush that place anytime they wanted to.
Well, they showed that the week America left. Hey, with Taliban, we now in charge, huh?
You guys know that Thomas Sowell is 92 years old? I just realized that this morning as I was looking him up for something.
Who's that, Gospel?
We need $500 billion to drill
Thomas
into this
Sowell.
asteroid.
Yeah, who is he?
He is a brilliant mind of our era, and he is 92 years old. And he's from a small town in North Carolina, Gastonia.
Good for him. Mm-hmm.
I've done been through Gastonia a handful of times.
A handful.
But yeah, Thomas Sowell. No, he's brilliant. If you haven't heard him speak or read any of his books, I highly recommend just about anything. Just pick one at random, flip a coin, read anything, or listen to anything. He's a smart guy.
Right. Is that Thomas?
I mean, what's his main area of expertise?
Economy and sociology.
Interesting.
Hey, so I got this business plan. Okay, we're gonna get a drone, and then we claim it's really a satellite, and we let people rent our satellite, but it's really a drone.
Well, you got to find a way to keep it up in the air for a decade, like Google did.
I say we start an asteroid drilling company.
I don't know. I think we should just rent a drone and just claim it a satellite. Oh, we could put it on a balloon.
Yeah, that's what Google did.
Yeah.
And they kept it up in the air for over 10 years.
Those are called satelloons.
Yeah, we got to build a satelloon and just claim it's a satellite, space satellite. We say it's 450,000 miles away and it's got a really good lens on it, but we just say that it's really just a balloon.
Right, and then you just create the artwork on the computer.
Yeah, exactly.
Say, look, we took this picture of Saturn. Isn't it beautiful? Ooh, ah.
Well, all that hard work and just point the drone at the Earth and just just say it's a spy satellite.
Yeah, the thing about yes, PMAC, that's the man. Thing about Saturn is you can look at it through a telescope here, from here. So that wouldn't be a good one. You got to pick things to look at that you couldn't possibly validate from Earth. So it wouldn't be very useful if you were providing imagery of something that you can already look at from Earth.
Well, I mean, here's how we're going to do it, okay? Because the drone kind of moves around, what you do is you say that you can connect to a lens on the satellite, and they think they're moving a lens around on the satellite, but it's really just moving a drone around.
Sounds pretty fishy.
The government likes to pay $500 for a helmet.
$500 for a helmet? Is that what you said?
I said a hammer, but yeah, we could pull it off.
Oh, hammer. Oh, well. I don't know, man. There's $150 hammers at the local hardware store. So why is $500 a far stretch?
Well, the government
this is
will
back
pay
in
for it.
1975.
Oh, well, you have a point there.
If we're charging the government to drill asteroids, I mean, one drill bit could be like 3 million.
Yeah, but then you gotta supply the ore,
300 million, more like.
Where are you gonna get the ore from?
You just give them some petrified wood and tell them it's ore from a
Petrified wood is a good plan. You're putting things together pretty well now. At
Put
first,
that
I think you had a really shaky plan, but once you came up with the petrified wood idea, I think you
it worked for
you put a
Neil
bow.
Armstrong.
You put a bow on it.
We just do it.
They gave out moon rocks and they were petrified wood.
Sounds like a
Hey,
solid plan.
what's the name of our space company?
Not raping you.inc.
Blue vagina.
Vagina.
Blue vagina.
Dogs on Mars.
Vagina.
Well, I guess that's the name of the company.
There we go.
If that's what the board decided, though.
I'm going to start a space company called Pink Vagina.
Oh, whatever sells.
Pink Vagina will definitely sell.
Probably will, yeah.
This is it was a good idea. You could have stopped at the petrified wood idea, and after that, it's gone downhill again.
I know.
I say go to the ice wall. Film that bitch.
Show me.
All we need is some nice cartoons.
All we need is to put a rainbow on it and we'll be successful.
Oh, yeah.
We'll send the first tranny to space.
Whoa, now you're thinking,
too late.
wow, we're going to be rich.
Too late. Blue Origin already did that.
Hey, it's a one-way ticket.
Yep, Blue Origin already did that. You got to catch up.
Oh, man. Those bastards.
We'll have to send the second one then.
Those bastards.
Yeah, now we got to think outside the box here, people. What's even more hipper and weirder and more beloved by the left than a tranny? I have to think about that and get back to you.
Nothing.
Gotta get some brainstorming,
man.
We'll send the Jewish red heifer into space.
That's talk. Now you're talking.
That's the beginning of everything, isn't it? The Jewish red heifer. Some ginger cow.
I've seen the red heifers before. It's actually contraband in Israel. It's illegal to import them. It's a special breed that it's secret. But I've seen it in person before. They actually breed these red heifers here in America.
Hey, let's go into the red heifer business. Wait for that third temple to be built, and they're going to need something to sacrifice over there.
There's a Jewish
Cha-ching.
billionaire that lives down the road from me, and he has red heifers, and they're like bright red heifers, and it's a breed you can't even find online. Like you can't even find a photograph of this thing.
Like how bright are they? Like really bright?
Oh, these things are perfectly matched, like biblical description. These and they don't, he don't even work them. They relax under trees and stuff in the shade.
Maybe we should get some white tigers too, and we could sacrifice them. That would be pretty amazing.
That sounds pretty badass.
Blood all over a white tiger. I'd be very pleased.
From a red heifer?
You know, maybe a rhinoceros or two, something that's on the endangered list.
I don't know why that brings up images.
Oh, we could do space hunting. We could sell tickets to hunt in space.
I say we just nuke the Galapagos Islands.
Yeah, fucking look 'em.
That's a good idea, but how are we going to profit from that?
Yeah, what would be the point in that?
I'm not saying it's a bad idea. You know,
First, you have to invent a nuke.
I thought we were just going after endangered species.
First, we could invent a false narrative that the sea iguanas carry a horrible disease, so we must nuke Galapagos Islands.
You know, this dude is brilliant. He said we got to first invent a false narrative. That's a great start right there.
That's how it's done in the big leagues.
Yep, that's the beginning.
It's starting to come together again, okay? First step, invent a false narrative.
Second step, repeat the false narrative until everybody fucking believes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, scare the shit out of everybody with the false narrative for a good solid 2 months.
You two need a VC for yourselves and call it shooting the breeze.
Solution: nuke the false narrative.
That's what we do here.
Sometimes. Starting to get a little awkward with the threats of violence to fictitious things. Because what happens is the awkward people that exist in this world take all metaphor, well, all fictitious ideas to be some metaphor for some other thing, and then they accuse you of calls to action or threats of violence. And even when you're goofing off, people can twist your words.
You're probably correct, but we all know that nukes don't exist, buddy.
Other than
they don't know that.
Nobody. There's
point.
no scientific station on the Galapagos Islands or anything, is there? Like nobody lives there.
Research. Yeah, there's research facilities there, or at least one.
Humans try to inhabit every.
There's a tourist center there. There's a research station. I mean, I have a feeling there are people there that are, I think, full time, but maybe just visiting. Maybe it's like they go there for a period of time and then go back to the mainland.
Okay, cancel the nukes. I thought it was just birds and animals on there.
What we need to do is just launch rockets into the Bermuda Triangle and get paid from the government to do
that. Right. And they already got that covered, so
they need more competition.
Well, if you really want to compete, then grow really, really good quality food. That's a way you could compete.
Space food,
like beef,
like food that isn't adulterated, perverted, or disturbed by alteration.
Oh yeah, we should vacuum seal organic food and sell it to NASA. They're just throwing away, but they're pay us a lot of money for it.
Yeah, it's not really going up there, is it?
Nothing's going up there, man. If anything, the food will just get blasted in the Bermuda Triangle.
Your imagination goes up there.
Yeah, well,
that's true.
Do the Canadians have a space program?
I don't know. I don't think so. Do they have a space program?
Somebody Google that.
My mom's one of my mom's exes worked on the Canadarm that went on the space shuttle.
Oh boy!
Oh, really? I wonder if that's at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle right now.
I guess
Possibly. I guess it
ISS
exploded.
the ISS is gonna be retired and just they're gonna let it burn up in space or something like this, supposedly.
Yeah, it's probably at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle also.
It's just that.
It never existed. It's just a stage prop in a sound studio somewhere.
Yeah, it's more realistic.
I just googled, does Canada have a space agency program? You know what it said? Eh?
What is that? What's that?
What did they say? What did it say?
Eh?
Yes.
Eh? Hey.
I believe they do. I think I saw it somewhere. It's like kind of new or something. Probably part of Space Force.
Space Force. Does Canada have a space agency program? Yeah. You know what it says? Eh? I'm sorry, I'm getting carried away. Eh? Oh, God.
Where do you think NASA's going to say they're going next?
It's like, where we going, eh?
Uranus.
Uranus. Project Uranus. Oh, it's a beautiful place.
Oh, my
I think
God.
they might find water there.
I think it's
They're going to start by sending a probe.
That's a good one. Sending a probe to Uranus. Oh, boy.
That's going to hurt.
Who the hell named that thing Uranus? Couldn't they think of a different name?
Well, you have to find out what its original name was and how it got distorted over time.
Uranus.
So if you find out what is the how does that word formed? Is it a US? Is it urine or uran with a US ending? Is it in a NUS ending? Is it a ANUS ending? I have a feeling it's a US ending.
You have a feeling?
I have a feeling. I look up a lot of etymology. Let me. Okay, so Oranas is
I
the
think it is
original.
US.
Well, it was actually OS.
Oh.
An OS ending.
Uranus.
Yeah. From the Greek word Oranos, which means sky.
Yeah, so it's Uranus.
That's why they make the big bucks.
It comes from Greek mythology, the god who personifies the heavens, the father of the Titans. I mean, all of the planets are named after some type of pagan god. And
just to piss God off.
Yeah, So there you go. I mean, that's where that comes from. So why did it go from OU to just the letter U? It's because of how language changes when it's being translated into another language. So specifically from Greek to Latin, blame the Romans for not including the letter O at the beginning. The Latin language is what originally distorted it from Uranus to Uranus.
I knew you would know the answer to that, man. I fucking
how do you know that, dude?
Just knows
Resources. I just looked it up. At them online.
You like etymology?
Because he went at master.
Yes, expert.
Etym online. ETYMON line.com, adamonline.com. Good website. Very, very good.
And I thought Smurf was the ass expert.
I have a feeling that NASA's just sitting there going, what the fuck are we going to do? Look at these YouTube videos. They're on to us. They know everything we do is fake. How the fuck are we gonna, what are we going to say we're going to do next, you know? Go to the moon again? Another fake bullshit? No, we can't.
I don't think that they're afraid in the slightest. These exercises that they perform over the years demonstrate their power of control. They literally just say a thing and everybody believes them. So I don't think that they have any reason to fear exposure at all.
We should make a
At least as
GoFundMe.
far as the masses go.
Make a GoFundMe that we're starting a new private space company to compete with these other ones, and you know, it will make a bunch of it'll get around, you know, it get some publicity and stuff, and eventually the government will just have to cooperate with us.
Where did the space agency originate from?
Some Freemasonic lodge somewhere
in Canada.
What are you talking about, PMAC?
He's like
you talking
Florida.
about what? Are you talking about what NASA was before it was NASA?
No, I'm talking to Smurf.
Oh, you know the space agencies come from the Freemason lodges, man.
I was hoping he was going to say Canada, and I go, eh?
Wow.
How about the Jesuit Space Agency? Fly high with the Jesuits.
We started
They brought
GoFundMe.
you the globe Earth. They brought you the spinning water ball. And now they have their own space agency.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
gross,
got
Flatty.
this, okay? Check this
That's
out. Commercial
downright
rocket. Hey, check this out, okay? Commercial rocket aerospace program. Get it?
It's got a ring to it.
Hey, do you know what that spells out? You get it?
The acronym? Say that again?
Yeah. It's a commercial rocket aerospace program.
Crap. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
It's like that new genre of music, a combination of country and rap called crap.
Ha ha ha.
Make a GoFundMe. The star of this right away.
Or like, go fuck me.
What's the difference?
Well, I'm sure pretty soon now, you know, what's it? Richard Branson will be giving tours to the moon. You know, you fly around once, maybe come back, cost you like $200,000 or something.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Million, 250 grand.
It'll just put you in a plane that never takes off. It just like it checks around, you know, and the windows are little screens.
Yeah, exactly. Just all a simulation ride like Disneyland or something.
Yeah, and then they tell you you've landed and you've made it back to Earth.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Yeah. We could make a lot of money doing that.
I found it.
What'd you find?
I found the Blue Origin.
How'd you do that?
Well, look in the live stream voice text.
Oh, there it is. Oh my god.
There's a business model right there.
That's the business. That is the business model. Excuse me. I'd like to get a loan. Okay. How much? $500 billion.
Yeah.
$500 billion. Okay, we don't we don't do that, but what do you have in mind? Just out of curiosity. Oh, I just need to make one of these things right here. This is the business model. I need $500 billion to make that. Yes.
The
Yes.
next
well, that's to build a prototype.
That's just the prototype.
Yeah.
That's just the prototype.
Somebody post that Blue Origin thing that looks like a big dick.
Or not.
Did
I think the
William
SpongeBob version
Shatner
here is
think he
better.
went to? Did William Shatner think he went to outer space?
He was almost crying.
About to talk about that, yeah. Oh wow.
Didn't you watch the interview? He was almost crying.
Oh my god.
Oh,
It
wow.
was so beautiful to see space for real.
While Bezos
Wow.
looked at him with this cringe expression the entire time, a smug cringe expression on his face of just.
This is
I
this is the man that was talking about how do you explain light years? It's not possible. And this is the same guy as going, wow.
Bezos looked at him as if he couldn't wait for Shatner to stop talking.
Yeah.
You know, it was awkward on all fronts. Even if
I
you're a
wonder-
believer, it was still an awkward conversation, just like when they came back from the moon, allegedly. It was an awkward interview.
Did he say he saw stars and stuff or what?
I don't know. He said it was
I wonder
life
if he
changing,
wore-
and they probably
I wonder-
juiced him up with some type of serum.
Yeah, he was
I wonder
probably high
if
as
he
a
wore-
kite.
I wonder if he wore the pants in case he shat his pants. William Shat.
Well, you know what? Shatner, from what I understand, my neighbor in Georgia, he lives 2 houses down from where my dad lives, took care of Shatner's horses. So I got, what is that? What is that considered? Second party? Second person. What is it called?
No,
It's called
you got it
second
from the
degree.
horse's mouth. You got it from the
Second
horse's mouth.
degree. I have second degree knowledge of Will Shatner as a person, and according to my neighbor, who I've known for 20 something years at this point, like he said that Will Shatner's a really nice guy. So I don't like to make fun of the guy. I mean, he's apparently really, really nice, owns a lot of horses, and he's supposedly really down to earth and all that. So I'm not making fun of Shatner. I think that he was duped, and it's sad.
Oh, he must know that he didn't go to space, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that he's gullible enough to probably just go along with all of that stuff.
Never know if they can do him really high altitude, and I don't know, but I think he must be in on it too.
Maybe. I only know that little bit about Shatner from a close perspective.
I think he's in on it.
What's that?
How long did that flight last? Whatever, the whole ride.
Oh, an hour or two. I don't think it took very long.
I say try to do something nice every day. Hold the door, carry groceries, pull a finger, help someone out.
I've never pulled anybody's finger. That's ridiculous. I didn't even do that when I was a kid and I was around obnoxious adults who pull my finger. I always looked at them like, you're gross and weird. No.
Yeah, I know. You're totally disgusting. You're just going to fart right in my house.
Yeah. I was around a bunch of goofballs growing up, so I got used to learning how to ignore tomfoolery at a young age.
Like these adults, man, they're a bunch of asses. They don't know anything.
Some of them.
You wouldn't get one of your friends to do it though once in a while. Like I pulled his finger before. Go ahead, pull it, pull it.
No, I was never into that. I was always kind of a rain on the parade kind of. Not, yeah. I didn't have brothers, so I was just kind of real serious from a young age.
Only child.
Well, up until 7, and then I had a little sister eventually, so there was that. But
That's nice.
Man, being a kid was awesome because you could get away with when you're a little kid, you get away with anything.
it depends on your situation.
No, I mean, you
mean not go to
really
prison?
young, people don't. When you're really young, strangers don't really punish. The worst thing they do is bring you back to your parents or complain to your parents about you.
I like going to prison.
You have to like kill somebody to get in trouble when you're really young. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah,
probably
we get it.
couldn't even just break into somebody's house, man.
It all depends.
Shit,
Nowadays they're convicting parents of the crimes children are committing. It's kind of an interesting new precedent.
What you mean?
Kids are committing crimes and their parents are being convicted.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, this is a thing that's happening with growing frequency. It's kind of peculiar.
Isn't it strange? Strange fucking
I
phenomenon.
tell you what, those parents
that's
would
because
crack down on those motherfuckers then.
That's because America locks up has the most incarcerated population than any other country.
That's right.
Cheap labor.
Well, it's a business now. It's a for-profit business. It's traded on the stock exchange, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Oh yeah, what's the ticker? What's one of the tickers for this?
I don't know, but it is on the stock exchange, isn't it? It's huge, man. Well, it may not be on the stock exchange, but it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, dude.
Is it or isn't it? Make up your fucking mind, bro.
Yeah. I mean, a company is either private or it's publicly traded. So I'm not aware of any publicly traded prisons or incarceration things. I think it's all private.
I could be wrong about that, but man, some of these prisons are massive. They're huge, dude.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just disputing any of them being a publicly traded entity.
The ticker would be BOP, Bureau of Prisons, or an actual name of the prison that's privately owned by a citizen. Like there's 4 debt prisons. Like if you owe a debt, they'll arrest you, toss you in the jail until you pay your debt, and then release you. There's stuff like that as well. So you could not even commit a crime, so to speak. You just could owe enough money. You get grabbed up and tossed in until you pay it off.
You may own prison stocks in these giant ETFs and mutual funds.
Hey, I just checked it, okay? There are at least 2 prisons that are publicly traded. I just typed it in.
Core Civic and GEO Group? Is that, I suppose, the ones that are being associated with prisons?
Corporations America, and yeah, that other one you said, GEO Group or whatever, yeah.
Core Civic appears to be one as well.
I was just guessing, but actually, I'm actually surprised. Yeah, it is a bit surprising, but yeah, actually, it is publicly traded. Look at America, how messed up that is.
Wow, man.
It's messed up.
About these things.
They put these prisoners to work being like telemarketers for like 30 cents an hour or something.
I forget. Don't they make like a couple dollars a day or something like that?
They do, yeah.
Yeah, for an 8-hour day.
Hey, did you guys know that Newton proposed an ether?
That what?
Isaac Newton proposed an ether.
I didn't know that. What's up with it?
What up, man? So, like, 1666, coincidentally, he supposedly discovered gravity, and it's 666 newtons on the Earth. And then a few years later, he has a letter to another guy. It's like something Bernard or something. And he says, of course, I hope that no one attributes gravity to me. The idea that innate brute matter could act on other innate brute matter, the vastness of a vacuum without anything as an intermediate source, is to me so great an absurdity that no man in philosophical matters with competent faculty of thinking could ever fall into it, which is, of course, the modern application of gravity. But then a few decades after he first, quote unquote, discovered gravity in 1704, he said, may not planets and comets and all gross bodies perform their motions more freely and with less resistance in this ethereal medium than in any fluid, which fills all space adequately without leaving any pores, and by consequence is much denser than quicksilver and gold? And may not its resistance be so small as to be inconsiderable? For instance, if this ether, for so I will call it, should be supposed 700,000 times more elastic than our air and above 700,000 times more rare, its resistance would be above 600 million times less than that of water. And so small a resistance would scarce make any sensible alteration in the motions of the planets in 10,000 years. I just want to throw it out there. I thought that was crazy.
Yeah.
What a crock of shit.
What the hell?
Well, okay, but the
ether is
pretty,
thick as gold. I don't get it.
Well, the implications are that he's saying many decades after he allegedly comes up with gravity, he's still saying the only viable way he can even think of the reason that the celestial movements would occur is if there was like a very, very dense etheric medium. So the idea that they attributed gravity to him in a vacuum nowadays is laughable. Decades after he supposedly discovered, he was saying, no, that won't work. We need something super, super dense. Of course, Edwin Hubble will tell you that if there's something super dense up there, then that means that everything in the sky is very local to Earth, and that the Earth is very young. I just think it's funny to use their own paradigm.
Is he saying this ether just goes on and on forever into the void of space?
No, he doesn't make a claim as to the finite or infinite nature of space, but Edwin Hubble will tell you that if redshifts are actually if redshifts are actually Doppler shifts, then that would mean that the quote unquote universe is closed, very, very dense, local, and very young.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what it is, in case anyone didn't know that. So, of course, that's geocentrism, and then we just physically measure the Earth and know it's flat, so they're on our side pretty much. I'm just saying, this is like the best way ever to beat someone's cognitus, I think, is to use like the prominent people against heliocentrism, like the very people that brought them the theory.
But gravity. Oh yeah, that guy Newton. Yeah, let's talk about Newton. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, or like even Edwin Hubble, Stephen Hawking. Okay, so you guys know how they bring up the Foucault's pendulum from 1851. I'm about to give you guys such a freaking silver bullet. So they bring up the Foucault's pendulum 1851. 70 years later, Einstein said, I've come to the conclusion that there's no optical experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth. Now, every flat earther's heard that one. I'm echoing.
Yeah.
So,
Dan, thank you.
All right, so the Globers will say, oh, he's just saying optical, talking about light and na. And then flat earthers say, isn't anything optical? You have to see it. Not the best argument, in my opinion. He is talking about optics, like as in light. But anyway, he has another quote that says, and it's actually from his papers on relativity itself, saying that there is no terrestrial experiment that can prove motion. So that means no experiment on the Earth can prove motion. So then the Globers kind of freak out. And they say, oh, well, he just didn't know about the ring laser gyro, which I'm like, okay, so you're going to disavow Foucault's pendulum then, right? And of course they won't, but that's 70 years later. So they're disagreeing with Einstein if they say Foucault's pendulum proves the motion of the Earth, right? Because he said 70 years later they still didn't have proof. But anyway, so then they say, oh, well, he didn't know about the ring laser gyro. We just have more advanced technology now.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, well, now the ring laser gyro is obviously an interferometry pattern using lasers and light. So his optical experiment, quote, already debunks that claim, right? Because that's using light. But anyway, the mechanical gyro, which they could try to invoke that, was actually created in 1909. So he was saying the mechanical gyro does not prove the motion of the Earth also. So they can't say that. But long story short, I was doing some digging and I found that Stephen Hawking in 2007 cited that quote about terrestrial experiments not being able to prove the motion of Earth in his book, A Stubbornly Illusory Perception.
What a
Meaning that
title.
Stephen Hawking said you can't prove the motion of the Earth in 2007. You can't use any terrestrial experiment to prove it. And all they have is gyros and pendulums long before 2007. Stephen Hawking is, of course, one of their heroes.
Yeah, just because they can't prove it doesn't mean it's not happening.
Okay, we'll just make them admit they can't prove it. We'll take that.
So what's your
Yeah, they have
indication that
to.
it is happening? Well, there's not any evidence that it's happening. It's just that they know that it has to be happening. Yeah.
I mean, you can't tell me if there was that much motion they couldn't figure out how to measure that there's motion.
I like it. I like it a lot, Bendy. That's a really important observation to me because that's the one I used to think was globe proof, and then I later found out it's definitely flat Earth proof. That one's near and dear to my heart. So very nicely done.
I'm about to drop the Stephen Hawking citation.
You see what Bendy made there? What's it? Got an artist
nice.
we got an artist amongst our ranks. He's been doing really good with these graphics and stuff. I really like it. And of course, the PNG on Discord is just exactly. It's really excellent for Discord.
All right, there it is.
No, this is great. Are you planning on putting a video together with all these quotes that you have, like,
Yeah.
or no?
Yeah, dude, it took me forever to put these in meme form and find all these, but yeah, I'm gonna do a video. I'll probably have Kai narrate it though, because it's just more pleasing to the ear, you know.
Oh yeah. Capitalize.
And then I'm gonna use it in quote. I think I'm gonna set up a modern day debate that's geocentrism versus heliocentrism as opposed to just flat Earth. Yeah.
And would you be able to find a component that would not do the whole yeah, but you think it's flat, so like do the weird I forget what that is. Type
Poisoning the well, actually.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
But yeah, because James will just set it up free debate, right? He'll have to agree to the parameters that it's just about geocentrism. And I think that'll wake up a lot of people where they're like, oh wow, and then they'll find their way to flat Earth, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's what the principal did apparently for some people.
Dude, I have so many damning quotes. It's insane. Also, I'm about to go eat with Kai, but I'm going to drop this video for you guys. F.E. Core did this thing about the sun because, you know, if you claim it's a physical object with anywhere from 33 to 40 miles in diameter, we actually run across some pretty serious issues with the flat Earth because you can see it from too far away at the same time in the same position. But anyway, they did a year of compilation of longitudinal observations of the sun, and then they had it rendered. And it's amazing what it does. So it looks like the sun is, the perception of the sun is relative to the viewer on the magnetic lines. of declination. And it literally maps it out perfectly. So I'm going to post this video. It's like 20 minutes. It's pretty interesting. Obviously, we don't have to explain what the sun is or what it does to substantiate our position, but that does really shut up their whole, like, you can't even explain the sun thing, because truth be told, the physical object that's really small and really local doesn't work. For many reasons. Yeah. So it's really amazing what it did. What a coincidence! It made a toroid. So I'll drop the link.
I know you're about to run, but are you under the impression that there is an upper limit or a maximum distance that the sun could possibly be? Because I'm not yet under the impression that there is a maximum distance. I mean, 93 million obviously is pretty crazy, but just in general.
3,000.
I'm staunchly opposed to the idea. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, have you seen the thoughts about the sun actually remaining in the same pattern, and that the toroidal field over a year kind of breathes in and breathes out, right? Expands and contracts.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, cool. So then it appears to be at your zenith when actually it really stays above the equator the whole entire time.
Well, yeah, and it's not a physical location or object.
Right.
So like this integrates the breathing in and breathing out thing. There's a source, an external source of projection. And then wherever you are as the viewer, you see it. That's the actual rendering of the literal data from a year of data. That's not just some cartoon someone drew. That's the actual data of the perceived sun.
I just watched that last night.
Dude, it's incredible, bro.
Flat Earth Data dropped that in a voice channel, and I watched it last night.
Yep, it's awesome. I super shadow ban. I can't believe I've never seen it. So yeah, and to answer you guys before I got out of here, I'm staunchly opposed to the idea it's a physical location. So, and I've been saying that for a while. It's so crazy. I just saw this video. I've been saying a naturally occurring holograph. So like holography based on electromagnetic polarization, because you can imitate this with a ferrocell. You can imitate that with a magnet. So like magnetic holography would be naturally occurring in an electromagnetic field because of polarization if you had an external source of light. And it appears that that's what's going on because the sun is relative to the viewer within this magnetic lines of declination. So it's very interesting. And that's why when you navigate, you never go in a straight line.
Yeah,
because you're following the curved magnetic declination lines.
Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. But if you look into it, it's pretty cool. I'm going to reach out to this guy actually because they were supposed to keep doing data compilation. So I'm going to see if I can find if they have anything else. Because, if you see the crepuscular rays and you track those up using trigonometry, right? I mean, like if you use geometry and you track the rays up to the sun, then you're actually going to have like the sun would be right above the clouds.
Yeah,
and the sun isn't right above the clouds. You know what I'm saying? So this really
tell that to that Jethro guy on Truth Social. Good grief. There's this guy on Truth Social that's doing the moon and the sun are below the clouds stuff, and I'm just like, bro, you're not helping.
Yeah, it's a bad look. Flat earthers need to learn not to make claims that they can't make because it makes us look bad, and it actually is. Yeah. All right, I love you guys. I'm about to go get some food, but I'll catch up with you guys later.
All right, but
yeah, I've had to
work on that, man.
Good talking with it.
What if the sun just looks so close because it's being magnified by the surrounding air?
Yeah, I mean, there's a combination of things potentially going on, but that's kind of what this magnetic thing I think is referring to.
Potentially.
Hey, good talking with y'all. I got to go to some alcoholic meeting thing.
All right, man.
Be safe, dude.
You're the man.
Have a good night.
Yeah. You too. Later.
All right.
What are you going to say, Napalm?
I was just going to say I've had to kind of get into it with fairly predominant people in this server regarding the whole sun is below the clouds idea.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, stop posting this stuff. Bad look, please.
Yeah.
It's not that far. Not that close.
Yeah.
It's not on the clouds.
Yeah, I suppose I would rephrase rather than saying the sun is not at a physical location, I would say when we are looking at the sun, that the place where we see it is not actually necessarily where it is. But to say it's not in a physical location, to me, I can't make sense of that. Is that what this video indicates in some way? Is this video insinuating the same messaging of the moon, in that they are making the claim that neither the sun nor the moon are physical?
It briefly touches upon the possibility that the sun is an electromagnetic. I think they use the term hologram, but it would be the same as the way that I would look at it is if you have a a glass dome like paperweight, right, where it's glass all the way through, and you're holding a flashlight outside of it, you can look and you can see that pinpoint of light, which looks
Mm-hmm.
like a sun, on the glass itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning
Mm-hmm.
that as you move that around, what you're seeing on the glass is not the actual source of the light itself.
Yes, but
So
there's still in the scope of all reality, there is still, even in that analogy, there's the flashlight or the source.
there's still source, yeah. And I mean, this goes into, right, so the further you dig into things like ether, right, and you start to dig into space and counter space, you get into the metaphysical aspect, right, the blurring between the physical and the metaphysical, the background energy, that which is there, right, in order to be able to be induced from somewhere, right? Like, where is the source? Mainstream science can't tell you where the source of energy is, right? So it's kind of, it gets into a more of a metaphysical type discussion, I would say, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have this thing that appears to be a physical presence, but that might just be the point in which in space this source of energy is coming into our reality, not necessarily the source itself, if that makes sense. Or was that too much?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
So you're thinking that sorry about that, guys. The sun and the moon are created off of something else? Or
I don't
since
know about
you're
so the moon seems to have some obvious traits to it that seem to be solid, right? Like indications of, the craters and all that kind of stuff. So there seems to be some sort of solid form there to the moon. But that solid form of the moon could be just whatever the firmament is, right? And that the source of energy that is the illumination of the moon is not necessarily on that portion of the firmament in which we see these types of physical things. So like if you shine a light through a paper napkin or something like that, you can see all the perforations and everything on the paper napkin with the light behind it. But the paper napkin is not the source of the light.
Can't
yeah,
go to the
you
sun
see
or the
the
moon, man.
light created on that surface. I got you.
Right. So the surface of the moon could just be some sort of surface that is up there, but what we call the moon might just be one section of a larger thing that just happens to be illuminated by an energetic source.
That's a lot of could be.
Yep. Well, when it comes to things in the sky, it's always a could be kind of conversation.
Yes.
So yeah, these are just some of the speculations, but that hopefully that moon example helps better maybe explain what was talked about for the sun.
Thanks. I'll be back in a little while.
I think the moon is cheese and the sun is mustard.
Yes.
I knew Francie would agree.
There is no Earth curve.
That is cool.
Earth is notable.
Where are you getting this thing?
Yes.
No, you'll tell me.
W-all-knået at det er dis notkurving.
No. You'll tell me right now where you're getting this. You're getting these accents. Clay. It's garbage. Garbage.
You need to go on the website ttsmp3.com and you can do your own.
Yes. Glaflop, do you understand? Or you can find this Frenchman that can talk for you?
No, you have enough. You need to post the link in the chat.
Yes. I will post the link in the chat.
You are so sweet. Thank you very much.
No problem, brother.
Now, how to make so it goes into where people can hear it.
Okay.
How to make it so can hear.
You are making a little bit of noise when you talk.
You might want to get a program that is called Voice Mode, for example.
Yeah. Mais oui, je m'appelle Flutter.
I'm not gonna do it. Thank you, Clay, though, for showing the website. I appreciate that.
Samir's Glaflob, are you fucking...
You might want to get a program that is called Voice Mode, for example.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mary,
Alliance
yeah.
mod? I don't know, Clay. Can you link that too, please?
What, are you in
Yes.
space?
Yeah. Hey. A bon chance.
What's up? Cool, thanks. Thank you, Clay.
Yeah, you're actually robot. You're making wild noise, man.
You might want to get a... No problem, brother.
Yeah. It's a fag legs. Ow.
Earth is flat.
Will we observe it as flat, or we say it miss it flat, huh?
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem, brother.
Dankjewel.
Yes.
So, yeah.
The earth is flat. Even Germans know so common, French brother.
Yes. Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's a flat.
W-knod at det er dis notkurving.
It is not curving.
W-knod at det er dis notkurving.
Oh, W, sorry.
Yes.
No, that's gibberish.
Earth is notable.
That's good.
Earth is notable.
Earth is not a ball.
Yes.
Oh.
We can see way too far.
That is true.
This is true. Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
Fact.
What's that, Matthew? The Earth is gay? No, I'm just kidding.
It might be, but not as gay as you, Matthew.
Yes.
Yes. It's okay, Matthew. Don't worry about it. I don't care if you're gay, Matthew.
We love Matthew.
Yeah.
God made
gay means happy anyway, okay? So
God made spheres.
Yes.
God made spheres.
the sphere is the most perfect shape in nature, and then we'll say, well, where do you see one? And they'll say bubbles, and I'll be like, that's not a perfect sphere, dude. Well, sometimes it is. Are you sure? Bubbles have all sorts of shapes.
There is no land in bubbles.
Crazy bubbles. This one time, the universe exploded and everything existed. That was crazy, man. Yeah, I see it. It's amazing. Everything came out of nothing. Just so you know. There was nothing, and then there was everything blew up, and there was nothing again. That was fucking crazy, man.
No, here's what it was. Here's
who created nothing. Sorry, go ahead, Clay.
You're good. You're right. How'd the nothing appear? Yeah, and then I was arguing on Instagram with somebody about it, and they said I posted the GIF. An explosion created
the destructive force.
Hold on, man. Jesus. I said, and the GIF says an explosion created monkeys that turned into people, and it was ha ha ha. And then somebody commented and said, correction, an expansion created monkeys that turned into people. So it's not an explosion now, folks. It's just an expansion that happened. An expansion started itself expanding. Figure that one out.
Okay, that makes sense now. Thanks for clarification.
Hey, no problem. You know, it took a Glober on Instagram to teach me the ways.
I know better story.
Okay.
Which one?
It was the box, empty one. Somebody opened the box and everything come out.
Pandora's box.
Yeah, I was going to say Pandora's box.
Yeah,
it's like a cosmic jack in the box. How about that?
Just popped out.
That is so discerning, disappointing, disconcerting.
Yes.
Whatever that. I can't talk today.
Yeah, you can't. You should just shut up, man.
And inside the box, it was gravity also.
Hey, did the dinosaurs come from that box or a different one?
That's evolution later.
Oh, okay. Got it. So, but all from the same box, right?
Yeah. But it was nothing in the box.
Yeah.
Got it. And that expanded, right? The nothing expanded.
Yeah, you need to understand first that nothing is everything. If you understand that, then you can go on. Because when you have nothing, then it's everything inside.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If you have nothing.
And then when you have nothing, box with nothing, then you need explosion. And then everything is working, you know?
Yeah, you have everything. Well,
makes sense to me.
Yeah, when you have nothing, you've got everything, but.
And you got that rotation and stuff and natural load. And water, don't forget, water also was in the box, but you cannot see immediately. But water was expanding only for the Earth, not for other planets.
You have to speak slower for our American cousins.
Oh, fuck having car.
Fuck him.
That's only Mike what I have in car.
So the way I see it is that everything came out of nothing.
Yeah, that's logical.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And it's not only that, everything became spherical after that. Because it only stands to have your head is spherical, all sport with the ball has the spherical ball, what else? Moon looks like spherical, sun looks spherical, tires look spherical. Everything is spherical.
Yeah, explosions don't rip things apart. They just bring things together. That's what explosions do. Everything just
Even in
explodes.
in car, that's for changing gears. You know, on top it's spherical. Mine. I don't know.
It's logical.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can you imagine changing gears and that you have cube that fucking cannot stay in the hand good?
Hey guys, I just posted in the chat. Billy Preston was trying to tell us in 1974. Because nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You got to have something if you want to dance with me. Y'all continue.
There you go. He's the one. Old Preston.
Something is in nothing.
That's boy, bro. Here's nothing. Woo-hoo.
Old Billy. Telling it like it is.
Let's devote at least a few seconds to the radio where he. If there's anybody listening out there that's curious about the subject, whether we live on a spinning ball or not, come in here and converse with us. Everybody will be nice except Glad Flow.
That's right. Everybody's going to be nice and cordial. I'll just rip you apart. You feel me? Don't come in here unless you've done some serious work there, ladies and gentlemen. I won't tolerate anything but. I'm just kidding. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm Glad Flow. I'll be your host, and just come in and talk to us a little bit about the Earth. It measures flat. I know it really does. So,
Is that the real self coming out there?
crepuscular rays. No, PMAC. You guys have never heard my real voice yet.
Oh, I think we have.
Yeah.
Was there about 5 seconds ago?
These moments of dead air have been brought to you by the complete lack of evidence for the silly spinning globular model that everybody thinks they live on. Back to silence. Till the next person talks.
Isn't it just silly? Silly Billy.
The only reason we get bored in here is because there is no globe proof, no globe evidence, no scientific, geometrical, nothing. No evidence for the spinning globe in an impossible uncontained vacuum.
Why does that bring a gift to my head where I'm sitting as a skeleton with cobwebs, still waiting for proof of fucking globe?
Yeah. Yep.
One of them things. You don't get nothing from nothing.
Sure, everybody's seen it. Witsit just posted an interesting video I'll have to check out. Magnetic flat Earth.
Definitely some kind of electricity going on. I I believe that before I believe a fucking flat Earth, a round Earth. Or Big Bangs.
What if it was a series of little bangs?
You mean like one after the other?
Yeah. Yep.
Like a boom, 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 boom,
It could have
boom.
been intermittent bangs. It could have been like every now and then bangs.
Yeah. Every now and then. How long did it take for reality to get out of the friend zone and start banging big? And I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
3,000 little Big Bangs. About 3,000.
I hope somebody listening got the joke.
Imagine being that first little whatever thing of nothing, and you're just floating around in nothing, and then you all of a sudden explode. That would be so cool.
That'd be crazy.
Honestly, I'd be offended.
How dare
You could
you?
at least give me some warning. It's like floating along, da da da. Oh my god, I'm exploding! What the fuck?
What a fucking great tune there. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. Makes sense.
What time is it there, PMAC?
Time, yeah.
Right about whiskey o'clock for PMAC, isn't it?
I was
Say
gonna
it's
say.
like 5 in the morning.
PMAC, have you ever been sober? I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
So, yeah, once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was horrible.
How'd that happen? Yeah, I was gonna
I
say.
didn't like it. Shit.
I hear you.
Yeah, it was horrible, bro. One time I was sober. That was crazy.
Never let it happen again, you feel me?
Oh, I know. I won't. Don't you worry.
Don't want to mess around and get any blood in your alcohol levels.
Blood? The hell's that?
Yeah, don't get any blood in your alcohol content.
Blood?
Might poison you.
What the fuck's blood, bro?
Exactly.
I only do this once or twice a week, you know.
What?
A drink.
Oh.
Get stupid drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's me. Once, twice a week. That's about it.
I admire your ability to hold back.
Well, if you knew me, you would my ability to be fucking me. Let me tell ya.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
No? Am I speaking English, motherfucker?
Well, you are speaking English, but yeah, I don't know what you said.
Neither do I.
Okay, cool.
What did I just say?
I don't know.
Who knows?
That means we agree, though. So there.
Well, there you go. I'm a pretty cool dude.
That's true.
It's fact. People do love me. They love me. I mean, love me.
I'm in love with you. Wait, what?
I know, yeah.
I know you're.
I know, yeah. You can't help yourself.
I know you're. What am I?
Kiss me, I'm Irish. It's fucking football. It's football marriage. Anyway. So, how we doing? How you doing? All right.
Okay, man. I'm attempting to communicate with hopefully a critical thinker out there that will actually
Dave,
take a step back and really examine the claims of the globe model, which are ridiculous. Sorry, go ahead.
redunculous.
I'll be back here in a few minutes. And yes, the globe is deronculous.
Redunculous.
I challenge anybody to come in here with even one shred of some aspect of reality represented by the globe model. I don't think it can be done. Prove me wrong. Even something that supports it. Besides
Look, the
NASA.
sky. I see the sky moving all the time. The
sky,
clouds, they move. I don't understand. Tell me, Dave, how does that work?
Definitely. Place I would look would be the sky when I'm trying to figure out what I'm standing on. Makes so much sense.
The clouds move. Today I saw 2 planes in the air, both flying by me, and I couldn't tell any difference if I was moving or if just the planes were moving.
Yeah, it's a simulation, bro. Move on.
Even just the clouds they always dispute this, but just think of how much water weight, for example, is in a cloud. So clouds are just floating by, giving a big middle finger to gravity every day. And
Yes,
everybody
sir.
ignores it. Everybody just ignores it. Nothing to see here. Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care.
Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. That's we better George Carlin about you there.
Yep, the great George Carlin.
The greatest.
Trying to tell us in the 70s, wasn't he, P-Mac?
Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. God bless him, eh?
Yep, hard to believe. I used to believe believed all that shit. Y'all know what I mean.
Dave, you were like me. Huh? You were like all of us, bro. We all
Yep,
that shit. Don't beat yourself
learned
up.
it in grade school. You learned it in grade school. You just put it in the back pocket, and that's all that shit's figured out. Don't have to worry about that anymore, right?
Yeah.
Wrong.
That's it. Where you are here. You're just a little speck in fucking nowhere.
So here's a question for you guys.
I got
In
one.
order to tell that something is moving, you need 2 points of reference, right? Like if I'm going to tell a car is moving, I would look at the car and see that the car is moving, and then I would see that the background, as an example, is not moving. Therefore, I can tell the car is moving, right?
Well, do you want an
Yeah.
Einsteinian answer or a real answer?
Well, no, I'm kind of painting a picture to try to grasp the idea of a globe moving concept. Because if I was standing on a plane or thing that's moving, what would be my point of reference to tell me that I'm moving?
Hold on, let me tell you real quick. Yes, you're on the right track, but don't try to use anything on Earth to to get to this example. So I'm just gonna use this. This is information. This is not opinion. So you need a second Earth. You need a different reference frame than the Earth to be able to see if the Earth itself is turning. So you need to leave the Earth, get on something else, be on that thing, and then look to the Earth to see if it's spinning or not, which is
Or alternatively, if I'm standing here on Earth, I need to be able to look to something like not on the same plane that tells me that I am moving. right? You need another reference point. Is that all right? I'm being facetious, but imagine we were to throw a quote stationary object up in the sky for shits and giggles. I would look at that stationary object if I knew it was stationary, and I would be moving around that stationary object. I would have to observe that.
Yeah, but that's still within the Earth or whatever. So, you know what I'm saying? You'd have to leave the Earth completely to see if the Earth was spinning.
To get a reference point. Yep.
Right.
So unfortunate.
So you couldn't put something up in the sky, like when people say, oh, well, why doesn't the Earth turn under a helicopter? Well, that I don't know, but the number one thing is probably because it's not moving. But even still, the helicopter's within the closed Earth system. You have to leave all of that to see if this motherfucker's spinning.
Make an honest observation. That makes sense. Thanks, Glatt. Appreciate you.
You betcha.
So you have to do like Neil and the boys did, allegedly, and just go up there and see the whole ball. And like, man, there's the ball. It's cool. It's not moving. Or it is moving. I'm sorry. Did they see it moving? They just took a picture. They didn't have video back then.
Yeah, it's turning, bro.
They destroyed that technology, I think.
They might have. Did they? I don't feel like doing anything. I'm just gonna lie in my bed.
I see that there is one new person in VC check-in talking to Jimmy the Space Crab. Genius. Maybe he'll come down and join us here in a moment.
Dave, you have the most deepest voice of anybody I've ever met.
Have you met Barry White? No.
Very white.
Dave will mess you up, man. He's got that voice.
You definitely have. You got that voice, Dave.
Dave, how big are you, man? Are you like 6'2"?
Right at 6 foot, 210.
210? Like, are you like farmer strong strength, or are you like, you sound like you would grab somebody's neck and like undertake them right into the ground or something?
No,
right?
I would consider
What kind of strong are you?
Sort of in shape. I'm not by no means any kind of muscle man or anything.
No, but you can definitely hold your own, right?
Yeah, I'm almost 60 years old. Be 60 in October, and I can still defend myself correctly.
Dave's the fucking man. Oh yeah, buddy. I knew it. I love it.
We got that feel about you, Dave.
Yeah, man. You got that presence. Sorry, I cussed on my prior statement.
Fucking presence.
You're apologizing for fucking cussing.
Stop fucking cussing.
It's the father in me. It just kind of comes out. Damn it. That son of a bitch. My daughter's like, you owe me push-ups, Dad.
You stop fucking cussing.
Somebody out there in YouTube land or wherever might be listening to this, come help us poor lost souls that can't find any curvature or motion of this globe you think you live on. Please bring us some demonstrable evidence. Thank you.
If we go to Livestream too, we can talk about Jabba Jabba Doo and all that kinds of things, right? Anything.
I guess that would be an option, P-Mac. We could also stay here and just be silent and talk about this silly globe. That's another option.
Silly globe. Dave.
Yep.
You're the man.
Part of the blame for all this bullshit is the first humans that were listening to these guys talk about their globe model and people upside down, all this shit, and they didn't immediately execute those guys or whatever, you know. Get the hell out of my face with this upside down people shit and water curving around a ball. That's ridiculous. Forget it. I don't care what you saw in the sky. Just write that one off, man. Bad idea.
Yeah, makes sense, bro. Logical sense.
But all they had to do was put it in the indoctrination system and pretend like they had it all figured out. When they didn't really have shit figured out.
Yeah, if the globe had any evidence, it would be our chat area would be full of Globers. You know, Globers making fun of us, Globers presenting all kinds of evidence. The fact that there is nobody here defending what should be completely obvious is itself pretty obvious.
Yeah, man. Looks like Copernicus left you all hung you all out to dry.
No shit.
He threw out his theory, and 50 years later, he's like, no, that's not what I thought, and you're stupid for believing that. Yet people still believe that.
I'll bet none of those people said any of that stuff. I'll bet. Changed my mind, huh? I don't care who said what, when. Just doesn't prove anything to me.
That's a challenge. Bring an argument to the table that wasn't created by another man that tells me that we're not on a plane.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying in general, this isn't going to be a popular opinion right now, but I don't think quotes say anything one way or another. You got an Einstein quote? Are you sure? Who cares? Oh, the Einstein quote happens to support the globe in this one, but not in that one? Then how do we trust any of it? Did you know Einstein? Is he in your family? No. Like, I don't know. Copernicus, did he have a quote? Nobody knows that. Don't sit here and act like you do. You know, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, Werner von Braun had this quote and that quote. Like, who knows? And honestly, who cares? The Earth measures flat regardless of what anybody did or did not say. Period. Just my opinion.
I second that opinion.
Pretty good point.
Now, again, that's not to say that those people, especially if, you know, I'll help beg the question quickly. If those people said those things that go against the current and official globe narrative, well, then then I guess great. But just to me, it's not like smoking gun evidence, because you can't prove one way or another that those people even existed, let alone said those things. Now, of course, Einstein seems to have existed. I believe he existed. I don't have any proof that he did, but I have the belief that he did. But if we start going into Eratosthenes and Copernicus, Galileo and Pythagoras, I think they're just stories. That's just my opinion.
A few times that I've been talking to a new person about this, I usually try to preface it with if these guys even existed or if they said this, but you just highlight what they're saying is contradictory to what they were,
Right. You go, okay, well, I'll suspend my disbelief. If these dudes, these ladies and gentlemen, said all these things, well, that doesn't look good for the globe either now, does it? So I get the motivation.
especially the ones where those guys were saying, we don't care what the evidence is saying, like the cosmic microwave background. We can't be the center of everything. That's an horrific position, or whatever the quote is.
Yeah, scary to think that we're the center of everything. So then let's just not think about it that way. It's a lot of responsibility being the center of everything, huh? No, can't have that.
What would you class that as? Running from the truth because you can't believe it?
Incredulity.
Is that what it would be? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's an appeal to incredulity.
At best, their motivation, they're locked into this worldview where we can't be the center, so that's not an acceptable conclusion. There's no way to get to them.
See, yeah, can't be, and this can parlay right into current globers. It can't be. Something in their mind is telling them if it can't be flat because XYZ. It can't be and not just I don't think it is, or even scientific evidence supports this. They're saying it can't. Like it. Oh man, like they made the whole place. They know all the physical rules, and they're letting us know it can't be flat. Can't be stationary. How do you know that? Oh, well, all the scientists agree on it. They do? Yeah, they do. And you don't see a problem with all scientists agreeing. No, I don't. Got it.
Yeah, you nailed it. Incredulity. Posted it in the chat.
Yep. And you can thank Drace for my knowledge on that stuff. He used to post these, I'll find a couple of them, these memes that explain all the logical fallacies. They're great. Do we have a logical fallacies section? I think we do. Yep, we do. I posted it in the Livestream voice text. That link, it's a nightmare of a link. There we go. Check out that bad boy. That is a whole section of the server dedicated to logical fallacies in the Livestream voice text right there. Should just call it the Glober's template, The Glober's Playbook. Also, if you guys can hear that in the background. Right, that's me washing a pillow. My washing machine's gonna break apart into a million pieces because I'm washing a pillow.
Is it the My Pillow is seen on TV?
No.
Flat. This one's for you, dude. Saw this
Alrighty.
yesterday. This kind of messed me up. Bernstein Bears.
No, don't do it. I'm not a Mandela guy.
Come on, just look at it, man. Don't be like that. It's one link. Jeez.
Fine.
It's a dude holding a book.
Don't you get mad at me because Mandela's bullshit.
No, I just want to hear your reaction after you look at it.
Okay.
I need a fan reaction to this one.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Mandela, alright. So are you gonna post it, or?
Yeah, it's in the chat, dude.
No, it's not.
Oh shit. I'm such a rookie. Oh my gosh.
That's okay. He should
I
have
put
it
it
too.
in logical fallacies because that was the last one I jumped into. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna get
No problem.
reprimanded for that. My bad, dog. There you go. Booyakasha.
Boyagaja. Okay, hang on.
That's right. I just said booyakasha.
That's fine.
Oh yeah, just a public service announcement. Today's the last day of LVG ABCYZD Day or whatever. So make sure you celebrate.
All right. Well, my reaction to that video is that I don't know if it's real or not.
I know. It's just weird. Dave, question. What am I supposed to do with that given that I'm a single male? Straight male at that.
Just wear like a rainbow little chip on your shirt or something.
Absolutely not. I'm dressed in all black with a little bit of neon on my shirt that says Nerd Squared. No thanks. I'm good. All black.
He's a Johnny Cash individual. Listen, you need to find somebody that's on your level, bro.
That's the joke on everybody. Everybody's on the same level, generally speaking.
Exactly. Same plane, same plateau. We're all approximately 150 meters above sea level. Approximately.
There's a pattern. Well, that's true.
Antipodal. Nobody's antipodal. That's absurdly ridiculous.
So there's a pattern happening here in the chat. In this server, Kai and Witze got married. Kai's pregnant. KJ and I are madly in love, and I'm moving to where she lives within the next couple months. Now, it seems that this server is something of a matchmaker. Dare I say it? Just putting that out there, you know.
Well, it works out for you.
I'm just putting that out there. Dave, what'd you say, Dave? Sorry, you're pretty quiet.
I'm just saying congrats. Hope it all works out for you. Sounds great.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Ditto those sentiments, my friend. Finding love these days on this flat plateau is a thing of beauty.
I think finding love always is, regardless of what's going on. But yes, I mean, I totally agree. I totally agree.
It would suck finding love if she thought that the world was round, wouldn't it? Imagine that. You find the love of your life, except she firmly believed that the world is round. I guess she wouldn't be the love of your life then at that point, would she?
She still could be. She still could be. It just could be, you know, like one of those testing, trying periods of your life where she is the love of your life, and you have to deal with the fact that she has an incorrect belief.
You have to teach.
Yeah. Well, if you could, you know what I mean. What if it just wasn't going to happen? That she was just going to keep the globe belief the whole time, and you were going to keep knowing the truth, and that, but you're still supposed to be together or whatever, right? That'd be tough. But you know, who knows? When I first found out, the girlfriend I had at the time, she didn't care. She said, you know, I don't care what you believe about anything. And that was a cool thing for her to say.
Congratulations, Sasha. That's amazing news, man.
Oh, thank you. I'm fucking happy than ever.
Yeah, damn right. You finished your working career, my guy. It's time to relax and be recreational with everything you do.
Yeah, yeah. I have that possibility now. To come back in high school and start from the beginning. And don't think about money.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. And my real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PD shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know them pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values, lobby gang, yeah. It's your boy CB. B in the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah.
I have a question.
Effie in the house. Tell them bounce.
Does a vacuum always has to be contained in a solid container? Thanks for the answer.
That cat, he be cutting and scratching like crazy.
Man, I just thought I accidentally deleted my Discord account. Ah, golly.
Earth 6 flat.
Earth is notable.
And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down. My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
I've never heard that last one before. That was really funny.
Joe Biden's husband?
Yeah, that one.
Oh yeah. You have a great president, by the way.
Oh, I'm well aware. He's the best.
It really underlines the American spirit.
Yeah.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happens?
I wonder if there's a song that's like a compilation of all the stupid things he's said.
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's one.
I'll have to find it because that would be hilarious.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by the go. You know the thing.
Good lord.
You know, the message is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse for God's sake. We choose truth over facts. Maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing
serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug. And then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station.
Come on, man.
Yes.
Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on space station. Yeah, boy.
Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And the colors all look like kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. Like everything looks too crisp. But we didn't really test any of those materials for, is it space hardened or whatever, So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space, which I kind of like the absurdity of that. And if you look closely, on the dashboard, there's a tiny roadster with a tiny spaceman. So, because Hot Wheels made a Hot Wheels roadster, and a friend of mine suggested, "Hey, why don't you put that Hot Wheels roadster with a tiny spaceman on it, in the car too?" I'm like, that'd be cool. Sure. So we did that. It's kind of silly and fun, but I think that's, silly, fun things are important. And normally for a new rocket, they'd launch like a block of concrete or something like that. That's so boring. And I think that's just the imagery of it is something that's going to get people excited around the world. And it's still tripping me out. I'm tripping balls here.
So nonchalant about it, dude. It's fucking pathetic. Sorry, I'm in a car wash.
Yeah, it sounds like Mike is going through a car wash as well.
It is just crazy, especially the moment, the moment where he says...
Who was that talking in the bot?
Elon Musk. But the moment when he says, and we didn't even test it for space hardened things, like it's even that as like someone as him who runs a space agency or whatnot or company, he's talking about space hardened things and stuff.
Who was the guy
as
talking?
if he has no Elon Musk.
That was Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Sounded different, but okay. Didn't recognize his voice even.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe of the I don't know, quality of the clip. I don't know. Maybe it sounded different for me. Oh, what is there to actually hear about from him? To be honest, things he's saying, it's either bullshit or not. Sometimes it gives away information really odd times as well.
Yeah.
And does nothing about it even.
Something that absorbs water on the back of your head. Hey, let's use a diaper. I thought that's a clever solution to this problem.
Yeah, pretty neat. They also came up with the snorkel idea too, you know.
Unexpected turn. The astronauts doing the spacewalks will now be wearing snorkels after the last astronaut who performed the spacewalk nearly drowned when his helmet filled with water.
Just my gut inside me said, that's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy. That's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy.
Snorkel cut from rubber tubing.
This snorkel is now installed inside the suit.
Each of these spacewalks is scheduled for 6.5 hours.
The Earth is flat.
That's facts. I just had a debate against some 18-year-old kids. Fucking retards. Easy debate, man.
Hang on. Don't badmouth anybody, brother. That'll come back to you, and there's no need for it. We're on the right side. We're on the righteous side. Look up the word righteous. So we don't have to talk like that or even feel like that. Now, I understand the inclination, absolutely. And I was just like it. I was way worse, actually. I was calling everybody names up and down, left and right. And it didn't help me at all. It just made me actually feel worse. And it wasn't productive. Didn't get anywhere with the people that I was mocking. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, but it was just funny that a 14-year-old debunked some adults.
Yeah, and, well, there are some smart 14-year-olds out there, but I understand what you mean. Usually that's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the 14-year-old you're talking about?
Me. I'm the 14-year-old I'm talking about. I debunked some adults.
So someone was calling you a retard?
No, yes, but it was actually pretty easy to win this debate because they were like just some Discord mods with no social life and not even like a little bit knowledge about this stuff. Asked me the dumbest questions.
Okay. Globers? Are you talking about Globers?
Yes. Just it's pretty easy to win a debate against a globe head. Because they were like such dumb. They said gravity is not a theory; it's like a fact, which is pretty funny because yes, I think you know why.
This is exactly what Glatt was talking about yesterday. How old are you, my guy?
He is 14.
Oh, you were the guy that talked about this earlier. Sorry, yeah, you're back.
Yes.
Again. Good stuff, man. Good to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Do you mean this with the...
For being a German, your English is very good at 14, man. I think mine wasn't that good with 14.
Thank you, Fabian. And it's like pretty easy because they think they're so smart because they think the Earth is a globe just because there are like some scientists that say that, but they don't even know what a gyroscope is or artificial horizon. They don't even understand my argument, which is pretty funny because if a plane would fly like on the Earth's curvature, the gyroscope would stay upright, which is a pretty easy like fact that the Earth is flat.
The official orbiter is here. Hey, that's a great name.
The mechanical arbiter. I would say.
Question. Does a vacuum always has to be contained? Like always?
Yes.
No, gas pressure.
But I think a vacuum too, am I wrong?
You can have vacuum in a container. Yes, you can.
But does it
suck out
always
the air
have
and
it?
everything? Yes, and make it like a vacuum inside. Yeah.
But does
It
it
needs to be
always
contained.
have?
It needs to be
Okay.
contained. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's like a black hole, right? It just sucks in and it never stops. It never fills up. If it's not a vacuum, then it's just an empty hole that you just keep filling up with no full.
They think the glowheads actually think that there's a atmosphere next to a vacuum, which is the dumbest thing to ever think. The vacuum would just like destroy this atmosphere.
The pressure of the gas is defined as the force the gas would exert upon a surface or container.
Exactly.
Fabian, what do you call
Yes.
gas pressure on German?
Druck. Einfach
How do you say
Druck.
fart in German?
Oder Gasdruck.
Okay.
Oder warte mal.
Okay.
Synonyme.
Yeah, like Patrick sucking in.
Yeah, it's Gasdruck. Yeah, there's no other word actually.
Okay.
I don't use translation. I shouldn't tell you that.
Napot, there would be another synonym, but it's actually like gas pressure is Gasdruck. And pressure in itself is just Druck.
Okay, danke.
Hey, listen, all I was saying earlier is there's no reason to use curse words in the live stream regarding other people. And I'm a hypocrite saying that, but if we all work on it, it'll be thanks.
Gasdruck.
Gasdruck.
Druck or Druck?
Druck. Not so much with the R, more like Druck.
Soft R? Yeah.
Soft R, yeah.
Yeah.
Druck.
Druck.
Gasdruck.
Druck. Yeah.
Yeah, Germans do know a lot about gas pressure. Okay.
Was that a joke?
I don't know. Maybe. Who knows?
I never heard that one. But
You can apply whatever you want into that.
I think I know what you're getting at. Okay. But I shouldn't be mentioning that maybe.
But who knows if that was even the real case? So who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? Only the creator. Man, if I just think about how much SpongeBob I watched when I was a kid, and today when I watch it, I just see all these disgusting what is it called?
References.
Reference, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, man, that's disgusting. There's some weird stuff in SpongeBob. I mean, every kid's
Oh man, the
animations.
cartoons are fucking awful. Awful.
Yeah.
Whoa.
A lot of them have been banned, and you can't find them anymore.
Dude, the
Nickelodeon,
Teletubbies.
isn't it? Nickelodeon's been the creator.
You guys know what the Teletubbies are?
Yes.
Yes.
You know those things on top of their head, the like dongles, whatever the fuck those things are on the top of their head.
Antenna.
Yes.
They suck on each other's ones of those. It's so weird, dude. All the kids' cartoons need to be wiped off the TV. I remember when the programming was subtle and like the racism and sexism was in there, but that's about it. And the real Ghostbusters cartoon every Saturday, X-Men cartoon, Ninja Turtles cartoons. Those were okay, right? But then it just took a turn in the late 90s to where, I'm not going to let my kids watch cartoons. Nope.
I wonder what they I mean, it's been a very long time since I watched anything in the TV regarding, especially kids topics. I wonder what they show these days. If back in my days when I watched, German kids TV, how crazy that stuff was. I wonder what it is today.
Oh man, I bet the German stuff's even worse.
Yeah, I mean, there many German series. Kids TV is mostly like just translated, from America stuff and so forth. But I'll be honest, man. My most favorite one was actually The Simpsons. I really watched that to death.
My parents wouldn't allow us to watch The Simpsons for a number of years before we got, to like teenage years. Then they couldn't really do much. But yeah, we weren't allowed to watch The Simpsons for the first few years of the first few seasons, because it was just so raunchy to them.
I can
and now look,
understand
we
that.
got it. Yeah.
Yeah, my mom always said, "Man, this is stupid," and that's all. But she didn't really like. I think my dad find it kind of funny sometimes. But he rarely watched any TV. Yeah, but today no one in the family actually watches TV. And I can't even remember when that thing was on last time.
That's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. I mean, I gotta correct myself. My mom watches a lot of Netflix on her TV.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know if that counts, but it's just, I guess, how everything transforms. Anyways, everything is gonna be these streaming portals.
Yeah, I can still watch that like Netflix and Amazon and such, because there's entertaining stuff still. If you can just ignore all the dumb shit they're trying to pull and push. I just kind of make fun of it. I think it's entertaining. Yeah, go ahead.
I watch certain things just to keep updated what they're pushing and so forth. But there's also some series I enjoy. For example, Better Call Saul is something I'm going to definitely finish once the last couple of
Better Call Saul, buddy. Love that show.
Walking Dead.
Yeah.
There's something for everybody. Even the most skeptical of, into the rabbit hole nonsense person, which is how they get you, by the way, because it's all a distraction. All of it.
Just what I like about Better Call Saul, why I would always, say to everyone to check it out. I mean, at the beginning it's a bit slow, but once you get into it, you understand how good this actually is. Especially from how I love when someone is creative when it comes to camera settings. That's something I learned in the school that I attended, where we learned how, in movies, how they use certain camera settings, so forth. And it just in Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad, the guys who I forgot who the director is, but the camera settings, man, oh man, the camera settings are so creative, and also the whole story in itself. What I like about Better Call Saul is that they have a story that is not like full of like forced action or forced bloodshed or forced sexual scenes or whatnot. It's all kind of natural and logical. That's what I hate about most Netflix series. Everything seems so artificial and over the top, to gain attention from the viewer. And it's just, I like realistic stories, things that make sense and so forth. So I can't really watch most of stuff that is on Netflix. Because it's just over dramatized,
The thing, I don't know if you've heard this word or not, but it'll help you out next time you want to explain it. Everything that you said you like about the show regarding cameras and the camera work is called cinematography.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet. It's one of my favorite words. So when you started to describe it, I was like, I can't wait to tell him this word.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah,
Cinematography.
exactly.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 6-syllable word. Cinematography. I just think it's one of the good ones.
Yeah, but like in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, it's really top notch. Like I highly recommend that. Like you have the feel, like it's like every time you watch a new you watch a new episode, there's just something new regarding the cinema top. Ah, man, I can't even say it.
Yeah, it's once you get it, you get it. It's like riding a bike, but it's not an easy word. Cinematography. What was I going to say? Oh,
Cinematography.
there you go. Shit, you got it. Second try. Okay. Yeah, and I was going to say and then in Breaking Bad, one of the early seasons, the main character, he says something about, he goes, well, I could have said the world is flat and you would have believed me or something like that. And then his wife,
yeah.
yeah, his
I've
wife
seen
goes,
that.
you know what I think? I think you accidentally told the truth right after he said that. So I don't know. Really subtle stuff, but anyway, yeah.
As always.
Not subtle enough, though, huh? But I also think that it's by design that we stumble, the critical thinkers stumble upon all this stuff, not necessarily because we're smart, but because they're smart enough to know how smart we are and how dumb we are and what we'll follow and what we'll research. Because, once you start finding out truths and such, a lot of them become unimportant, but some of them are true. And you've got facts, regarding a lot of shit, and that's what keeps our whistle wet, as it were. I know I don't like that term either, but it makes sense in the context. Our whistle is wet with the fact that, oh my God, out of these last 10 things that I researched, 1 or 2 of them are mildly true, and we can't wait to get the next little crumb of truth. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. But, yeah. I happen to bring it back to flat Earth again. I think that's what I was trying to do in the first place. Since the Earth measures flat, that's a fact anyone can go out and check for themselves, right? It's not like the Illuminati nonsense and all that all-seeing eye, and why do they have bruises on one of their eyes? Like, gives a shit. Who fucking cares? You can go measure the Earth, and it's fun. If you can suspend your disbelief in the flat Earth just for a second and say, what if they're right? Let's go measure against the globe mass. Do you have the balls to do that, Globers? Let us know.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely see if I can zoom in onto a few ships once I'm on vacation.
I cut up.
That's something I really want to do. And you know what? Sorry. I just want to say, and I'm gonna. You know what I like when I'm on the beach? I like to build these, balanced stones over each other. I'm definitely gonna balance some stones, just to show how nice and stationary this place is. Sorry for interrupting, man. Go on. I talk too much.
No, you're good, and you weren't interrupting me. Somebody else was trying to talk.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in here. I didn't know that you weren't finished, so it's all good. Yeah, I clipped Rolling My Boulder, QE, and AI the other day into a giant clip, and now I cut out a few parts of Rolling My Boulder. Do you want to hear it? It's like 4 minutes.
Yeah, dude. Look it up.
Sure.
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation. This is going to be awkward for me, isn't it? QE for people like me that are dumb Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I am not prepared to throw up visuals. So the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball and I can demonstrate all kind of spherical things too.
Oh, really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Touche, my friend, I cannot. I agree.
Too funny.
Dude,
would it matter what
easy,
you do
you're
on a
too easy
beach
to get along with, man. I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked.
By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon, which a lot of Globers seem to make the mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly, I might. Well, dude, I'm trying, man. It doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve.
That's
and when you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the
never
Earth.
seen a curve.
And by the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level, that the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and I had nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. You're right. Flat and stationary, I agree.
You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Yeah, it finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Oh, the penny has dropped so long ago. I have elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yep.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's
I'll give you a hint.
I feel like there's a lot more that I was taught. A lot more that I was taught in school. And
right.
And you could call that
you were taught,
and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I.
So,
no.
So they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well, yeah, listen.
I got nothing.
And that's it. Long string of concessions.
I want to talk about those for a second, if I may. He sounded like he was being sarcastic and making fun of the fact that even though we backed him into a corner, he's still just kind of going, yeah, well, yeah, no, the measure's flat. Yep, no, I don't have any globe evidence. Yeah, well, shit, just kind of like nonchalantly brushing it off, blowing it off, blasé, like, okay, whatever, it's flat, Anyway, and so Matthew does this kind of this, in my opinion, Matthew does the same thing. He's just conceding. He's saying things like, it's almost like a violent concession. Even though he's so calm about it, his concession is like, bam, you know, Earth's not a globe. Here's 3 reasons why. You know, we shouldn't be able to clip out the things that he's said in order to make a stream of flat Earth consciousness and truth revealing. It's I don't know how to explain it. Rolling My Boulder and Matthew sound a lot alike in their gait, I guess, the way they carry themselves online. Thanks.
Oh, I definitely see that. And I think I could probably make a 3-hour video just on that hour-long video, just breaking down all of his manipulative tactics, because he uses a lot of them.
He was
Yeah,
not even
for sure.
taking that serious. He was just making like fun. This was like a joke to him. You could hear
Yeah,
hear
tongue in cheek. He had a smirk on his face. Just one of the sides of his face was smirking. You know.
What do you mean with manipulating tactics?
What I mean is, it's generally referred to as sophistry or use of fallacious argumentation to attempt to deceive the audience or the people listening to him. There are other manipulation tactics that are not technically fallacies when you're talking about the specific manipulation tactic, but all of them fall under the sophistry or are a type of fallacy regardless when you look at it from a logical standpoint.
Okay.
Not only that, I love that, Drace, but not only that, he's what he's, in my opinion, again, what it does is it almost disarms us, because even though we have ammo, all the ammo in the world, they make it seem inconsequential, I've said this before, by just almost dismissively agreeing that, yeah, okay, fine, there's no globe evidence, I can't find the curve, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. But it's still a globe, and they'll fight you tooth and nail and tell you it's a globe. But when you dig down into it, they'll admit that they don't have any proof of it. It's just something they believe.
Yeah, it's almost like when it's like reverse psychology. It's like when a bully goes, "You're stupid," and you just go, "Yeah, you know what? I'm stupid. You're right." They're doing that. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's just meant for the audience to manipulate the audience. I don't think it's actually meant for us.
I mean, he's also keeping a friendly tone, like, let's be friends, you know?
Yeah, sea lioning. It's a common tactic, especially when you want to do something like this. He's just trying to trip people up and trying to find any angle of attack. But when you're dealing with AI and QE, it's not really easy because they'll dissect your whole fallacy and then shove it right back in your face.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Yep. And it's, again, a tactic and therefore pathetic, and we see through it, and I hope the audience does too. And by see through it, I mean there's no globe evidence, all they have is tactics. Wouldn't you think there'd be at least one instance, let alone countless instances of globe evidence that anyone could provide so that we aren't even here talking about it? Isn't that weird? It's weird. We should not be here talking about it. Bottom line. It should be a globe. Given how fervent you folks are about it being a globe, it should be a globe, but it's not.
Yeah, there should be evidence everywhere. It should be incontrovertible. Like, there should be no argument against the globe.
Yep.
If it were true.
That's right. Correct, yep.
Instead, we find ourselves in this weird limbo where there's just all this evidence for reality being the way reality is, and we just have these beliefs we must accept that it is a ball. and all of this objective reality that we see as flat, non-rotating, just means that it is a ball that is rotating, and we just have to internalize that. Or at least that's what they want us to do. They want us to internalize it. And you see that with rolling my boulder. He's fully internalized it, and all of his presuppositions have that as its basis. And he doesn't put any value into logic or evidence. And so there's no amount of logic or evidence that's ever going to convince him, because it's not his belief. It needs to come from his belief in order to be accepted. Oh, it matches my belief? Yeah, I accept that. It doesn't match my belief? I don't believe that. There must be something else, something I haven't figured out that explains it, so it is still a ball. Because my belief dictates that it must be so.
You can actually test how good this manipulation worked on you. When you look at the sky, like your brain automatically imagines that you live in a ball, because since you were like little, they always told you it's a ball, like it's a ball, it's a globe, you know. You can actually see how good this manipulation tactic works when you just look at the sky for 1 second.
Yeah. I remember first after coming to the flat Earth, I would look at the horizon and the sky and be like, yeah, but it still looks like ball to me. And then now I look at it, it's like, no, I don't see any of that. Because I understand it better and I don't have these preconceived ideas that I'm inserting into it. It's just like being hypnotized. So I can understand people at sea level just thinking the horizon is bending left and right.
Exactly. Like your brain automatically imagines that it's always a ball, just because you have been told it's a globe since you literally was born or were born.
Yeah, and they start really early with this one, and then weave it into the entire education system, so it becomes a foundation to your ego and your intelligence. You think, if I throw this out, I'll have to throw out all of my education, which is an all or nothing fallacy, which is they're trained to use these fallacies through all of the media, all of the movies, all of the TV shows. All of the characters use fallacies and say, oh, you're so logical. You used a really good logic there. It's a fallacy. It's not logical. Stop lying to the public.
You know, when you're a little kid and they first tell you that the Earth is a globe, then you ask your teacher, what's with the people in Australia? Why don't they fall? And the teacher says, yeah, gravity. He just says this one word, and you never question this, you know? You never question what it exactly is. And when you get older, or right now for me it's my 14 years old, then and you actually want to see what exactly gravity is, you will find out that it's just a hoax. It's just like your imaginary friend. It doesn't actually exist. It's just a hoax and a history.
Yeah, I didn't accept it when my teacher told me that was what kept people on the ball right away. I was like, how does it work? How would that work? And she was like, oh, I don't understand. I haven't gone that far into it. You need to go really far into education to understand that. So you just gotta accept it. And at that point, I was like, okay, maybe, okay. And then slowly over time, through all the movies and space propaganda, I was like, oh, okay, this is how it works. Now I understand it. But I really didn't. I had this Newtonian misconception And then later on in my life, I learn about Einstein, and I'm like, oh, okay. They improved upon it. Now we know how it works. Einstein. But then you actually look into like what they say about gravity at the highest levels of academia, and they say, oh, well, we don't know. Like Einstein's equations actually don't work. We needed dark matter and dark energy to fill the giant gaping hole. So none of it actually works. So it doesn't function with quantum mechanics. So we need to think of a new type of gravity, which we haven't invented yet, called quantum gravity. So we don't know what gravity is.
Exactly. The most people that take like gravity as an argument don't even know what it is. Imagine that. I was like talking to someone. I think it was like a debate or just a discussion, and then I asked him what exactly is gravity, or I just asked what is it, and who discovered it, and then he said Isaac Newton invented gravity. Imagine that. After he said this to me, I just stopped the debate, and I knew he was just dumb. Yeah, Isaac Newton invented gravity. That's actually the dumbest thing you can say. And I just said maybe he discovered a hoax, but I don't think he invented it, which was pretty funny too, actually. Because you just imagine how dumb you could actually be to say that.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't know anything about what he's talking about, because Newton himself cites Epicurus as his source for the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, he did not want it ascribed to him. Like, he thought it was retarded. So to say that Newton was the one who invented it is absurd.
Maybe discovered, but invented is like actually the...
Not even discovered. He did not claim to have
nothing.
discovered anything.
It's just a theory. It's just a theory, actually.
No, he didn't even posit a theory. What we call Newtonian gravity was actually made by Reverend Michel Cavendish and C.V. Boyce, and they just named it Newtonian gravity, even though in Newton's own words, and this, he said, and this is why, or one reason why I decided you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. He literally did not want them to tie his name to it, but they did anyway. He just did the math based on the observations. That's just observing an effect.
Mm-hmm.
And then he used Epicurus' assumptions, which is an ancient Greek philosopher, and did the math on that. And here's a dissertation with all of that theoretical imaginary stuff, just like people want it. But he didn't want it ascribed to him. It's not science. It's not related to that.
Yeah, it's like pretty hard to describe and stuff. But it's like just one of these theories that people use as an argument, but they don't even know it's a theory. Like that was actually in my first weeks that I was like a flat earther. I lost a debate 2 times in my life against a globe head, and I asked him, why isn't there any land at the equator? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If the Earth was actually spinning 1,000 miles an hour, the water would be collected at the equator. And then he took, plate tectonics. He took that as an argument, and it was like I didn't have so much knowledge about this stuff, and I didn't even know that it was a theory. And I just accepted it, and yeah, this was like the debate. I just lost it actually. But and many people don't know that plate tectonics is just a theory too, so you can't use it as an argument.
It's also really easy to kill because it's not scientific theories.
Okay.
They're all just colloquial theories or layman's theories. They're not based in scientific validity or experimentation. So in order for it to qualify to be a scientific theory, it needs to have scientific experimentation that follows the scientific method. When you're just imagining how things could work, like, oh, there's unicorns that are making all the stars by rubbing their butts together, that is not a valid scientific idea or theory. It's just an idea, and if my idea says that interaction will create light and we will see it in the form of stars, matches observation, it doesn't make it scientific. It's just an idea.
What did you say? You didn't say what a theory is like plate tectonics. You said it isn't a scientific theory, but it is. I forgot the word that you just said.
It's just a colloquial theory or a layman's theory. It's just an idea. It's kind of like if you have a weird idea about something, it is the same amount of value. Like you need to validate it somehow for it actually to be valid. It can't just be an idea, and that's one of the things. They try to do that sometimes. Like they try to do that with Newtonian gravity and the Cavendish experiment. But when you look into the scientific method and you try to define this so-called experiment by the terms of an experiment or a hypothesis test, you find out that it's not actually an experiment, that it's just a mechanical device and they have no controls. And so all of the confounding variables are stronger than the claimed effect. So there's no way to assume that this is the assumption that they they started with the conclusion that all mass must be attracting to mass, and then they tried to find something to confirm that. That's not scientific.
Exactly. But you can say this like how much you want. Globeheads are never gonna accept this. They're just gonna say, "Oh, you don't believe in gravity? Why don't you just fly around and this stuff?" Because they say this because they have zero knowledge about anything, which is pretty annoying because they're never gonna accept like the things you say because they're so much manipulated by the elites and stuff and the TV.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I really love gravity, because there's actually more types of gravity. There's Newtonian gravity, which has been debunked. Einsteinian been debunked. They want to find quantum gravity because they have no actually valid excuses for their balls. But there's actually one more type of gravity, and that's specific gravity. And that is literally relative density and based on Archimedes' principle. That's how boats work. That's how hot air balloons work. None of which would work under Newtonian or Einsteinian idiocracies. So we have a gravity that works. We have everything that functions perfectly flawlessly within the natural world, and we understand much of those principles. We don't need to imagine it's a ball flying through a vacuum, because we're not back 2,000 years in the past in some delusion thinking we see through invisible laser beams coming from our eyes, because that's what the Greeks believed at the time when they invented the globe model.
They just, you know why they believed that? Because they just saw the ships disappearing over the horizon,
Yep.
And I think it's like the weakest argument. My geography teacher, as he found out that I was flat earther, he asked me, ships disappear over the horizon, and I just said maybe they don't disappear, but you just don't know how the human eye works. And then I explained this. I think personally every flat earther needs to know why they don't disappear. Like, it's pretty easy. I have good pictures about this to demonstrate it pretty easily, but that's just how the human eye works, actually. And yes, and they, the Greeks just saw this with their own eyes without having any knowledge about their own eye, how this works.
Yeah.
And then they just take the notes and invented the globe earth model,
Yeah, and the worst thing is that all of the shitty ideas of the Greeks about the globe are the current proofs of today. We have
pretty
sticks,
sad.
shadows, we have looking with your eyes and proclaiming stuff, but no evidence.
I always say they could all make us they could all mute us about this if they just would show us the Earth from above, like from so-called space, and they would zoom in some parts so we can see what is happening right there right now. Without a fisheye lens, but they're not going to do this. They can't do this. This doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. There is nothing in space that is pointing at us.
At this point, that's not enough for me. Because we have tested the surface too extensively, we have excluded all of their ad hoc excuses. There is no globe bending refraction causing the world to appear flat, but when it's actually spherical. So they can't. They're checkmated. They would be required to discover some new reason for all of that to happen, because we have debunked all of their excuses.
Pretty easily, actually. Actually, too.
Yeah, it's amazing how easily. It's just we're all kind of stuck in the cult we came from, so we have these blinders on because we used to believe this stuff. But if you just look at infrared photography, like the whole globe just goes straight out of the water. In infrared, there should be less refraction according to how refraction works and how different wavelengths refract. So,
you mean like the mirage and stuff?
No, I'm talking about when you use infrared cameras versus visible light cameras. If you look at, for instance, Canagu, which is a world long distance photograph.
Look, I'm gonna send you how this would actually look like if it would be actually a mirage or I think refraction. You know, I sent it you a picture in the DMs.
Yeah, they're not claiming mirage when they claim refraction, because a mirage is a refractive effect. They don't have any refractive effects. What they claim is terrestrial refraction, or that all light is bending in accordance with the globe curvature and variance based on their imaginary conditions which don't exist. However, if we take them on face value and we say, okay, if the light is all bending around the ball to make it look flat, and we look in this world record long distance photograph and we see mountains at 255 miles away, the horizon should be way before the shoreline even where those mountains are. So
it's like the same with like the Bedford level experiment. That's like actually the same thing. Samuel Robertson's friend should disappear 5 meters under the horizon line, but that just don't happen.
Yeah, the thing is, they want to argue that the image of him is being bent in the air around the globe to hide the globe. But now that we look at the infrared picture taken at the same time as the visible light picture from the same exact location, we see that there's not a difference between those pictures in how far we can see, other than we can see further in the infrared picture. That's completely impossible if the Earth is a globe and the light is being refracted around the ball to hide the ball, because infrared refracts less. We should be seeing the horizon far closer in the infrared, and we should be seeing far less or far further in the visible light.
Yeah, these things are just like too easy to debunk. And I sent you a picture, and when like people say, you know, the ships go down over the Earth's curvature, and then I show them this picture, and I ask them, do the light, like, do they sink on the Earth's curvature, or is it just how the human eye works? And then they say, yeah, that's just how the human eye works. And that's like the same thing with the boats. You see the lights are like they're like all going down, you see? Because it's like so long. I sent you this picture in the DMs, actually.
Yeah, I love using the hallway analogy as well, because you can literally show them how there's a limit to optics. Because when you take a hallway like this, let me post a different one that's more.
This look at this. I have another picture of this, actually.
Yeah, if you look at this hallway, for instance, and you just imagine you take the walls away, that point where things are unresolved and cannot be resolved in the middle of the hallway actually extends out into a horizon line. And at that point,
Exactly.
many Globers who just are under the impression that if the world was flat, you would be able to see China from the beach.
No, that's just like the human eye can only see like 3 miles. 3 miles is, I think, 4.83 kilometers. And the oxygen it's not that clear that we can actually see so much far away. It's like the same thing when people ask if the Earth was flat, you could see the whole world from the Mount Everest, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like the human eye is not that strong how the Globers think, actually.
Yeah, it's also, like you said, the light itself has to be able to reach your eye from the location you're looking at. If it doesn't, you don't see it.
Yeah. Look, they try to debunk you with this horizon thing and stuff, but they don't know even how the human eye works, which is I always say, just learn perspective and stuff, and then you're gonna find your own answers, and you don't have to ask me this stuff, because I keep answering this question, why do ships disappear the horizon and stuff? I answer this like 500 times a day, and the people just don't want to accept that this is how the human eye just works, because they're just dumb and manipulated.
I think one of the best ways to demonstrate it is simply because it's based on the
Just try it yourself. Just try it yourself, you know?
Yeah, because it's based on the aperture. Your eye has a pupil of a certain aperture, and that determines how far away your horizon is, or your diffraction limit. And so when you take a camera that has a really small aperture, like an iPhone camera, the horizon appears to be much closer. And then when you take a P900 or something with a really big aperture, the horizon appears much further. And so when you set those cameras up side by side and you look with your eyes, you have 3 different perspectives. They're not 3 different balls.
Mm-hmm. And another way to debunk this is like the human eye can only see 3 miles, 4.8 kilometers, and they say after that ships disappear over the Earth's curvature, you know, over the horizon. I don't know how globeheads want to call it. And have you seen this when Neil deGrasse Tyson reacted to a picture in 121 feet, 1,000 feet above the Earth, and what was completely flat? And he said the Earth is way too big. You can never fly enough high to see the curvature. And then when I showed them this picture, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think everybody knows who this is, they say the ships disappear over 3 kilometers, but you can't see a Earth's curvature at 36 kilometers. They just mute it because they can't counter it. Like, how are you gonna see a Earth's curvature at 3 miles, but not at 36 miles?
Yeah,
That's just dumb.
Even 256 miles,
Mhm.
or no, what am I?
I think that's a little bit
Yeah,
too much.
I'm talking about. It was not supposed to be miles. Let me see here.
Kilometers, feet. You mean feet?
Let me look.
Because this picture that he reacted to was 121,000 miles.
No, I was right. It's the altitude of 250 miles. That's the claimed height of the ISS. And at that height, they're still too close to the surface to be able to see any curve in the horizon. And so the world would still appear flat and stationary from up there.
You know what ISS actually means? It's just International Swim Station, actually, because they just actually in a pool. I think everybody saw these pictures with air bubbles in space, or like they train in a pool and stuff. And I always when I ask a globehead, if you can do make an vacuum by yourself, why do they train in a pool instead of training in a vacuum, the astronauts? Which is pretty obvious that the ISS is just a hoax.
Yeah, it's really bad. not only do they train in the pool,
Mhm.
the audio recordings from their spacewalks have the same kind of sounds of swirling water as if they are in a pool. In some cases, we can actually see in reflections scuba divers in space with their yellow scuba tanks and black scuba outfits. Yeah, it's pretty blatant, not to mention the bubbles.
Yes. A couple days ago, I saw a picture of it wasn't a spacewalk; it was just an astronaut, like showing a little bit of the space station, and you could actually see a fly. And I just asked, how is there gonna be a fly on the International Space Station? You know, which is pretty funny actually, because you can show this picture, and the globe heads are still gonna deny that. They're gonna say, yeah, you edited this, but because they can't take the truth, because this is how hard manipulated they are.
Yeah, it's funny because even the NASA admits that, oh, we found algae on the outside of the space station. How does that work?
Yeah, they can't answer so many questions. It would be actually pretty funny, I think, when NASA or astronaut would be in the server and we could ask him questions. But the problem is, I have a little theory about this. I think if astronauts would actually tell the truth about the Earth, I think the elites would kill their family and stuff. They are not allowed to say this because you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, if you look at Buzz, he's pretty much admitted it that they never went there. He wants to know why they have never gone there, even though they tell everybody, and everybody just watched the animation. So he's old, and I can understand him being on his last legs, being like, okay, why haven't we gone? It's been so long.
They could never tell us the truth because we don't know if the elites would kill everyone that the astronauts love and their family and stuff. It's I think it's pretty dangerous for them. They would like to tell us the truth, but they're too scared,
Yeah, they're under NDAs and stuff like that.
I think the Illuminati has something to do with this, maybe.
We gotta also think about because of compartmentalization and what they get told. Some of them might think like I did in the beginning. I was like, oh, NASA is probably hiding all the aliens. That's why they can't show me everything. That's why this guy probably needs to lie about it. It gives them an excuse because, oh no, there's a threat. We don't want people to be upset.
They just want these quick. You know, the NASA gets $30 million a day, and I think they just for this budget. There's actually this big blue marble, Earth pig, and when you look closer to it, you see that they copy pasted some clouds, which I don't think it's possible that two exact same clouds are on this picture. This would actually never happen.
Yeah, we found the graphic designer who made the blue marble, and we have quotes where he admits he wrapped a flat map around the ball. His part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. He also admits that he has never seen the Earth from space. So he just has to imagine, and it's a lot of artistry involved in making a globe. It's photoshopped because it has to be.
Yes, I heard that. It has to be, but it's Photoshop, but it has to be, Or Elon Musk saying you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. When he said that? And I personally think that all these, like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, they all just elites and stuff. They know the truth 100%, and there's actually a video of the SpaceX rocket hitting the dome. But I'm actually like, I don't know. The dome is kind of hard for me to imagine. I think they're hiding land. The Earth is bigger than we think. That's what I actually think.
Yeah.
Because nobody actually knows what's behind the Antarctica because we are not allowed to go in.
Yeah.
Which is pretty funny that after the Antarctic treaty was made, the NASA was actually assembled.
Yeah, after
Yes.
Admiral Byrd
He said Admiral Byrd found behind the Antarctica a land 3 times bigger than the United States.
Yeah, free of ice as well, with a lot of resources. He said it was
Yeah,
interesting.
we have to discover this but we're not gonna discover this because they want to hide this.
It's really interesting. There's also more. For they recovered a Nazi submarine from the bottom of the ocean, and on that submarine were letters and maps. And the maps described how you sail the submarine into a hole near the Antarctic, and then underneath the landmass, and then out on the
I
other
think that
side.
has to do something with the hollow Earth theory. I think.
Yes, they believed they were in the letters. They believed they were going into Hollow Earth. But if you just look at the map and how they oriented the submarine to get through the hole and out the other side, they're not traveling into a ball. They're traveling over a flat plane underneath a little bit of landmass.
I think it was something in the 1900s and stuff. They found a map, a Chinese map. It was like centuries old, where you could see all our continents in a like circle, like on a flat Earth, like on a flat disk. And then out of this flat disk, you could see 28 continents that we have never seen before.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Some people like to say, yeah, it's just some kid probably drew something, or some guy made fun, or I don't know, but it's actually pretty interesting because we don't know it. Maybe it's actually real. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
Yeah, the creator only knows what's out there, and of course, whoever's been there, but they're not telling.
Yes, I think the hollow Earth theory is actually there's actually no evidence for this. Nobody actually knows what's behind the Antarctica, so you could probably say you could think there's everything because we don't actually know it.
Well, the Earth is hollow at parts. We have a bunch of giant cavities, and we have whole oceans of fresh water underground. So
yes, but you know what I
who
mean
knows
with
what's
the
down
hollow
there?
Earth theory. I mean, Agartha. I know this theory that some people say Nikola Tesla is inside Agartha, and people there are much smarter than people right now here on the normal like Earth, and you don't get older in Agartha, which they also claim.
Have you read Admiral Byrd's accounts of going to the north?
Actually no, but I know the most things that he just said after this Antarctic exploration.
Yeah, because the north, when he did an exploration,
but you could send me this if you want. You could send me this if you have like a link.
If you look into Hollow Earth stuff, that's where you'll find it, because they have earmarked it for themselves, because he believed he was going into the Earth, because in his story, he flew a plane to the North Pole, and there seemed to be a hole or an opening, he claimed, where he lost control of his aircraft while over it, and then started plummeting down into the hole. And it was gigantic, according to him. And then after he entered through it, something caught his plane and helped it land, and then he was greeted by this whole Agartha blah 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 blah. That's where the Hollow Earthers get it from.
Yeah, but it's like no actual evidence, you know.
Yeah,
it's not like it's not like the flat Earth that you can just like see a ship disappear off the horizon and just zoom in with the camera and you see, wow, there's no curvature. Like that's an evidence, you know. But
Yeah.
the Hollow Earth has no actual evidence.
Yeah, it's just hearsay, but it's an interesting story, though.
Yes, actually.
Science fiction is very interesting.
Yes. You know this theory that Walt Disney is actually inside this lie too. He filmed the moon landing and stuff.
Oh yeah, well, NASA and Disney have a
Yes.
long working relationship, and all of the early graphics for NASA were made by Disney.
Yeah, you can just easily you know this popular picture from the Earth from the moon. What they claim it's like they took this from the moon. You can just put it in Photoshop and you can actually see that it's just like edited, you know, CGI. You just have to compare the amateur footages of the other planets with official NASA pictures, and you will realize in seconds that everything is just CGI and not actually real. Pretty easy to realize, actually.
Yeah, that's also what I like the most about flat Earth is how easy it is to prove it, and how from no matter what angle someone comes at you with it, like, oh, this proves the globe. If you just dig into it, it will fall apart.
Just like this argument, you know, this experiment with the ring laser gyroscope, that, you know, if you would actually put a gyroscope on the globe model, it would like get a 15-degree drift, because the Earth like spins 360 degrees in like one day, so it has to spin 50 degrees per hour. And they tested this with the ring laser gyroscope, and at the first time I saw this, I thought, wow, this actually proves the Earth, like the globe Earth, 100%. But then I just came in the server and a few people explained me why it's like that, and pretty easy debunk. That's like with the same with every argument that I have ever heard, that how they claim proves the globe Earth. I just come in this server, ask why is it like this, and they answer me this, and pretty easy debunk, actually.
Yeah.
They have no actually proof. Just ask a globe head, can you prove the globe without using NASA, calculation, or theory? And they're just not gonna answer, because they
Even
can't.
using that, they can't prove it. They can just assume it.
The globe is a theory, actually, or hoax, no matter how you want to call it.
It's kind of like with the optical gyroscope. The optical gyroscope didn't prove any rotation. Mechanical gyroscopes prove there was no rotation and no curve, and so
no, you can't prove anything with this gyroscope, like the rotation. I mean, because someone in this server explain that you never know where this drift is coming from. Maybe it's like from something else.
Oh no, you can with a mechanical gyroscope, because if the mechanical gyroscope is functional, it has the gyroscopic effect. And if it has the gyroscopic effect, it would prove if the Earth were rotating or if the Earth were curved. As you move the gyroscope over the curved surface, the orientation of the thing that's spun up is essentially rigid in space to your original location where you spun it up. So you'll see it change as you change the housing of the gyroscope. That would be very obvious, and I've seen a couple of idiots try to use broken gyroscopes to try to say, "Oh, it's Earth rotation," but they don't know that Foucault, who made the pendulum and is famous for that, also was infamous for claiming that mechanical gyroscopes proved Earth rotation. And he was proved by the scientific community at the time to be wrong because his gyroscope wasn't functional.
Okay. Yeah, this gyroscope are actually pretty interesting. I think I just said this a couple minutes earlier. You can easily prove that a plane is flying over a flat surface with this artificial horizon and the gyroscope, because yeah, it's pretty easy actually. Is Dave Murphy familiar to you? Do you know him?
Yeah.
Yes, he's actually, I think, he was like the first guy that actually made me interesting in this topic a couple months ago.
Yeah. He was one of the people when I was collecting information on this back in the day who really had a really compelling argument.
Yes, but the problem is that a lot of his arguments are like for Globehead pretty easy to debunk. For example, if the plane was actually flying on a ball, it would have to navigate like every 5 minutes, against the Earth's curvature. You know what I mean? I can't. My English is kind of bad, so I don't know the word.
It would have to adjust for the drop required of the ball.
Yes, but actually, when you would say this argument to a Globehead, you would kind of embarrass yourself because it's actually a really bad argument.
Yeah, because they believe that the airplane is falling constantly down towards the ground, which makes up for the curve.
Yeah, you just ask them, like with Michigan, when you're on the coast of Michigan, why can you see 56 miles straight with a very powered zoom camera and you don't see any curvature? There are pictures of it, and yeah, some of them might say mirage, but yes, I think everybody can debunk this. Then, when I see this picture, I always ask, where are you 8 inches per square mile? Because they claim every square mile there are 8 inches of curvature,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting topic.
Accurate up to 1,000 miles.
There would be actually a lot.
Yeah, you hear some Globers say, "Oh, you can't use 8 inches per mile squared because it's not a ball, it's a parabola." But when you match that parabola to their ball or the claimed size of it, it's accurate for up to 1,000 miles. So
yes, and there are like Navy ships that can target other Navy ships with lasers 100 miles in the ocean. You know how much curvature there would actually be? 6,000 feet, which is actually a lot. So you would not be able to see through, but they take pictures of their targets.
Yeah, it's line of sight targeting. India, for instance, also found an analysis of joint effects of refraction and turbulence on laser beam propagation in the atmospheres. It's a thesis submitted to the School of Engineering of the University of Dayton. And they shot 3 lasers for 93 miles of different wavelengths, and all of the 3 lasers hit the target.
So this would not be possible on a ball where there are 8 inches of curvature every mile.
completely impossible, and there's no argument for refraction that can save them.
You know, when I sent you this picture with this boat, like the refraction, it would show the boat, and then again it would like show it on the head, you know, on the opposite.
Oh, yeah, that was a superior mirage.
Ah.
It always gets mirrored or inverted when it gets miraged. When they claim that the Chicago skyline is a mirage, they're actually claiming that it's a double superior mirage. If you ever seen one of those, they do not look that clear.
Yes, and you can actually see these extremely, like you can see the whole skyline. You can't just see like these tall buildings, like the top part of it, you know. You can just, you can actually see the whole skyline without any problem. You can just see it. It's not a reflection. It's not a mirage. It's just, we just look through a flat surface, not over a curved one, you know. Sorry if my English is kind of bad because it's not my first language.
It's pretty good.
Not really.
I've heard far worse.
It's pretty good.
English is not my first language either, so...
Yes, and I'm just like 14 years old, so I didn't learn that much in school about English. We just learn like these things that I'm actually never gonna need in my life. Like, you know, you probably know some words that you never used in your life, actually, in a real conversation with someone.
Yeah. You're ahead of the game. I'm 39 almost, and yeah,
Whoa.
I'm still learning.
You sound so young.
What country are you from, 14-year-old person?
I live in Germany right now, but my parents are from Albania.
Wow, and you're really 14?
Yes. Actually.
Only?
Yes.
Wow.
I actually started pretty like since a lot time with this flat Earth stuff because it just interests me so much.
Yeah.
And
wow.
I
just have one more or two more questions. Blonde hair, blue eyes?
No.
Oh. Okay.
As I said, I'm not. I just live in Germany. I'm not German.
Oh, so you're Albanian?
Yes. 100%. Even my whole family was.
14-year-olds are smarter in Albania than America. That checks out.
You're born in Albania?
No, in Kosovo, but I was like pretty young when I came to Germany because my father like lived there. But I'm actually like 100% like actually Albanian. My whole family was in war to that time.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay.
Well, you're intelligent as all get out, and I said it before. You're a smarter 14-year-old than I've heard of 98% of American 14-year-olds. You're smarter than them, and apparently smarter than me.
Yeah.
I didn't even like share a lot of information about this flat Earth stuff, but it's actually I spend a lot of time. I invest a lot of time in this topic, and
I guess so. It just sounds like you got it though. You grasped it, and you saying things like "I invested my time." You're very calm and confident about this. When I was 14, if a group of adults were like trying to talk to me about something like this, I would have had such an attitude. I probably would have just made fun of them or something. So kudos to you, man. And I'll shut up now.
Yes, no problem. Yes, I'm actually like new to 14, so I'm gonna just turn 15 like next year. So
when I was 14, I was a hard R, if you know what that is.
What is that?
A retard.
Yes. The problem is like most of my friends like, and I have actually a lot of them. They just spend their whole time with like with games and stuff, and I spent my time in getting more knowledge about this stuff. I don't actually care about what they tell me in school, because the most stuff is that I'm never going to use in my entire life. But I'm actually a pretty good student. It's you know how I get you just have to manipulate the teachers. You just have to say what they want to hear, and they automatically gonna like you. They think you're interested in the topics, but in fact, I actually just don't care what they tell me. And this is how you can get good grades pretty easy, just by manipulating them.
Well, that is amazing. Yeah, I was just a delinquent and a complete idiot at your age. So
You just have always to just manipulate them. You just have to say the things that they want to hear. So they think you're interested, you like these things that they're talking about, and they automatically are gonna like you.
Yeah, well, that's some wisdom I didn't have at 14. So
yeah. Yeah, just take the credit. Yeah, you're way ahead of the curve.
Yes, but I think some of these global teachers are still gonna call me dumb because of this flat Earth stuff, and it's pretty funny because I don't take them serious, because when someone uses as an argument for the globe Earth, ships disappear over the horizon, like over the Earth's curvature. I don't take them serious anymore, because I realize they are dumb. They don't have any knowledge in their whole life.
You can always just ask them, how do you know that the horizon is the Earth's curvature?
They're not gonna answer this because they're dumb, actually.
But that's the point, kind of, to get them to realize that they don't actually have an excuse for that. It's just an assumption that they took as valid.
And I just ask them, then why does Neil deGrasse Tyson say the Earth is so big that you can't even see the curvature at 36 kilometers high? And you want to tell me that you can see ships disappear over the Earth's curvature at 3 miles? How does this work? And they're not gonna answer, man, because they if you want to win a debate, you need to have knowledge from both sides, not only from one side.
Yeah.
When I hear an argument for the globe Earth or for the flat Earth, the first thing I do, I look if it's got debunked. So I know I'm not using a wrong argument. But the globeheads don't do this. They heard this argument and they don't care if it's got debunked years ago. They're still gonna use it because they don't have other arguments. They don't have any argument or evidence that the Earth is actually a globe. Drace.
Yes, my man.
I'm gonna send you a picture about this. What globeheads actually think. That's my opinion. Well, it's a pretty good picture that describes everything pretty well, actually.
Yeah, I'll repost it.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw it in this somewhere in this server, but I forgot where. Motion of the Earth.
Next, they will say that, oh, the pizza is round, therefore it's a globe.
and which is actually pretty funny too. When they ask you why is the sun like a sphere when the Earth is flat, then just ask them, just because your light bulb is a sphere, then doesn't matter that the ground that you're walking on is a sphere too. It's flat. That's like actually pretty nice to describe it too, I think. Gonna look for a picture. Shit. Where's this picture? I can't see it.
We got 3 people in here with no roles. Saffron Lynx 7762, Robo, and Bogdan 7501. The 3 of you should go up to VC check-in and get checked in so you can have a conversation with us.
Hopefully they're glow pads, so can debunk them pretty easy. Real quick. I think this wouldn't take more than 5 minutes actually. Something that I don't understand actually is this magnetic field. Andres.
There's plenty of things I don't understand. Magnetic field is one of them. I don't know much about magnetic fields. I know a little bit.
Is there anyone on this server that knows everything, like, that is on the server, like, from ether to like the water and time zones and stuff? Like, everything. I think this, the admin Indio, I think
if you would say who's the best at presenting every argument, it's probably Indio. He's got all of them 100% nailed down, and all extra information you could dream of. He's got it.
QE.
Yeah, QE has like there's a lot of people with specific skills, and QE has his topics down 100%, and he will go over those topics like all the time. So, like, we have different people who have different specialities and look into different things.
Yeah, I'm not good at hardly any of that. I'm just the annoying guy asking for curvature. But what you should do is check out the additional information sections of the server. Scroll down there on the left, almost towards the end, you'll see additional information A through L, or something A through M, and then the one below it is M through Z. And yeah, so look through all that. You should see, hashtags galore about ether and sun and all the gravity and everything that we can come up with so far that has been used incorrectly as a demonstration of what happens in reality. Yes, and then also there's demonstrations of what happens in reality. Laser tests, long distance record-holding observations, things that can't happen. I don't care what kind of refraction you got, can't happen.
Did you listen us like a couple of minutes ago, or did you just join like the live stream?
I've been listening on and off.
Yes, because we were like talking about the stuff with the Navy ships that can target other and stuff with lasers. 100 miles in the ocean, I think everybody should know that there's a 6,000 feet curvature if you were actually living on a ball.
Yeah. Line of sight. That's line of sight. Those 3 words, LOS, destroy the globe math, the current globe math. Destroy it. It's gone. Done.
Yeah.
That's what you were talking about, line of sight. With the lasers, they shoot over 100 miles.
Yeah,
has to be flat, has to be straight.
There's
There's no
no
way
way.
that at those speeds they could correct for those deviations. There's no way.
Yes, and like Neil deGrasse Tyson, for example, he said that the Earth is like not an actual like sphere, but it's like a platant spheroid. You know this? It's you can just Google it. It's like just imagine the equator is way bigger than like over the top and stuff. You know, so a platant spheroid. It's like a shape, a 3D shape, and
but nobody made observation on equator. All observations are, I don't know, in UK, USA, you know.
yes, and they say if it's a platant spheroid, and Neil deGrasse Tyson said not only the Earth is kind of like bigger under the equator than above it, and like kind of like wait, let me translate this fruit real quick.
Cucumber.
No, wait, let me translate it on Google.
Carrot.
A pear. Yes,
Pear.
a pear. I don't know how you call it in English, actually. Yeah, like this pear, and it's like he said, and everybody says something else. And Neil deGrasse Tyson say it's like a pear. Other astronomers say it's like a egg, and they don't have all the same information, you know. For example, the Chinese guys with the fakest live streams that I've ever seen in my entire life, which is they make me laugh, these live streams, because they're obviously fake.
They have the same information like us. They call sea level wherever they are.
It's always water's always level. There's no way it can water's on a ball. Math is, you know, math is cool, but it can never curve water on a ball. And as we all know, gravity is just theory. So they don't have an advance that is actually water curved on a ball. It's pretty easy to debunk them. The problem is that the globe heads, they don't want information. Everything you're gonna say in a debate, they're just gonna say fake and don't believe everything that you see on the internet. It's just pretty funny because they tell us don't believe everything you see on the internet, but they think that we are living on a spinning ball, which is pretty funny too.
They're just parrots.
Dre's, there have been a few of these famous examples. Have you ever heard of these salt seas in Bolivia?
Yeah, the Bolivian salt flats.
Yes, if it's rain, you know, it looks like a mirror. 8,000 square miles. It's just flat. And you know, I told this like to my teacher one time, and the argument he said, yeah, the Earth is like not a perfect ball. Maybe there is a spot where it's flat. You know, I could call for every cardinal direction argument that proves the flat Earth 100%. South, west, east, and north.
saying. That's how you make a ball. You need a bunch of flat surfaces. You put the flat surfaces together, and then you get a ball, right?
No, because there should be 8 inches per mile, so none of these things is possible. There would never be a actual flat surface over 1 mile on a ball.
Yeah, but they just have a lot of flat spots, and we keep finding flat spots everywhere. So if they want to retain this sphere shape, they need to have these edges everywhere.
I have a flat spot for every cardinal direction. They can choose what cardinal direction I will just tell them this argument, and they just gonna get muted by me, easily debunked. Dr. Professor Gamzee. Nice name. Whoa.
Oh, thank you.
You have so many roles, I think they are called. Like you know, when I go to your pay to your like
Yeah, those are honor badges. All of them.
How can you get these?
Oh, you gotta put a lot of work and dedication.
Yeah, you gotta
You
be
get
honorary.
You get it one by one.
Yeah.
Shut up, Drake.
I don't have as many marks as him, so I gotta just follow his orders.
Well, I just have, I think, one, which is this VC verified, because I didn't care about them. I'm not actually very often in the live stream. I just learn in these channels about this flat Earth stuff, and I don't talk very often. So.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones is Space Criminal, because I steal space from people.
Nice name. It's pretty easy, actually, I think.
He did that to me. I want my space back.
They're not gonna get it back. Just the vacuum would calibrate with the atmosphere, as we know.
What? What?
Atmosphere.
What's that?
It would equilibrate with the vacuum if they would actually exist. But I think
what is atmosphere?
I don't care what it is. I just know it's a hoax.
Do you know that atmosphere is atmo mean gas and sphere it's shape?
I just know it's like the gas. Wait, let me translate this real quick.
Can air form the shape?
I think no.
Yeah, that's the point.
Wait, what I just want to translate it.
Yeah, you're correct. Gas cannot hold.
It has always to be in a container, you know.
Yeah, it takes the shape of its container.
They say the atmosphere is a gas shell. They say
so
it has always it has always to be contained, and when you tell this to a globe earther, and then he's gonna say, but gravity holds them and doesn't need a container if you have gravity. Yeah, but there's no actual evidence for gravity.
Well, but we can also prove that the gravity isn't containing gas and preventing gas from equalizing upwards. Otherwise, that would be visible in all experimentation on the Earth, and we would just be able to live with that fact and demonstrate it. Instead, they don't have any evidence, like you said, and what they do is they appeal to the pressure gradient and say, oh, the pressure gradient must be caused by gravity, Therefore, gravity is affecting all gas. But that doesn't work on gas on anywhere. Like, if it were overcoming the second law and preventing gas from mediating or high pressure from moving to low pressure, vacuum cleaners would no longer work. Straws would not work.
The vacuum would literally I think equilibrate or collide with the atmosphere. It would like it would suck it would suck the atmosphere off, actually.
Do we have any good flat Earth videos about this?
Variable volume.
What?
There's a distinction if you say that the space would suck or the vacuum would suck. They would correct you on that, because that's not how it works. It's more that high pressure always goes to low pressure. So the higher pressure gas would expand and fill the available volume. So it would go into the low pressure, not the other way around. It's kind of like with the vacuum cleaner. You create a low pressure system inside the vacuum cleaner, and then the air outside rushes into it.
Do we have any good videos on this, by the way? Like, yeah, we can argue our point when we're talking to people, but there's nothing like a good presentation. You know what I mean? Like, is there like a really decent 5-minute or 3-minute video that goes over the whole gas in a container thing that some flat earthers put together?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's made a very cohesive presentation on this, because this is essentially just how gas works and how we can demonstrate gas to work on the Earth in real life.
Yeah,
they want us just to believe that it can't do some other stuff high up in the air because of their assumptions. That's just not good enough for us.
Exactly.
I don't really understand their assumptions, though. Like, that's the bit I struggle with. They're saying it's gravity, right? But isn't the gravity stronger at the surface of the Earth? So how does that keep the gas? What's their argument for keeping the gas within the Earth at higher up?
Like you said, it would have to be stronger at the surface, and so therefore it would be easy for us to demonstrate it at the surface, where it would prevent gas from expanding up and out of open containers. Instead, that's not how we store gas. We need to have a closed container because the gas will expand up and out of the container. And so they just don't have any evidence that their ideas are real. Instead, they just point at the pressure gradient, which we can measure, and say that must be caused by gravity. There's no coherent excuse or experiment or anything to validate that it is caused by gravity, but then they jump from that assumption into saying, oh, look, the pressure gradient proves gravity can hold gas, even though that violates the basic principles of how gas actually functions.
What do they mean when they say pressure gradient? What's that?
That is at sea level. It's generally around 13.7 psi or about there. And as you rise, the composition of the air changes, and it gets colder and colder. And according to Charles's law, gas, when subject to temperature changes, either expands or contracts. And so the air contracts as it cools, and there's less pressure above. They think that's caused by gravity, but there's no gravity here.
Right.
No evidence or evidence. I don't know how the right word is.
We just have basic scientific principles, like how thermodynamics works, and then we have the different compositions of the gas itself. because it's not like it's an inhomogeneous medium. It's not like it's a homogeneous medium. It's an inhomogeneous medium. It's mixed with all sorts of gases, and those gases are not an equal composition. Like we have a humidity gradient also reaching up into the sky that is the most dense at the ground level, but gets less and less dense the higher it goes, and until eventually, as it gets compressed, rising, it turns into clouds where it condenses back into liquid and falls back down. We have a cycle of these gases cycling. There's no vacuum like for the gas to go into. We just have dynamic pressure differentials based on our dynamic system because we don't live in a static world. We live in a dynamic world where the sun is constantly adding heat to the system, heating up the gas, making it expand and rise, and that causes the colder gas at the north and the south to rush in. And this creates all sorts of weather patterns and creates the circular motions of the hurricanes, and they have nothing. It's amazing how little they have, and it's all based on things that came from the ancient past that has no science or validity behind it. And in the modern day, we have already discovered all of the things, and it's not flat earthers discovering it. It's actually